Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
I'm Levi.
And here we are for a very special 50th, count that, 1, 2, 3, 4,
50.
50th episode of Overlapping Dialogue. Did you really think for a second I was going to count through all the numbers?
I wanted to cut it off before. I didn't really think about it. I was just like, this must not happen. I will stop it, like, basically. Yeah.
So there you go. So it's 50th episode. We've had some pretty big episodes for us recently as far as the Godfather films, Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, and we thought, and this is actually a different movie than we had originally planned.
I know the Country Bears was a while back, but that was another one.
Yeah, but to honor, again, the Country Bears of the world, the Beetlejuices of the world, the Blue Plate special discussions of the crews of the world, we thought, what better way to honor you and this podcast endeavor than on our 50th episode to be all about the unsinkable ship itself, Titanic, from 1997, of course, directed by James Cameron, starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet.
Not even Neil Young could sink this podcast.
But we thought, a big number and like a big movie. And I mean, I've said this about several movies we've done at this point. This was one of those early movies, I feel like, when we were talking about what's movies that we like and have a popular appeal and we think people would like to hear us talk over or through. Titanic is certainly one of those movies for us. And I know we'll get into this in further detail later. That was just a movie that was so huge when it came out and took over the culture, and for a lot of people of a certain age, like kind of millennial ages especially, it's something we saw a lot on home video. I mean, watched it over and over again on the VHS and then later DVD and now Blu-ray. I don't have a 4K of it, but I know it would look amazing.
What if a Laserdisc got made?
I don't know. I know
Betamax?
By the mid to late 90s, I think Laserdisc kind of already phased out. So
like
that VHS was like a huge seller.
It was everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, we've still got it, a copy of it.
I mean, if you go around and are like looking in thrift stores and like their VHS collections,
everywhere.
you see them everywhere. Forrest Gump is another one of those movies too, as far as the big 90s hits.
Yeah, well, we know which is the better.
But
we'll probably talk about that again.
Yeah, I wanted to mention this. We had talked a little bit about Titanic already, and so that was why we thought, while it's still, even when we were way fresh on our memories, back on our bonus episode we did kind of about the
historical filmmaking
and how it's kind of a noteworthy and very great example of what that could be. So we've already talked about Titanic a little bit. We'll probably be rephrasing some of those same very thoughts.
Yeah. Now, before we move into the Blue Plate special, I do want to make sure that everyone understands about the Neil Young joke that I made, that Joe Rogan is a hapless goon, so screw him, die. Anyway.
And we say this as you may be listening to this on Spotify, who knows, but we're not making a buck off of that.
Well, I don't mean to say die, that's an unchristian thing to say, but I do not agree with his beliefs. I do not agree.
Speaking of religion, church,
we won't get into that.
But before we talk about the unsinkable ship Titanic, we just gotta get into that Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Mama, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Love that. Last week you kind of forgotten what it even was.
Well, we hadn't done it in a little while.
I know, because
feel like,
again, no Blue Plate Special.
And I was like, am I supposed to do something? You're kind of looking at me, and I was like, oh, yeah.
So the order's right here. I mean, service industry's had a kind of a rocky few years there, We're not going to get into all that, and a lot of the unjustified complaints usually people throw at that. But, I felt your intro this week kind of fit the fit the times. It's of the moment, So we're not going to crucify the Walt Disney Company as much this week because, they haven't had one, a very huge discernible act of cultural terrorism as much
as this week.
But rest assured
today.
I mean, we haven't checked the phones in a while though, so who knows?
I don't know. But I mean, Song of the South lies in their archives. It's their move. I mean, that's all and they're making the right move by not letting it out there. So just saying. But I'm just like, it's your move.
Well, just as a subsection of this, have we really ever talked about the whole notion of certain things of the past that are quote politically incorrect today, and there's a huge debate whether or not some of that stuff should come out on home video or now via streaming is more the
it
debate
depends.
Now.
I mean, in the interest of free thought, I think that it should be allowed to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now whether you're like somebody I knew in high school who will be unnamed, a student of a peer of mine at the time, who's love Song of the South for those reasons.
Oh wow!
Then that would be an issue.
Well, that's
but
doesn't mean it shouldn't be seen by anybody.
No.
But I guess
and people talk about that with Gone with the Wind. That was a big thing, in the last so many years. Mm-hmm. That movie's totally great. So and not for those reasons. Just about clearly,
Gone with the
but,
Wind, and I'm going to just go ahead and say I don't know if we're going to be ever doing Gone with the Wind on this podcast. Not that I don't think a lot of it. But
none of this is on our Blue Plate Special list, by the way, so let's keep going with it, though.
But, one of the things I find so fascinating about Gone with the Wind is that it is a deeply feminist story. Mm-hmm. There's also racist.
Yeah.
And usually it's one or the other, or there's this hyper virtue signaling, and I don't like to use that term very often, but I think it does apply in some cases. She was a feminist and she was anti-racist, right? And it's well, what happens when you're one of those things but not the other? Because reality would dictate that you're usually one or the other, or if either.
Right.
So I just find it fascinating that story is actually a very feminist story for its time period, and part of the women's pictures of the 30s.
Yeah.
And the ultimate manifestation of that, but also is by virtue of the world it is, and even the way not only the world, but the orientation of how the movie perceives itself and the characters is racist.
Yeah.
I just find that fascinating that it's both of those things simultaneously. And a lot of people can't handle that. It's if it's one or the other, I'm out,
Yeah.
And I just find it interesting that
it's kind of a similar situation with The Day the Clown Cried as a whole concept that's not... Well, and I mean, that was partly because Jerry Lewis wanted that to not be seen. Did I say Jerry Lee Lewis?
No, I think you said Jerry Lewis.
Okay, whatever. Not the other complicated figure. But that's another thing where it's I think it all should just be able to be seen just by virtue of it is art that exists. It's kind of like banned books. The fact that there are banned books, I think, is interesting as a whole concept. I mean, that's a very fascist idea. But now that's different if it's we're not going to carry this book in our library, in the middle school library, isn't going to carry Tropic of Cancer. That makes sense to me, But why something should be banned, is kind of strange and just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me.
Right.
But so in that way, I mean, and Joe Dante says something about this on the movies that made me a lot about just everything needs to have a disclaimer. And I don't think it's this far it needs to be, so I'm going to back it up a little bit. But he's just put a disclaimer on every movie before 2015 and just say, this probably got some stuff in it.
Well, he's obviously a huge fan of animation and, kind of not only, I think, Looney Tunes shorts, but Disney shorts from the past. And, we've been, a while back we were watching a lot of these Tex Avery shorts, the Blu-ray that Warner Archive had put out. And before you watch any of that, it's got a big disclaimer basically saying, this is a product of the past, just be aware of that.
Yeah.
I know in more recent screenings of Gone with the Wind on TCM, they've went more in depth in talking about some of the racial problems of the movie. I think so much so that it's even on the HBO Max version of Gone with the Wind that's out there, there's also like either an intro or a little supplemental that you can watch.
And I mean,
it's like
I
Ben
think,
Mankiewicz and maybe some black female critics kind of talking about
and I
the
think
movie.
that's all that it needs to be, ultimately, in my opinion, as far as saying, hey, this is problematic. And I'm not saying we need to be screening Triumph for the Wheel or anything here, but I'm saying with movies that are popular like that are beloved, I think we do need to poke holes in them, certainly. But to say this must be banned and must not be seen is not as liberal thinking as people think it actually is.
That in and of itself is some of the fascistic
it's a fascist idea. I mean, of like saying, no, this cannot be seen by anyone. Al Pacino and Jack and Jill.
Talk about movies that should be banned. I mean,
yeah. But no, I mean, ultimately, I guess that's my line.
I mean, and
on
it's
that.
interesting because there is a fine line between those things, and it's been one of the most widely debated and talked about and discussed films since it ever came out. Something we talk about here and there, a movie like Taxi Driver is a movie that is clearly about a racist, but the movie itself is not racist, and people sometimes do not understand that the really great filmmakers make you feel like in some ways you are partaking in the mindset of their main characters. And frankly, Scorsese was one of the first directors that made me think of movies and realize movies can be that. I know some of the first times I saw Raging Bull, that movie's so consumed with being inside the mind of Jake LaMotta that, it should be said, I was younger too when I saw it, so I was not even emotionally mature to see between the lines of what exactly was going on in the movie. But the first time or two, I was even convinced, due to his mania, basically, that actually Joe Pesci and Catherine Moriarty had cheated on one another, against him, and it took me a while to realize, oh no, he's just so insane. And the movie does such a great. He's always great about like putting you in these subjective mindsets and moods. I mean, Shutter Island does something like that similar later on. So I mean, but a movie like Taxi Driver is a movie that's been debated a lot. Is this a movie that's racist or a movie about a racist?
Right.
And some people don't necessarily see those dividing lines. Speaking of problematic, actually not. Well, I would like to I'm sure there are some interesting critiques of this movie.
Well, now I want to talk about that, because I haven't, and I've been writing a long review of it that I'm not done with yet, where I'm going to talk about this. So I actually going to kind of workshop it while we're talking about it.
Smooth talk.
Yeah.
That all was, by the way, just impromptu.
We had no plan to do that.
But I thought it was interesting. Smooth Talk from 1985. What is this director's name? I can never remember it. Exactly.
Joyce Chopra.
Okay.
Or Chopra. I'm not sure how you say it.
It's a director I'm not the most
This was her first feature film. She mostly makes documentaries. So this is one of her only movies. The fact that this is her first feature is insane. I mean, as good as it is, I mean, I'm crazy impressed by that. Stars Laura Dern, a pre-Blue Velvet Laura Dern, it would have been just before that, as well as Joyce Chopra.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, Joyce Chopra. Treat Williams, as well as Mary Kay Place, Elizabeth Berridge, and Levon Helm, which is more random subplots.
Which got me to do I'm going to start doing a band deep dive now, because I've heard the band, obviously, but it made me kind of think about that. And I was like, I need to go do that. So this movie randomly inspired that. But
so Smooth Talk is basically, we talked about kind of the coming-of-age high school movie back when we did 16 Candles.
And even American Graffiti before that. And
a little bit.
But it's like that combined with a serial killer movie. It's so weird.
It's funny is like if this movie would have been marketed a certain way back in the day, it probably would have brought in people expecting a John Hughes-esque view of adolescence or whatnot. This is very different from any of that. It's basically, again, a coming-of-age story about a teenage girl. Laura Dern's like 15? It says several times, I think, in the movie. And she and her mother do not get along at all. It's like this, very touch-and-go relationship. And it's one of those really great dynamics or relationships where you can kind of see where both of them are coming from.
Yeah.
I mean, the mother is kind of gets on your nerves and is annoying, but it all is coming from ultimately
she's
concern for her daughter.
I mean, what she's saying,
but you also feel for Dern as well, who feels stifled by that relationship and wants to get away from it as kind of far as possible.
Yeah.
And so it's really kind of a coming-of-age story about her wanting to kind of, when I say leave home, not like move away, but just like be out in the world a little more and kind of blossom into being a young woman, or kind of her sexual evolution over the course of the film. And then the last, like, I don't know how much...
25, 30 minutes.
25, 30 minutes are almost I don't know even how you describe it, like a prolonged flirtation / stalking incident episode, I guess, between her and Treat Williams' character, who is a good amount older.
He had been in the movie a little bit before that, but only in like 2 scenes.
As this background presence. There's a lot of places you could talk about with this, but what were your impressions of this movie, and how especially does it sit in the context of these other 80s movies that are about kind of a similar milieu, but is approaching it from a different lens?
Well, I'll just say, first of all, this is one of my favorite movies I've seen in a while. I think it's my favorite movie I've seen this year. It
would be up there
so
for me
far.
Too.
Probably I'd have to look at a list to make sure, but it takes 2 of my favorite random subgenres of movie, which is the 80s coming-of-age movie and the serial killer genre. Well, that type of that more rural serial killer genre of like something like Badlands or...
well, even to an extent, it's different, but like Psycho is like
this
serial killer who's removed from traditional society.
It's not like the urban serial killer type thing, but yeah, it's like a different kind of very 1950s-esque version.
Which was in vogue in the 80s. Blue Velvet,
right. And so
top of that.
The Let's Go for a Ride movie, randomly is what you call it.
Yeah.
And I mean, what's so fascinating about it, though, and I kind of say this in my review so far, is that it combines that kind of Californian 80s aesthetic with this very rural, Southern Gothic almost sensibility. And I noted in the review so far that Levon Helm and Mary Kay Place are both from the South. Levon Helm's from Arkansas, Mary Kay Place is from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And it feels like there's almost, I'm reading probably too much into this, but it feels like the movie's almost saying these are these 2 Southern parents who moved to California and their kids are very Californian. And it's this idea of like, how can we shield them from these new ideas and these new beliefs that are still very Southern in their own way.
It doesn't say where the quote parents are from, but by their accents and by their temperament, it's just clear that, as you said, they're, if not from it explicitly Southern, just a more rural background, and
where they live,
they're scared by where their daughters are going off to,
and where they live, like where their house is like out away from everything else. But then there's the city areas in the movie, which is and it's on like Northern California, so it's not like L.A. It's like but it's still very California looking. I mean, there's the mall in the movie and and all that kind of stuff. But it combines. I mean, because I explained, it's like it's this these juxtapositions that are very strange. I've never seen a movie made like that, quite like that. But it all feels very real. It's not jarring. It feels like all these natural transitions that happen. But as far as, and I want to talk about the ending of the movie, so if you haven't seen it, or I mean, a lot of people probably haven't, but if you're interested and want to see the movie yourself, I'd say maybe stop listening now for a little bit. But first of all, this whole short story, it was based on a short story by Joyce Carol Oates. I think it's called Where Are You Going, Where Have You Been? Which ended basically where he takes her off, and it's implied she's murdered, basically. But in the movie, she comes back and she's fine at the end.
But there's an ambiguity.
But the heavy implication is that she was raped, more or less.
Mm-hmm. But she's certainly a different person than she was towards the beginning.
And I felt very weird about that because I felt like there, obviously some justice needs to be served, here, and it's not. But what I think is, and it all goes back, I think, to, well, I'm kind of jumping all over the place in my mind here. First thing I'll say is, I feel like the movie is kind of implicitly conservative in certain ideas about, it's a very, typical, I mean, it feels like a movie that was made in the 50s, these kind of teenage, what do you call that?
Like PSA.
Juvenile delinquency. These juvenile delinquency movies of like, you want to do this, but these are the consequences, and it's a very classical movie.
Which that was also very
sense.
80s. Right. There was a return to that.
Right. But, the difference is, I think, is first of all that it is a very feminist movie. I think in another sense, as far as taking a character like that and having them mature, albeit under very, possibly violent circumstances, but ultimately comes to recognize that her place in the world is a good one as far as where she lives and realizing, oh, my family loves me and I need to care about them. And so it's a very, in a strange way, wholesome ending out of what seems to be a very dark reality that happens. But that ultimately, I think it all boils down to what the actual coming age is, and this will be probably the end of my review, so you're getting to hear me workshop it now, is that there's a moment early in the movie where he's in it and he says to her, I've been watching you or whatever. But the strange thing is that she actually sees him first in the movie where he's driving up. And to me, the whole movie is about her recognizing the difference almost of saying, oh, I see this person first and didn't know what that was, and now I do, kind of thing. And so it's strange because it makes you feel uncomfortable about what the implications in that are, but it's weird to think that the movie ends on like a James Taylor song that's very beautiful and
which
just
there's
very,
some other James Taylor
right,
music in it.
Which also, something that I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit in my review, I want to say, it gives the song You've Got a Friend a different lens as far as his name is literally A Friend.
Right.
And I've been thinking about that the whole time. I don't even know if that was intentional, that his name is Arnold Friend, and like if that song's not even in the movie, but that's just something I've been thinking a lot about.
In a weird way, I can't help but think that it is like a dark joke is being played with that in some ways. I mean,
or a weird juxtaposition in that way. But ultimately, I think that's what the movie's about, is a coming of age at these other expenses that are very uncomfortable and aren't totally obvious at all just, but does that make kind of sense? What's your opinion on that?
Again, I really loved the movie myself, and it was very also, in a weird way, reminiscent of, what's that movie that had, I can't even remember, I'm bad with names right now, I don't know why, the Remember My Name. Remember My Name is a movie that it kind of reminds me of.
Anthony Perkins, Geraldine Chaplin movie.
Yeah, and director.
Alan Rudolph.
Alan Rudolph. Yeah, sorry. Alan Rudolph movie. I think this would actually make a good double feature of those. Less so in the actual story than in this like creeping stalker, almost slasher movie spirit that is very latent in the movie, but even less so in this than that. Never boils to the point of you thinking you're going to see violence on screen exactly. You know what I mean? It feels like there might be violence that happens right off screen, but it never like bubbles up into that. And in particular, that last like 30 minutes or whatever it was, the tenseness you feel was far greater than most horror movies have ever made me feel, in terms of, Michael Myers is invincible, he's slinking around the house, with a butcher knife, like even Halloween, I'll say that about the original. That, it's not, again, it's not a horror movie, but it has this like creeping, sad, scary mentality to it that you're just so concerned with her safety and so concerned with what's going to happen.
When there's all these subtleties, like when on the side of his car he's got all these different weird stickers and paintings and stuff, and there's like these 3 numbers that are like, I don't remember what they were, but it's like 35, 17, and 16.
Numbers that have no immediate...
Numbers that are the ages of women he's killed, is what that is. And so he's wanting to add a 15, is what the idea is there. And then even like, something I've been thinking a lot about, where he's like at the screen door and talking about, and the way he speaks is just so strange. And she talks about this. She like multiple times says nobody talks like that. Basically saying you're crazy, like,
or a con
that
man,
he's
or a
like
swindler,
talking about burning the house down, basically. And he's like, I'm gonna sit. Like, what if I set the house on fire and you're gonna have to come out here anyway? And just like the way that he says these things are without malice, but they're so evil, And like you said, it's all these subtleties that in any other movie it would just be a 5-minute scene of somebody chasing her. But in this, it's like 20 minutes of, like, goes on and on and on. And unlike anything, because I was watching the movie, and it was actually weird. I watched the first half with you. We watched it together. And then I went to bed early, and I watched the second half the next day. And I was wondering the whole time, I was like, isn't he supposed to be in this movie? Because it's not a long movie. It's only an hour and a half. And I watched the first half, and he had only barely been in it. And I was thinking, kind of looking at the clock, like, when is that going to happen? And then it all happens in basically one really long scene, which I thought was weird. That's like unlike anything I've really seen in a movie. And so... yeah, I mean, it's incredibly effective in that way, and
I really adore movies that like really play with your expectations and make you actively anticipate things. There's a patience to that I really adore and love. We talked a lot about last week. The last 2 episodes of The Return really play with that and string you along in like a not like contemptful way towards you, but like thinking, oh, you think we're going to do this? Well, actually, this is going to happen. And it's one of those things, I mean, you look at what the main poster for this movie was, the theatrical release poster is of Dern and Williams on the poster. So, between the poster, and I've not even seen the trailer for this movie, but you just know that he's going to have a bigger role. And then, again, you see him early on, and then you're like, oh, there he is. And then he's not in it for a stretch. And then, finally, the end comes where he's in it. And, like, that expectation or anticipation is being fulfilled, but it naturally leads you into this careful what you wish for audience like expectation that is like I really adore when filmmakers have that level of patience to that they respect you enough that you're like, no, you're gonna wait and you're gonna see this other stuff and it's gonna lead you here. Like there's a lot of patience in that frankly in any era of cinema usually is lacking, and movies that really pop like that are always going to be memorable. But also Williams' performance is one that you're not exactly sure how old he is just by the way he looks. He's a very handsome man, and you assume he'd probably be in his early to mid-30s, but he's almost like you feel like you could blink and squint a little bit and you could say, oh, I can imagine him being in his 20s and like that, and then the way he talks, and as you said, his car, there's all this like you can, eventually, as you said, determine and realize comes from this serial killer or like predatory, to say the least, background. But there's a lot of gaps, and he's a mystery, and he's a cipher, and all those details. He knows
all this information about her that he had to have been following her around the whole movie and been off screen, basically, that you wouldn't have known that he would have been there to know all the things. And to that
point, him being the voyeur makes us feel like, is he us, or is he watching these things from a vantage point comparable to us over the course of the movie? And, it's just fascinating, too. And a movie you also mentioned that it's reminding you of, which I think is very true, is Something Wild, where the early parts of the movie are very, kinetic. I mean, it's like, it's less the needle drops and more the, like, score, the background music are very, like, 80s music. They're in the mall, and it's got all these very 80s signifiers, which would have been contemporary for the moment in terms of, look how exciting it is to be her in this time and in this moment. And her mom just will not stop badgering her and let her get out, even though you might see also that the mother has some points, obviously. But, again, it just doesn't let anybody off the hook. It just, makes you feel like you see all the angles from it. And then, like, from the kinetic nature of the beginning to that slow... that slowness and patience of the very end. I just love movies, as you said, take you on a ride that like make you that you are beholden to, and they're going to play you at the speed they want you to go at. I mean, again, that patience was something that I really adored about this movie. And again, just to speak about the performances, I think Trent Williams is always one of those guys I love to see.
Yeah.
I mostly think of him myself from The Phantom. He plays the villain in that. Very kind of inherently cartoonish role that he plays into with that. I know The Prince of the City, a movie that we've not seen but are familiar with hearing about. I know he's apparently great in that. But he was just so pitch perfect for this performance. what else can you say about national treasure, though, Laura Dern?
Yeah.
I mean, we're huge fans of hers, especially with her connection with a lot of David Lynch things. Again, Blue Velvet came out the very next year. And as I wrote about in my Letterboxd review in the past, I think a lot of the power of Blue Velvet is remarked upon with Hopper or Rossellini or McLaughlin. But I think so much of the power of Blue Velvet comes from the innocence and the sweetness of Laura Dern, that ultimately she's what's at stake as far as her conception of the world going to be dirtied or tarnished, or is she going to be outright violated or something as a result of McLaughlin's character's forays into these various worlds. This is very interestingly a different Laura Dern, even a year before. I mean, it's a Dern that is a little more wanting to get out there and kind of sexually explore herself. That's not necessarily the Dern you see in Blue Velvet. So just within years of each other, the variations in a teenage girl performance is fascinating to see that variation already. And of course, she went on to be in a great many other things and is amazing, one of our best actresses we have. But do you have anything to say or think about with the performances in particular?
Well, I think they're all really great. I actually really liked. I have to look at her name again. The sister. Elizabeth Barrett, she's not in the movie a whole lot, but I thought every scene with her was really good. There's this really great scene where Dern is talking about this time that they walked somewhere and they left and she was really tired, and that her sister's older than her.
We were at some point not quite sure about that, but now looking back
she
on
tells
it,
this whole story about, you remember when this thing happened where my feet were tired and you rubbed my feet or whatever, and she's like, I don't remember that at all. And it was just like, kind of makes you laugh. You're like, okay. But that she's very wizened and very, agrees with the parents more, but still...
And they love her and think she's the best, and then look down on
But
Dern.
still clearly cares about her sister, and I just think that's a really interesting kind of...
And the movie ends with them too.
Yeah,
and then that song.
Obviously, Mary Kay Place is great. She's great about anything. And then Levon Helm, I mean, I just couldn't take my eyes off of him. He's just like such a kind of understated performance. Is just like, the dad who's kind of like, what's going on? And everybody calm down. Like, just very... Levon Helm the whole time, and it's just interesting. But and of course Treat Williams is great. I mean, he's kind of the movie's strange MacGuffin. I ain't really a word you would use, but kind of the centerpiece of the movie towards the end. And I mean, I think that's what makes it all work for a movie that could turn into more of this is just a very conservative. Women need to not be themselves or whatever, but I don't think that's ultimately what the movie is saying. I think it's about a different sort of conservatism that is more basic and bare bones about just appreciating what you have and wanting to always get away, but what happens when you do that, is a strangely alternative feminist movie that I think it is very much, even though it operates on levels that are not typical.
And this, more than anything, is an advertisement for really how important it is you have more female directors, women directors, to make various modes of feminism. Because feminism is a spectrum. It's not one thing. Yeah,
because it is a very female story. I mean, it's adapted by a female from a female story. So there's no question it's feminist, clearly. But it's about a reality that people wouldn't normally.
Yeah, I was just curious to see who actually wrote the screenplay. It's actually Tom Cole.
Oh, okay.
Wrote the screenplay, but again, it's based on that Joyce Carol quotes.
But it's about a reality that is very brutal and real. And strangely, and another thing about the movie, like I said, that I like is it doesn't end as the short story did, where it's like, she is probably dead, or, it gives that second chance, which it didn't necessarily have to either. Yeah. Now, if the movie would be different and it wouldn't be it wouldn't be the same movie, and it wouldn't have the early portions.
I'm frankly very happy it did what it did, because she could have easily become a Laura Palmer-esque, like, murdered girl, and like, look how she seems sweet on the outside, but on the inside, she was actually sexual promiscuous and didn't make, and that led to her death. I mean, even though Laura Dern's or Laura Palmer, excuse me.
Yeah.
Did I say Laura Dern earlier? I meant Laura
I don't
Palmer
know.
if I
Laura
did.
Palmer is what
from
he
Twin
meant.
Peaks,
Yeah.
but
We talked about that.
I think so. And so, I just think it's like, we talked about like a lot of things about 80s cinema back with 16 Candles that really frustrate us. I'm really glad a movie like this exists to kind of, and this is true of any era of the 80s too, even an era that we're kind of frustrated with, that once you really start peeling back and filling in the gaps, all these little movies that are not exactly were the biggest sensations like the Hughes movies were, saying we like those a lot too, but that it fills in the gaps of saying, you know what, actually there's some things that were a little more challenging of this time period. Yeah. While also being Prisoner's a strong word, but like a movie of the moment, and as far as some of these concerns being present, but it presented in a different way.
Another thing I think that works really well about the movie is the writing from Tom Cole and the performances that go along with that, and as an exemplification, I assume, of Oates's story is that it once again combines this 80s girl teen movie with this very it's kind of a stereotype, but I love this type of writing because I'm a Southerner, I guess. But this idea of like life is hard, and you need to learn this and this, and that kind of like very realistic rural dialogue. That it combines both of those so seamlessly, and I haven't ever seen a movie do that. So it really is just a gem of a movie of just like
it's a perfect
all these
Criterion
different
movie.
Contradictions of itself that coalesce into one thing, and in that way, I think it's movies like Badlands, which I quite like enough, or other movies of that nature that was a big part of that era of movie making, as far as the kind of serial killer lovers on the run movie or whatever. And this isn't exactly that, but combining that with coming of age and making it genuinely really pretty great, because a lot of those movies have all these little asterisks beside of them, like either of those genres of, it's good, but this or that or whatever. But this was very much just like, no, totally great, pretty much. So
absolutely, and we watched it on the Criterion channel, streamed it. But we're both anticipating soon that there will be a Criterion sale, and this is, I know, a movie you said you're probably going to get, and I'm probably going to get as well. So
probably also Mate One, which we watched recently, and that also kind of both of those movies I've been thinking a lot about, of that kind of dialogue.
Also, the 80s, better than you think it is.
Yeah, really. Because that's the thing, when people talk about 80s movies, they're thinking of 16 Candles, and it's like, well, what about Smooth Talk? Yeah. Try to take that ride and see where it takes you, Right. But anyway, totally different movie. This next one we have, The Green Fog.
We've had filmmakers over the years try to remake Vertigo in unofficial ways a great many times.
All of Brian De Palma's work.
I was getting ready to say he's an easy punching
Obsession
bag.
specifically,
but justified a punching bag. For that. I thought it was fascinating that a director we think a lot of, we've talked about, I think, My Winnipeg on this pod before, I believe. Guy Madden was one of the co-directors of this movie with Evan and Galen Johnson.
I believe Evan Johnson co-directed The Forbidden Room.
Okay. It says they also edited this movie, Evan and Galen Johnson, so maybe they were editors. I'm not sure of some of his
I think the
stuff.
last so many movies that he's made, he's kind of
co-directed
with some of these folks and some others to kind of almost take a back seat and let other people experiment and kind of, not that he's not doing it clearly, but he's, from what I've read and seen some interviews, it seems that he is pushing the idea that it is a more collaborative effort than his past works have been.
Which is a cool and novel way to do this. They take a very novel approach and said, instead of actually reshooting whole, literally remaking Vertigo in a traditional way, what if instead we take a combination of film, TV, and even some home movie material all shot in San Francisco at various times, to then basically create a sort of a spiritual remake of Vertigo, where the movie's basically plotless because it's like it's jumping around,
very little dialogue too,
all these various formats and eras and peoples and black and white and color.
Because there's what's so weird about it too is it switches who the main character looks like at points, and like
sometimes it looks like it's Rock Hudson,
and then other times it's like, well, even just showing who Jimmy Stewart would be, it goes from being like, I don't know, like maybe Rock Hudson to like Chuck Norris to it's just all these different people.
Yeah.
So
a very incredibly fascinating movie, and Vertigo's a movie we both love, and you especially. I mean, I think it's one of the greatest among the 5 greatest films ever made. It's like way up there for me. And the juxtapositions it makes are clearly, some of it is intended to be comic in terms of the shock of, in particular, a Tony Curtis moment is just shoved in there.
And first of all, you can't watch the movie without having seen Vertigo, or it will literally make no sense at all. Like I was wondering, because I thought literally that it was going to be more of an homage to Vertigo, and that it would have. I didn't really know what to expect from it. I just thought it was going to be kind of its own story that would have Vertigo elements. But then I started to realize, no, this is literally trying to remake Vertigo out of these images, which is kind of what I was told by the plot, by the summaries, but I didn't really get that, I guess. But watching it was so surreal because and Carl Malden was another big person in it because of the Streets of San Francisco TV show, and Michael Douglas also as well being on that. But so late, it's like it literally goes through the movie at a little bit of a quicker pace, where it's like this is the scene where he's at the museum, this is the scene where they're kissing by the ocean, this is the scene in the church, and so it jumps between all these different things,
or being followed,
right? So there's a sequence that it's so weird though too, because it's supposed to basically be the entire sequence where he's having his dream that he wakes up from and has his mania or whatever.
Yeah.
And that most of that is just all this footage of Chuck Norris from some movie. And I have no clue what the movie is, but it's like some Chuck Norris movie from like the 70s, you can tell. And it's just him and all these facial expressions that he makes. And then all of a sudden, in the midst of that, the wake-up moment is Tony Curtis in the 80s with really short hair. You can tell it's on like 80s videotape. Screaming at the camera.
Looking right at it,
And the juxtaposition of that and Chuck Norris is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in filmmaking.
Or even, in a roundabout way, like, for any period of time, much less the prolonged period the movie does, the fact that it is in any way positing that Chuck Norris is, of this movie, the lead, and that is inherently in conversation with, say, like, Vertigo. And Jimmy Stewart and Chuck Norris are being inherently placed on a level playing field.
And he knows that and thinks it's fun. I mean, watching the movie, you can tell they think it's funny. Which is weird, because there's other movies of his where I think that's not as clear, even movies that have a sense of humor, like The Saddest Music in the World, where this is all just like, let's just do this and see what happens. And normally movies like that I'm so not into, because it's just all a big experiment,
Or it feels like a half-remembered YouTube video you saw years ago.
But just by the sheer amount of editing and movie knowledge and art, basically archiving that you have to do to make a movie like this, clearly isn't on the level of Vertigo, just a real actual movie. But the effort that has to go into that is like any other movie that would have to exist on that level. And it's only an hour long. I mean, it's really short. It's like half the length of Vertigo. But it's just unlike any other homage I've ever seen, and totally original genius conception.
This isn't even a criticism of the movie, but thinking back about it now, and I wasn't even thinking about this at the time, there's practically no attempt to like approximate Midge in the movie. It doesn't.
There
feel
is
like,
a little bit early on.
I don't remember.
There's that. Do you remember? There's the Joseph Cotton stuff in the movie, and there's that other female character. She shows up again later in it. There's a little bit of that, but there's not near as much.
Which, frankly, just makes me think of what a novel, interesting character Midge is in Vertigo, as far as trying to approximate that in another way.
There was a little bit of that, but not as much, and that's partially because they just cut so much of the movie. I mean, it's literally half the time. So but. And it's just if you love Vertigo like we do, or interested in Hitchcock and the legacy of Hitchcock, I think it's just fascinating that, again, it just feels like fans almost making like a fan edit or fan fiction version of let's do Vertigo again, but it's being made by a world-class filmmaker like Guy Madden. What did you think about in the movie? Because there's all that stuff that happens, clearly, right? But then the rest of the movie, there's these... So I was very confused about this because it seems like there's portions of the movie where there's the Rock Hudson section of the movie where the whole movie is almost being viewed on a screen that he is watching.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's literally a green fog that has overtaken San Francisco in the midst of all this. Mm-hmm. And there's some scenes from the Towering Inferno of O.J. Simpson running through the green fog to get to some people.
Which I've seen that movie years ago.
Right.
And seeing those same scenes and seeing how it looks so different and the filters that they had to put on it and the changes.
And so it's kind of confusing sometimes about what the movie literally is because it feels like there's these other statements it's also trying to make.
Well, in particular with the Rock Hudson stuff, I was thinking a lot about that. So I think that's some of the stuff that's the most clearly discernible messages the movie has. Is this idea of, especially when he's watching these things kind of projected in front of him, and that kind of weird stoic expression he has as he's watching them.
Because if I were watching this stuff, I would be like, what the hell is this? But he's just kind of like,
well, it's clearly, kind of not actually what was going on.
But that's what's so funny about the juxtaposition of it is that he's just kind of like, you think this shocks me?
Obviously Vertigo is like a lot of Hitchcock movies, but Vertigo and Rear Window, I think most especially, is about the voyeur, is about watching other people or things and the obsession that is inherent to that. And I think it's so fascinating, the conversations it's having about film history, and Rock Hudson himself kind of in a big homage to a movie that's all about that, then sitting and watching in that movie these other things happen, much less what we know about now about Rock Hudson and how he was a gay man who was closeted through most of his career, and that now, all these years later, we like to watch Rock Hudson movies and see what are the quote queer elements of them. We talked about with Seconds a little bit, back with that. And so there's just like 6 layers of conversation going on in moments like that, because it's like, it's very clearly a love of and a testament to film history that it's like jumping through all these hoops of, the more you know and appreciate these things, the deeper and denser the whole project becomes over what could otherwise be just a weird little experimental what if kind of thing. That it's actually finding chances and times to actually be in and of itself a work or a film criticism. I think is a fascinating just experiment to be partake in. And every single one of the Guy Maddin's movies we've seen are a version of that in terms of it's not just the movie, it's got these layers of thought and consideration behind them. I do think My Winnipeg, I think one of the reasons why that's maybe his best movie we've seen so far is it's more personal. It's like about his childhood and his history with the city of Winnipeg. And it's not as obsessed with saying, oh, it's about this, that, and the other thing. It's like a little more essayistic and a little more just autobiographical.
It has a very central question of why do I love where I'm from, which is something that people either can say they do or they don't love where they're from, but he says he does, but then he thinks, but why do I? Because there's nothing about this place that is particularly
interesting. And it's almost like a question that he himself is wrestling with over the course of the movie, and that by the, is making this, he probably already knows this, but he's taking us through his thought process with that. And I think that's why, one of the reasons why that movie's so great is because, it's not like, oh, it's like, what if like there was a big competition that was about the saddest song in the world? And I'll do like that movie a lot. But
I quite love that.
It's got all these historical context to it, and like versions of films you've seen or not seen or half imagined or thought you saw. Yeah, and
that's a whole idea about world cinema in the 30s in its own way.
Yeah, and so My Winnipeg was just a more, frankly, straightforward idea that was more personal. I think that's why it sings so well, is because it's that. This is obviously so tethered to Vertigo and about all these other film history, iconography ideas, based especially out of San Francisco, using it kind of as its home base.
Yeah, and I think it's the purest exemplification of testing the Kuleshov effect as an idea of like, how can you make sense of this? And clearly you can if you've seen Vertigo as many times as we have, but showing this to just anyone, their brain would shut down. I mean, there's and it feels weird to be outside of the movie now to think about it. It's like the fact that a movie like that even exists as an experimental and weird as that is just shocking to me, because I knew going in what it sort of was, but I had to learn it quickly, and then it made sense, and then I could track the movie as it went. But to just think about it outside of the movie, it's just literally like, what is any of this? And just the fact that a movie like that exists and doesn't even refer to the fact that it is about vertigo. You just have to kind of figure that out or know that going in. By the way, can I say my favorite moment of the movie? Or you're already about to move on, I guess, on this movie?
Just the only other thing I'll say is I think you hit it on nail on the head about the importance of the Kuleshov effect, because it's making all these associations that, of course, on the filmmaker's part are very intentional, but we are being forced to wonder what the connections between these things are, and sometimes they're super obvious, and other times they're more latent, and sometimes I don't think they are there, but it's just like we're just going to go here now. But inherently, as you said, the Kuleshov effect mentally has us creating connections, and I think that in of itself is just fascinating.
Right. But my favorite moment in the movie, other than the Tony Curtis scream, was that part at the end where the nun comes in at the end of Vertigo, and it's like, I heard voices, but in this it's like a nun walking through a door just going, hello, like that. It's just like the difference in that from the actual, you know what I'm talking about? It just made me laugh. I remember I was just like, it's one of the weirdest random things, because it's like in the movie it's like in real darkness, shadow, a nun says I hear voices, and this is like full key lighting, nun comes in door, hello moment. This is really weird, but anyway, just the fact that a movie like that.
So we streamed it off the Criterion channel, and again would recommend it to anyone. Again, I would say kind of a prerequisite, obviously, is that you should have seen Vertigo before you see a movie like this, because again, it is so filled with context. That is, I think, something obvious I would recommend. Yeah. But, check it out. If again, everything I see more from Guy Madden, he just becomes more fascinating to me as a director. So I'm curious to see even more of his things. So, another movie, we just watched this just last night, so this is even more fresh on our head. You helped me say this.
Kameradschaft.
Kameradschaft. Yeah, Kameradschaft, which loosely translates in English to comradeship. Basically, I believe.
And then the French title is The Tragedy of the Mind.
Yeah.
Which is, wow, what a title that is. But, I mean, it hits the nail on the head.
Is from Austrian director G.W. Pabst, who I think this is the very first thing I've ever seen from him formally.
He's famous for some other movies, Pandora's Box, Western Front, 1918. Directed a lot of theater. Was more of that, actually, I think. Especially after World War II, I think. Directed a lot of opera, and because he made a movie called The Three Penny Opera in the 30s as well. But
really, more than anything, was a joke almost for a while, just in his name between us and our cousin Philip, and the scene in Inglourious Basterds where
Films and
Filmmakers, G.W. Pabst. That's what he's talking about.
And then the White Tail of Pitzpaloo.
But
which, by the way, can I say, because we talked about this last night, it's like I love Quentin Tarantino. We talked about him on this podcast. Talked about a bad movie he made. But it's interesting to me whenever he's talking about, like genuine movies, because every reference in his movies almost is to some garbage that he's making into something.
Or a B movie.
Right. That he's making into something grand. I mean, clearly, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is one of the best movies ever made. But we're not talking about, like...
It's not art cinema.
We're not talking about Renoir here. We're talking about
again, in
Leone,
general, it's not art cinema.
And,
the closest to art cinema he's ever dabbled in, his references were, maybe Godard.
Yeah,
as far
with
as
like Reservoir Dogs in certain ways.
And just his love of like Band Apart, which he named his production company after. So, and then I think he's even said that I kind of grew out of Godard, which that's a maybe a fair criticism to have.
Whatever.
We'll talk about Godard.
But anyway, that's just something I thought was funny, because I was like, well, and in that sense, we've talked about before on here that Inglourious Basterds is kind of a comment on German cinema and an exploitation movie for the Jewish population, and so it's very specific about a lot of movies of the time that is inherent to the movie, but it is just strange.
And also France being occupied, during World War II.
But it is just strange to hear him talking about G.W. Pabst as like an actual filmmaker is interesting.
Alien hobby! Like,
Yeah, I mean,
but for this, this is a fascinating story, and it was based on, I think, a real incident that
Yes.
happened, a mine disaster in 1906.
they updated it to be just after World War One, I believe,
Which
or in the modern day of 1931. Either way,
Yeah, either
But,
way,
yeah.
it basically fits. I think it's even saying here in 1919 at the end.
Oh, does it say that?
I think it's
Okay.
yeah, in the immediate
Okay.
aftermath. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think you're right about that. But it's essentially about this mine disaster. I'll just read even kind of this plot summary from Wikipedia. It says, film concerns a mine disaster where the German miners rescue French miners from an underground fire and explosion. The film takes place in the, I'm trying to say this right, Lorraine-Saar regions along the border between France and Germany.
Yeah, because one whole portion of the movie is about, and they're on the poster, and these three German miners that basically work their way into getting a work permit to work in France because France isn't taking any more German workers at that particular moment, so they get trapped there. And that's kind of one whole part of the movie is about them basically getting out and with these other people that are down there. But yeah, that basically it becomes about the Germans, miners on the other side of the border coming and wanting to help rescue the French.
Yeah. And about this, obviously, it's in the aftermath of the First World War, or as they called it at the time and believed it to be, the Great War. And this idea of, obviously, most of the war was fought along the French and German border because that was where most of the front was. And you're talking about two groups of people that just, had humongous casualty numbers. I mean, those were two of the countries most bloodied by World War One. And now that there's this, again, that the war might be over, but there's still a border there, and there's still this natural resentment between German and French.
Mm-hmm.
And then this tragedy strikes, and this whole idea that, okay, obviously the French are trapped down here. Are these Germans going to come down there and, help them out in the midst of all that? What did you think of kind of Pap's staging of this and what it tells us about that interwar period in particular about France and Germany and that relation between the two countries?
Well, yeah, I'll speak to the Paps stuff first because I think that because I will say, maybe I actually will talk about the second part first because I think that the movie is so important for what it was at the time to say, hey, we need to come together. We're Germans and French, but we are human beings. And the movie falters at points when it emphasizes that.
In the sense it's a little corny or
right.
a little saccharine.
It's kind of in the tradition of the ending of Metropolis, although that is very clearly great.
Yeah.
But as far as that idea of, we need to come together right now.
Over me.
By the way,
Beatles
hate
were
that
brought
song.
together. Yeah.
Probably the worst thing that a great group of artists has ever made is come together. Bad song.
Let me just say, I'm not as negative on Levi about it, but it's not a Beatles song that
I mean, shoot you eyeball. What? Anyway, we heard that on the radio today, and I just turned it. I was just like, I'm done. I'm done living this lie. I've said this for years, by the way. Yeah. But anyway, it's very like we are together. Yeah. We are the same. And some of that stuff is very just like grating now because it's just like, oh, please. It just kind of makes you roll your eyes. But you have to think, of course, at the time, what a big deal that was to make a movie like that. And it has French and German, the French and German language in both in the movie. It's like very kind of an international movie in a weird sense, even though it is a German film. But so at that point, it sometimes falters. But one thing I thought about the whole time I was watching it, of course, and Pabst, I don't know his whole history during World War II exactly, but if I'm right, I think he fled the country or at least lived there kind of unhappily, or may have made some movies for the Nazi party, but was not as pleased. I don't remember the whole story with him. But I would imagine, of course, this movie would have been totally banned in Germany, for some time during World War II and during the Nazis rising to power, that it would have been banned just by nature of that. And part of that is we watched the movie, and the Criterion Edition explained that there were large sections of the movie that were lost, and they were basing it on some other prints that had been found that were a little different, and did you notice the weird transitions between scenes? They felt very choppy, and it kind of just cut off really quickly, some of the stuff, and so it felt like there was some stuff missing there. But you find something about this?
Yeah, so it says, after making A Modern Hero in 1934 in the USA and Street of Shadows 1937 in France, Pabst, who was planning to immigrate to the United States, was caught in France in 1939 while visiting his mother when the war was declared, and was forced to return to Nazi Germany. Under the auspices of propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, Pabst made 2 films in Germany during the period: The Comedians and Paracelsus in 43. Mm-hmm. So it sounds like he was trapped in Germany.
Right.
During,
That's what I thought, was that he did make some
war.
movies there, but he wasn't particularly enthused by that.
Yeah, and just in looking at what these films were about, The Comedians in 41 was set in the 18th century, portrays the development of the German theater, and then Paracelsus, based on the life of Paracelsus, who was a Swiss physician, alchemist, lay theologian, and philosopher of the German Renaissance.
That
so it seems like
like
he basically put his head down.
Yeah,
kind of
avoided,
I guess,
that second film seems more like a basic celebration of German nationalism, because that was a big thing at the time, clearly. And so that's what I had thought, was that he kind of, against his will, made some movies for the Nazis. But like I said, I don't think it was. It wasn't like Riefenstahl, clearly, who had been in some of his other films as an
later
actress.
on that, let's see, this wasn't actually his last movie, but he directed The Last 10 Days in 1955, first post-war German feature film to feature Adolf Hitler as a character.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, but so it's clear though with this movie that he would not have been, an adamant supporter of the Nazis. No. I would think. And so that's what makes me think about the movie, is how blessed we are that the movie even exists, because like I said, I'm just making a lot of assumptions that it probably would have been banned and partially destroyed probably by the Nazis, and what they would have done throughout the 30s to get rid of a lot of pro-French or pro-Jewish or pro-anything not Nazi, basically.
Right. It's a whole idea of, again, solidarity, or the idea that, we should help one another, and like we're one people, not instead of we are the superior people. That was what Nazism was all about.
Yeah.
I'm so fascinated by movies of this interwar period. And it's not exactly interwar, but especially something like The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. These movies that are like already trying to contextualize the First World War not that long after it had happened, either right before, or even in the case of that movie during the Second World War kind of being kicked off. This feeling of, there's a very particular feeling of like, not exactly regret, but this feeling of lost hopelessness of like, we thought that was going to be the last war, and here we are not that much longer, getting ready to charge into another one, or in the midst of charging into another one. And the centerpiece of The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp is a friendship between a British character and a German character. Mm-hmm. And obviously, not many of the French and German characters in this really know each other, but there's just this sense of solidarity that we're both miners, we're both similar, even though we're on the other side of the border. And there are some moments even that flash back towards the First World War very clearly, that it's like, showing them what even interacting with these people's, the memories and the horrors that brings back in their thoughts. And so it's not like a super personal movie, and it doesn't exactly work out its ideas in rich characterizations necessarily, but it's just purely in the situation itself is about saying we need to help these other people.
And jumping to as far as the way he frames it, as you mentioned, because it is a lot more about the spectacle in that sense. We were talking about this a while ago as far as just, first of all, the sets that they would have had to construct for this are so realistic and look like they're actually in mines, and everything they would have had to done to create that. Reminds me a lot of M, the Fritz Lang film, which is quite good. There's a really, that whole movie's good, but there's this really great sequence in the middle of the movie where Peter Lorre's character is hiding out in this warehouse, and that whole movie is really interesting, where it's about like the murders of that serial killer being blamed on the German underworld criminal, basically their versions of the organized crime by the police, and that they are looking for him as much as the police are to like take him out. And there's this great sequence where basically the underworld gets there first, and they're searching for him in the warehouse before the police get there because they're wanting to get him first. And it's just this really great like 20-minute sequence that made me think, wow, just like, you know, because everybody talks about how great early German cinema is, which sadly always gets, you know, lowered under the weight of Nazism often. But as far as that German expressionism and early 30s stuff is, you know, really good.
Which,
but that is kind of part of that same sensibility of scale and intensity that I think is really great to see in an older movie like that you don't normally see in Hollywood productions necessarily. And
I do think sometimes, and I'd love to learn more about kind of the specifics of the Weimar period, because it's a fascinating time where Germany was trying to reconstitute itself and rebuild itself, and eventually the failure of it led to Nazism obviously taking hold. But, you know, something like Metropolis, Nosferatu, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, as far as three of the biggest German
Destiny,
expressionists,
that other Fritz Lang film, and some of those.
And then that Faust also. Some of the images have you seen from that literally look like they're otherworldly.
Yeah.
I mean, they look like, I mean, I've never seen images like that from a movie before. It literally looks like it came from literally heaven or hell, as far as some of the scale of what it looks like it is for the time. It's
also, The Last Laugh is another big movie at that time, and so
and I think, you know, for all those movies, Metropolis stands as the cornerstone and the gemstone of the greatest of that period in those movies, and, you know, the influence that since had on science fiction and since had on a great many other movies of spectacle. This is a movie I don't necessarily see the influence of in a big major way, but it doesn't make it any less great. I think the sadness is it was not more influential, even in like a more, in a political sense, even, or much less even a cinematic.
Well, even
sense,
as a labor film too. Yeah. I mean, and part of that would have gone into, that's another thing that the Nazis were really hated about it, is it's not necessarily exactly a pro-union movie or a socialist movie, but it's clearly about the worker and the idea of we're
all in this together,
right? And so that is a very dangerous idea to the Nazi ideology of these people getting together and deciding that we're going to work together for our own interests is totally anathema to their
and
whole,
almost like saying that the state or like
the company
or class is not doing enough, and that people from the ground floor have to rise up and solve the problem.
But because there's a sequence in the movie where the families, mostly women and older men, are all fighting to get into the gates of the mine, so that they're saying we must save them ourselves because the police can't do anything about this. And so that is another, like I said, kind of upending of the state is an idea. So there's a lot. I mean, like I said, I haven't even seen anywhere where that's definitively the case about Kameradschaft where it was banned, but certainly that must be the case.
Well, I mean, it had a whole title card at the beginning that said this is basically the French print of the movie, right?
Because the German version, a lot of it had been lost.
Now, a lot of that, it should be said, the way they obviously kept films back then was much more either dangerous or, not as responsible as it is now, but in the midst of everything else that went on in Europe, I mean, it could have also just literally been destroyed, and even from artillery from World War II.
I mean, the movie notably went without a title screen. It just starts. Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. So there was a lot of things from the movie that are just still missing that they could tell from screenplays and stuff.
And another way that reminded me of another 30s movie later on, Lost Horizon, which is a Frank Capra movie, a movie that I love and am deeply fascinated by. Another 30s movie kind of about the interwar period
About the concept of
especially about the movie's really about American isolationism.
Right.
This whole idea of the main character is British in the
Yeah.
in the story in the novel, but it's made by Frank Capra, made by either Columbia or whoever. I think it was Columbia. About, you know what, I just want to check out. I don't even want to get involved in the world.
yeah, and the
I'm just
concept
gonna, like,
of
walk
paradise
away.
and finding
Pay
that
paradise and put up a parking
right.
lot.
Yeah.
Or pay paradise and put up a Shangri-La, so. But yeah, Kameradschaft, we watched your Criterion Blu-ray.
I've had it for a
looked
while.
amazing too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Well, and that's
there
the-
were some times
yeah.
that had scratches, but
Right.
dealing with a movie
Well,
this old, I
yeah.
mean, the fact that it's in as good a shape as it
When
is.
we
was
were talking
testament.
about this a little while ago about movies like Renoir, films like Tony, or
You've not seen Rules of the Game, but
no,
that's
but
a great
that
movie that looks
or
amazing,
even La Attalante, the
John Vigo
movie. That movies from the 30s that were made in Europe just look leaps and bounds more preserved and better looking than Hollywood films.
It's a little later,
And,
but like from the 40s, like the Jacques Tati movie we saw.
Celebration Day or whatever that was
and,
called.
That looks really good.
And that's not for me to say necessarily that you're more of a classic Hollywood stan, to use the word, I guess. I love classic Hollywood. I mean, I do, but it is just interesting, I guess, of having seen our films from that period for so long to go see these other ones and be like, wow, people were doing this back then, and it's just a totally different.
I think
type
a lot of that probably
movie.
has to do with like house styles that certain studios like really dictate. Even the great filmmakers of that time period in Hollywood.
Well, even
there's
censorship too was
yeah,
different.
there's the censorship, but there's just an expectation. Literally, even between the studios, our movies look like this. An MGM movie looks like this. A Warner Brothers movie looks like this.
And
so
a lot of these
it leads
movies
to a little more of a cookie cutter visual template.
And
palette
these movies were
as
made
opposed to
on location for the most part, the European films, and so
the American movies are mostly
right.
in
And so that's a
studios,
main difference. But it is just really interesting. I of course recommend this movie to anyone. I think anybody would about like it. I mean, it's a movie I would even consider
it's
showing in class someday.
It's got a very like simple plot. I mean, it's like, I think that lands it some of its power in terms of this disaster has happened.
Yeah,
we're kind of interested. We're talking about that in a movie. We're going to be talking about a disaster later. This has happened, and then you see again. I think the only thing for me that slightly holds it back, and I think it is a pretty great movie, is the fact that there are not as many clear, discernible characters and what their motivations are. Now, now I'm willing to admit, some of that might be because I don't speak German and French, and I'm unfortunately not paying as close attention to some of the performances because I'm reading the subtitles. That's not a criticism of the movie. That's just I don't speak French.
But what
or
about
German,
the guy that's like George the whole time?
Yeah.
It was that's actually a relatively heartbreaking part of the movie that actually turns out well enough, where there's a grandfather of a young boy that goes down in the mine to find him, but he's just running around yelling George the whole time. George. Yeah, but
and as we
not
said,
really funny, but kind of is.
The sadness of the movie after the fact is that this sense of solidarity or this sense of togetherness didn't last.
And there's a very powerful moment. It's very obvious, but at the end of the movie because underground, there's literally a border underground between the French and German side in the mine, and they had to break it open so that they could get across to get back to the where they needed to be in the German area. And there's a part at the end of the movie where they rebrand it basically, and they both have to sign these papers, and they literally move the same way, do all the same things, basically saying they are exactly the same, but there must be this border between them. Is a very powerful ending to that movie that is very obvious, but anything in a historical sense can be very obvious like that and get away with it, I think, in that kind of period.
And sometimes it's obvious, but it's like, hey, guess what? What that message is so important.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
That was
if it's
blatantly
like
ignored.
Or tried,
that was blatantly ignored by one country in particular. Pretty much totally over the next 10 years after that. So 15 years.
So again, as far as these interwar period movies go, I think it's just a fascinating example of just a statement on like those two countries in between there, and unfortunately an alternative that was not realized between those two countries. So Kameradschaft, again from 31, G.W. Paps. We watched Levi's Blu-ray. Is it streaming on Criterion Channel? Do you know at all?
It probably is. I know some of his other movies are. there's certain movies like that stay on there all the time, so I would imagine
Yeah.
that it is. I'll kind of check that and see here.
Two other movies that we had both seen before in various contexts.
No,
Well,
it doesn't look like it is
I had
right
not
now.
seen Far From Heaven. You've seen that. We've both seen Mud. We just want to talk briefly about. We had talked a little bit about Far From Heaven back when we did Carol. We were talking about Todd Haynes. You had already seen it. And feel free to kind of add anything when I'm saying this. Is obviously him working Haynes as director.
Yeah.
You know, he's one of those directors that I just is one of our very favorites. I know you think a lot of them as well, especially. And I just had an expectation. Oh well, it's going to be great because Todd Haynes is making it, and so its greatness was no shock or surprise to me. It was it was Todd Haynes' movie, so of course it's going to be great. And especially again, he's working in this like Circean melodramatic,
halfway, pretty much a remake of All That Heaven Allows.
Stylistically, the characters are very, very similar.
Yeah.
And just to kind of briefly say what it is explicitly about, it's basically, Julianne Moore is the lead, basically plays like, a stereotypical housewife to her husband who's a success. I think it's in Connecticut is where it all takes place.
Yeah.
And of course during the fall, which is the most beautiful falls are in New England, it seems to be, at least depicted in films. And well, I don't know. We live in Western North Carolina. We have a pretty beautiful.
We'll be all right.
I'll say that.
Yeah.
And so
I'd rather be here than there.
she, she's the stereotypical awesome mother, well placed person in the community. Her husband, Dennis Quaid, is having a secret love affair, but it's not so secret anymore when she walks in on him and finds him in his office, committing the affair. And meanwhile, she doesn't even have really an affair, but more so a flirtation with Dennis Haysberg's character, who is essentially like a handyman, a gardener. I don't know if he's quite a gardener, but it's like somebody
it's like in All That Heaven Allows, the
Rock
Rock
Hudson's
Hudson character.
And this whole kind of flirtation, and she kind of sees him a few times, but it never really tangibly blossoms into anything. Really big fan of All That Heaven Allows, and I want to see some of these other Cirque movies from the 50s because the way those movies look are just outstanding. To see Todd Haynes, who himself is a queer filmmaker and has made a lot of movies about queerness and just about otherness, and movies that are naturally nostalgic for the 50s in an aesthetic sense, even though it's kind of bristling under the necessary secretiveness of being queer at that time and the dangers of being queer at that time. It's interesting to see him take all that on, but also add a racial element to that, which is not really present in some of those Cirque movies.
And it feels like essentially that is what it's saying, but it's more about, I can't believe you're with this gardener, which is just so like, what now?
Well,
but it feels like this is what it wanted to do, but
and I think the strength of this movie is that Haynes is saying, this is the movies they were wanting to make then, but there were certain invisible barriers like the production code or like the taste of the country, the general conservativeness of America in the 50s. And this is what really should have been made. And we're going now back and making, but that movie was kind of had a arm tied behind its back as far as what its possibilities could be. One of the most compelling scenes I've seen in a movie in some time is the rumors are getting around town that Julianne Moore and Dennis Haysbert are seeing each other, and he's a black man, and it goes beyond just simple being an adulteress or stepping out. It's you're doing that, but with a black man is what so much of that's wrapped up in. And there's a scene where Quaid is confronting her about these rumors and is so angry and mad and is saying, you better not be doing anything with him, and the race is never once brought up, but it doesn't have to be, because that's clearly what's so much of what it's about. And then she transitions into very kind of timidly asking him about basically gay conversion therapy that he's going through, and that, he has clearly stepped out and done something that they both know is wrong, and I'm not saying wrong in the sense of him being gay, but wrong in the sense he's breaking the bounds of marriage. And that there's speculation that we know as an audience has not been fully realized, even though it seems if they were given enough leeway, they probably would, because they seem to have feelings for each other. But the fact is she hadn't done that. and that he is the one on the accusing her, but we know when they all know those two characters, and we know that he's actually the one who does it. Says so much about masculinity and about where women stood in that place in society, and that tete-a-tete that they have is, you don't see scenes in movies with that level of specificity often that are about the power dynamics of that couple. And despite the fact that I know you were cheating on me and that you're gay, and if that got out, what a huge bombshell that would be in that community. And him kind of accusing her and attacking her was just a very, frankly, interesting. And again, the movie looks amazing. All of Haynes' movies do. But in particular, it's going for that Circean quality of the 50s. And
particularly, I think the ending is really illuminating as far as that it just kind of ends. And it's very melancholic. And it's just like, well, that's it. And nobody really's happy at the end of the movie.
Right.
Not even Dennis Quaid, who seems to be living the life he wants to live, seems particularly happy about any of that.
Yeah, he eventually files for a divorce and is going to finally kind of live out a gay lifestyle with a partner. Again, all of Haynes' movies are pretty great. And Julianne Moore, I mean, as a performer in recent years, can be a little hit or miss in terms of the shrillness she sometimes brings to certain performances. But especially in Safe, I mean, that is career best performance from her, and that I think has a solid argument into maybe being Haynes' best movie, which is saying something. I think it'd be between that and Carol, because and then even I'm Not There. I mean, it's up there too. But she is amazing in this movie, and again in Safe especially. But you had seen it already. I'd seen it for the first time. Streamed it on the Criterion Channel. Amazing movie. An amazing director. You had recently. Now we've both seen Mud before.
Yeah.
Came out in 2012. We're both big fans of Jeff Nichols. I don't know if we've talked about really him in any context.
I don't know either, but we really love
Jeff Nichols.
I
mean, he is kind of preeminent Southern filmmaker.
Yeah.
As far as making movies set in and about the South that are not condescending, that are very interested in taking on the nuances of the South and exploring them in the context of just good to great stories. Mud is maybe his most, not necessarily his best movie. I think that still might be Take Shelter, but certainly his movie that I think pops the most and can exist and be seen by probably one of the wider audiences that his movies can see. And it should be said, most of his movies I think are pretty appealing and have a satisfaction quality that would bring a lot of people to him, except maybe Shotgun Stories, just by pure virtue of how smaller it is. Right. And also, I think from Take Shelter deals in ambiguities that was not going to attract most audiences. But Mud especially, I think, is one of those movies, and Midnight Special too, that pop.
Yeah.
What do you think of Mud generally, but also how did it play for the students?
Well, I quite love it, and it's on. I mean, he's very inspired in all his movies by Mark Twain and that whole sensibility of the South and the wonders of the South, and
the concept even of the Mississippi River, and what flows down rivers, and how time changes, but at the same time it feels like time hasn't changed at all.
And the secrets and the lies and the and that's,
also the joys, I think, the joys and just the living,
and of course this movie's very interested in the concept of revenge and second chances and redemptions and divorce and all these different things that it's about, all mostly from the point of view of a teenager, a 14-year-old. And it is a coming-of-age movie, obviously, in that sense. I mean, I can't even say how well this movie played with that age group. I mean, they were just, like, in love with that movie, which I knew they would be, and that's why I showed it. They also probably kind of liked how much cursing was in the movie, and it's mostly, like, PG-13 level, but it's just pretty frequent, and they were laughing about it, and it was just a good movie to have a good laugh and about, but also think, this is really good. And I already started showing a Midnight Special yesterday, which they have been, I could tell even students who normally weren't watching the other movies have already been like, wait, what is this? And because I think that movie, to speak about that for a second, is one of the most engrossing first acts of a movie made in the past probably 10 or 15 years. Just like, immediately engrossing and interesting and fascinating.
The thing I want to add about Midnight Special, and this is true of Mud too to an extent, I think Midnight Special is one of the best cast movies I've seen in the last 10, 15 years. Every part, top to bottom, is like by the absolutely right actor.
Yeah.
Mud, I mean, I think that's also a really well cast movie. He has a talent, obviously, for casting his movies.
Uses a lot of the same people pretty often.
Bit parts, especially.
Right.
Yeah.
But that, with, and then I'll go back to Mud here in just a second because I have some specific things I want to say about that. But just to speak briefly about Midnight Special, I just find the whole concept so compelling about a father who must give up his son who has these weird powers to the leader of his cult to be adopted and say, you can't have your son anymore. He's basically a property of our doctrine. Is just, and what that must, the toll that takes on that father is what that whole movie's ultimately about. And just that as a whole concept is so complex because you would think about any other movie like that would just be like, okay, this kid has powers and he does these things, but like the rich specificity of what that actually means and the toll that takes on a person is very interesting, and no other movies of that ilk do. And then everybody involved in that is like, like I said, one of the best cast movies as far as it's like Michael Shannon and Sam Shepard fighting over
Sam
Jane
Shepard
Lieber,
should be said, immune on the pod.
Right.
I mean, and the characterization of Joel Edgerton in that movie, something I think a lot about, is the specificity of him.
That he's like an ex-cop who is helping them out because he was a childhood friend of his, and he feels bad about having to go against the law because he actually has to shoot the cop. Yeah. And the movie never says whether the cop dies or not, and that's like a thing that weighs on him the whole movie. But yeah,
and Joel Edgerton in general is one of our best actors today, and so anytime he's in anything, and so is Michael Shannon.
Right.
And Kirsten Dunst, was she the mother too?
Yes,
and she's really good.
And hers is a very specific part too because it's all about her feeling like she has to be like, she gives him up and says, I don't want to be the mother to this child. Yeah. And her eventually coming back around and wanting to be, obviously, a mother. Also, even just down to the fact that it's got, you remember the guy Johnny on Deadwood that was the bartender guy? Mm-hmm. He's like randomly in one scene. It's just like everybody in this movie is
Bill
somebody.
Camp is memorably in it,
Randomly the other guy, so there's the two guys. We're almost talking more about Midnight Special than we're talking about Mud, but there's the two guys. There's like Bill Camp and that other guy who in the movie is named Levi, which is the only movie I've ever seen that has my name in it. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I'm like, what will he do? And I'm like, I'm not pleased with him. Like his actions don't benefit the name. But yeah, anyway,
Mud, I think,
good,
is
going back to Mud.
Part of the reconnaissance as far as I think one of the great Matthew McConaughey performances.
Yeah, and he says that's his favorite movie.
He said that's his favorite movie he's ever made. And I think that's just kind of, a lot of our stereotypes, even lovingly, about McConaughey are perfectly encapsulated in that movie. At that moment of his career, especially.
And just the whole, of course, idea of like the concept of the movie all comes out of the idea of, there's this one boat that got washed into a tree during a hurricane so many years ago, and let's go see that. Just like a little boy idea of doing that sort of thing, a teenage boy, and that then turns into this whole like very serious and dire convict on the run from both the police and these
and
like
Joe Don Baker.
And these like Texas organized crime figures that run these like vague restaurants or something.
Basically the Dixie Mafia, which is an unofficial term of crime. Various crime leaders in the South.
And I mean, and the whole idea of those people going after them, and in the midst of all that, Ty Sheridan coming of age and falling in love with this girl who doesn't really love him because he's a little boy.
Yeah.
And then his parents getting divorced, and of course Sarah Paulson and
a line reading that you always love to bring up.
Yeah, I can't ever remember that guy's name.
He's in
that is the dad. He's notably in
Brother, Where Art Thou?
Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? But yeah, the Sarah Paulson. What is that guy's name though? Let's see. It's
Ray McKinnon.
Ray McKinnon, who's great in every single thing I've ever seen him in. Totally amazing.
Speaking of Deadwood, he's in that.
Yeah, and he was I think also in Take Shelter, and been in some other stuff of his. The newest movie I would have seen him in, I guess, would have been Ford versus Ferrari. He was in.
Oh right.
But anyway, Yeah, there's that line where Sarah Paulson's like is waking Ty Sheridan's character up, and it's like, "Come on, I got to go to Walmart or whatever." It's a very southern moment, obviously being in Arkansas. But I think more than anything, when I think about that movie, and we haven't even spoken about Reese Witherspoon obviously being in the movie, and her whole character is interesting, but that I think the most interesting thing about that movie all comes in one moment where Joe Don Baker shows up, where they basically got together all these like guys that the bounty hunters they've hired that are going to go after Mud and the family and everything, and that he asks them all to get down on one knee, and it's like in a hotel room somewhere, like a motel, and they all get down there and hold hands, and he says, "We're going to pray for the death of the man who killed my son." And I remember some of my students kind of looked at me and was like, "What?" And I said, and I didn't tell them this at the time, but I just thought, I was like, that is the most, I've never seen in a movie a moment that understands the South more than that, of all of the contradictions that exist about spirituality and frontier justice that exists in the idea of what the South is. I think is the most specific and telling moment about a region in any movie I've ever seen. And of course that comes from somebody understanding that, being from the South. And the rest of the movie is really good, but it all kind of boils down to that moment to me of being like, wow, the understanding and the genius of that. But anyway.
Another thing I was just reading here on Mud's Wikipedia page, it says that Nichols always had McConaughey in mind after seeing him in Lone Star, which is obviously the really great
John Sayles
movie that we think a lot of.
And of course, Jeff Nichols actually went to the School of the Arts up here in Winston, and so I mentioned that to the kids. I was like, he went to school up this way, and they're like, I don't care, whatever. But
I mean, he's one of those directors that anytime we hear something he's going to do, I know most recently
he tried to make that Alien Nation movie,
which we
watched,
past, I think.
But just because of that, but then nothing ever happened with, so,
I remember hearing about this. He's currently writing and directing a movie called Yankee Commandant, adapted by David Grand's New Yorker profile about Che Guevara and William Alexander Morgan, who's an American Marxist, basically. Right. Adam Driver set to...
and he's writing A Quiet Place. Or is he going to direct it too?
Well, it says here, it was announced he would direct and write the screenplay for an untitled A Quiet Place spin-off film. Said he announced he finished the script, but he departed the project, so he might have written the script, but he's not going to direct it.
Okay.
Which, frankly, I'm happy that his time will be spent elsewhere.
Yeah.
Even though the Quiet Place movies are actually suddenly good.
Yeah. But he kind of spent some time developing that Alien Nation movie, which kind of fell through. And,
but one of the only reasons, I think we mentioned this in the past actually on here, the only reasons we watched that movie was because we heard, he might be doing like a remake or a reboot.
And I mean, I'm glad we watched the movie because it's so weird.
Talking about that with James Caan, I think.
Yeah, but it just feels kind of like, we just kind of got let down on that. But it's better off that he... I mean, I'm interested in this Yankee Commandant movie about whatever that would be. I think sounds really interesting. That would be interesting, too, in the sense that it's not directly in the South. It's, because where all his movies are made, it's about something else.
I mean, Adam Driver's involved, so it's going to be good, at least to some extent. Annette, we know about that.
Baby Annette.
Baby Annette.
Being Annette. Yeah. It's not very funny, Henry.
Speaking of treacherous water journeys,
okay,
Annette had one.
A baby Annette.
Yeah. Speaking of baby Annette, Titanic from 1997. I think I mentioned this last week. This was one of those movies that very early on we're like, when we do this podcast, that I think we're probably going to encounter at some point. And so, being our 50th episode, we wanted to have a big movie befitting it, and what movie's bigger than Titanic in many ways?
Yeah.
I mean,
its name is literally Titanic.
Something it's so obvious, but I think can be easily forgotten about.
Yeah,
for me, anyways, is just the meta commentary that surrounded this whole movie and its production. Because James Cameron's coming off the success of the Terminator movies, of True Lies, of a lot of pretty successful movies in the culture. Then it's he's going to make a movie about the unsinkable ship and the budget's going up and all these things in the production. Will it come out and be good? And the meta commentary surrounding this whole movie, and then it was not only highest-grossing film ever made at that point, with the biggest budget that had ever officially been made by that point, but also won 11 Academy Awards, you know, including Best Picture, including Best Director. This movie was just like, you know, an unequivocal success in many ways that the journey itself was not.
Right.
And so I just find that to be a fascinating aspect of this movie is its relation to the history and the art itself of filmmaking.
Yeah.
So what's it about?
Well, yeah, I'll kind of talk about the plot here, I guess. So Titanic is a 1997 American epic romance and disaster film directed, written, and produced and co-edited by James Cameron. I always forget that he edits a lot of his movies or co-edits them. Incorporating both historical and fictionalized aspects, it is based on accounts of the sinking of the RMS Titanic. And it stars Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet and members of different social classes who fall in love aboard the ship during its ill-fated maiden voyage. So basically, yes, that there's these two main characters of Jack and Rose, and Jack is more of just a everyman. I think he's from the Midwest, Wisconsin, and that he
he's a drifter.
has moved to Europe for some time and spent some time in Paris, and is going back to America,
which he barely even wins, basically in a poker game.
Right,
literally right before the ship leaves, he has a chance to even come home.
Yeah,
he maybe should have lost. I don't know.
Yeah, but ultimately, the movie says, I think, that no, he shouldn't have, and that this was what was meant to be. But anyway, and that Rose is of a more upper social class, but she comes from a little bit of a poorer top of the social class, though, because her mother is really pushing her to want to marry this Billy Zane character who, you know, is richer.
Rose DeWitt is her, I think, character's name. She's obviously from a higher social class, but there's one of the most important scenes in the movie as far as to illustrate where she is on the totem pole, and frankly gives a little bit of empathy towards her mother, who's kind of one of the villains of the movie in a roundabout way, is the idea that their father's dead, and they don't, or her father, that woman's husband, who was rich, is dead, and they don't have nearly the amount of money that they think that people think that they do, and so she needs to marry in to, like, you know, a great scion of wealth, a younger one, you know,
right,
Pittsburgh steel tycoon played by Billy Zane, to basically preserve the family status as an important family, you know.
Right.
So,
and so they, of course, meet on the Titanic and fall in love before it's sinking, and spoiler, he dies at the end. But so then the whole movie, outside of that, the kind of
framing device
is about these basically treasure hunters led by Bill Paxton, who are looking for this really priceless diamond called the Heart of the Sea,
Heart of the Ocean.
Or the Heart of the Ocean. Yeah. Sorry, like I know, I guess. Heart of the Ocean that she basically had. But what starts the movie, obviously, is them finding the nude sketch of her with it that Jack had made, and they put in the safe that they found. It was like I said, it's kind of like Geraldo's safe, they say in the movie or whatever. Yeah. The Capone safe. But and so the whole movie is ultimately about her recollections of what it was like to be there. And what is so obviously, and we maybe talk about this later when we talk about what it says about history, but ultimately it's kind of about realizing, you know, we're looking for the artifact, and ultimately they walk away from the movie, you know, disappointed that they didn't find the artifact, but they have this whole other story that almost nobody else was asking for that she's able to tell them, and they gain far more by that, I think, in a personal sense, and we do as an audience, than we do just by, the artifact, which means nothing, which she still has, of course. Mm-hmm. But we can talk more about that later, I guess. Do we want to jump into the cast?
Yeah.
All right. So, Leonardo DiCaprio is Jack Dawson. First of all, I want to jump through some important information here. Said he needed the cast to feel they're really on the Titanic, so to relieve its liveliness and to take that energy and give it to Jack, an artist who was able to have his heart soar, so basically having him more of the real character, I guess, on the movie, as far as the rich people, I guess. But it says, itinerant poor orphan from Chippewa Falls, baby was a Chippewa, as the song says. What a stupid song. Wisconsin. Who has traveled the world, including Paris. He wins 2 third-class tickets for the Titanic in a poker game and travels with his friend Fabrizio. He's attracted to Rose at first sight. Her fiancé's invitation to dine with them the next evening enables Jack to mix with the first-class passengers for a night. So, here's a lot of actors that were approached. McConaughey, Chris O'Donnell, Billy Crudup, Stephen Dorff were all considered. Cameron felt they were too old, of course, for the part of a 20-year-old. Tom Cruise was interested, but his asking price was too high. This is the most disgusting part. Cameron considered Jared Leto for the role, but Leto refused to audition. So Leto was like, I'm too good for that, I guess.
he's in Morbius, so...
Right.
You know.
Jeremy Sisto, who is that? Oh, he's on 6 Feet Under. And Law and Order, I guess. But ultimately, they, chose him, I guess. What do we think of Leonardo DiCaprio? Is this our first Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
No, Django Unchained. We did.
Oh, right. So we've talked about him. Never mind. Yeah. In a better movie, at least.
I don't know what else to say than he probably has the best, most fruitful career an actor has had over the last, say, 30 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
because here it says a very James Stewart type, and he's not necessarily a James Stewart type by now, but at that time was. But in that sense, has been so prolific, I think, on the level of someone like Jimmy Stewart.
He is a little too much of a pretty boy compared to Jimmy Stewart, too, I would say. Yeah. I kind of understand what they mean by that, but he's a heartthrob. I mean, I love Jimmy Stewart, not exactly a heartthrob, although he was handsome for his day. But I think the thing that is very encouraging about Leonardo DiCaprio, and this is something that Nick Pinkerton wrote a little bit about in his assessment of the movie, which he was writing about the 15th anniversary, basically, well, not quite 15-year anniversary release of the movie when it was re-released in 2012, which we could probably talk about later. We saw in 3D when it came out. And that was kind of in the aftermath
Rick and Morty in 3D.
In the aftermath of Avatar's success when Cameron decided to go back in and 3D the movie.
Right.
But he could have, Romeo plus Juliet, which is a few years before this, and then this. I mean, he was such a heartthrob and such a teen idol, and he still is in a roundabout way for a lot of people. But he transitioned. I'm
not going to make
quickly.
any jokes about him making teens his idol.
Yeah,
but
we don't need to get into that necessarily here right now.
But,
anyway. He immediately made a decision. I'm going to work with Steven Spielberg. I'm going to work with Martin Scorsese. And certainly with Scorsese. I mean, very likely for a lot of people, other than this movie, when you say his name, one of several Scorsese movies comes to mind in terms of his work with him.
Right.
But he immediately made a decision, okay, I'm popular, I've got my foot decisively in the door, but I'm going to work with the best directors I can work with. And so, especially with Scorsese, I mean, many have said this in the past, that he's kind of has been his new De Niro. He's made some of the best movies in recent years, not just with Scorsese, but with Tarantino. Certainly with, say, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood,
And he's coming back for Killers of the Flower Moon with Scorsese again, because he hasn't worked with Scorsese in a little while, I guess, since, The Departed, I guess? Because he worked with him on The Aviator and...
Shutter Island.
Oh, right, Shutter Island. Yeah.
Has it been that long now since then?
I guess so, because I can't think of... anything else?
That might have been the most recent.
Because of course, Gangs of New York and the Aviator were before
02 and 04.
Yeah, were before The Departed. But that's Shutter Island. Yeah, I forgot about that.
But I think what really makes Leonardo DiCaprio special, and this might just sound like, okay, movies 101. He's a movie star. I mean, he just has. He's attractive. Obviously, he's got the appearance, the handsomeness. But he also, when he just flashes his grin, it just that's just movie magic. You don't need all the special effects in the world. When you have someone who just has his abilities to do comedy, to do drama. Now, he hasn't done explicitly a lot of comedies, like mainstream big comedies, but I mean, you think of him, some of the scenes he has in this movie where he's like trying to teach Rose how to spit, or you think of, just some of the line readings he has in, say, like The Departed, which is not a comedy explicitly, but is in an unofficial way a comedy.
Yeah.
He
was the president before Lincoln.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I mean, his character in Django Unchained is more complicated because it's going for some comedic things, but he's a slave owner.
I think his character in Shutter Island has a sense of humor.
That's the one of his most non-sense of humor, humorless
characters. Look at this picture of Lasco he is in that movie. By the way, well. Anyway.
But I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio, he's really had one of the most fruitful careers, and I think what I respect about him so much is not only he's a huge environmentalist activist, and he spends a lot of his
he's kind of put his career on hold to do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't act as much.
To that point, he is very choosy with his roles.
Yeah.
He's not going to just do anything just because. Also, he's not done big superhero movies. He's kind of steered clear of that. His buddy Toby Tugbuck Maguire, I know he's obviously Spider-Man.
Get out of the way!
Yeah,
There's cars here.
oh, well,
Blank, blank, as he would say.
also, another memorable one, him re-teaming with Baz Luhrmann, was The Great Gatsby. And, that's a movie that I'm kind of mixed on, but on the whole, actually, more respect than anything else.
Yeah.
Talked about that a little bit last week. But he plays Jay Gatsby. He's almost the absolute perfect person to play Jay Gatsby, because that whole character is about mystery and is about, like, a certain level of intensity that ultimately unravels itself. And I feel like that's what he's so great at as a performer, is portraying those types of characters very well. What about Leonardo DiCaprio for you is memorable, or what separates him as a movie star of the period of which he's presided over?
Well, I think that's especially, I don't know, I just think he has such good chemistry with, obviously, Winslet in this, even coming off of, with
Claire Danes.
Claire Danes in Romeo plus Juliet. I mean, I feel like he really was the guy at this time. By the way, really is a shame he never played Billy Corgan in that era, because I think he looks almost exactly like him at that age, and it really is a shame, because, I mean, that would have been the era.
Shave the head and the whole deal,
whatever. Have long hair early on, shave it later, you know, be a zero, I'm your lover, I'm your zero. I mean, you know,
I mean, his dad's now even getting work in Licorice Pizza.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's simple to say he's a great actor. I mean, and that we don't have enough of those.
Well, not
around.
only that, but also the biggest thing I respect about a movie star is their choosiness.
Yes, yeah.
That they're not just going to do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a kind of a big deal when he did Inception too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when he was like, "I'm not all right. I'm going to work with a big director like Nolan, but it ain't just going to be over anything, and not a superhero movie.
He's going to
gonna
improvise." I mean, yeah.
And so, I mean,
one cafe.
Yeah. We actually quote him in that a lot. And I don't know.
His "No, Maul, Jesus Christ" moment is just
but yeah, he's the guy.
No, I mean he great freak out performer.
Oh yeah,
on the level of Nicholson, I think there hasn't been somebody like that.
His career's actually over the years got a lot of comparisons to Nicholson, and they obviously acted alongside each other in The Departed. But Nicholson was also choosy with his roles.
Food, I don't know,
but was choosy with his roles. Well, especially later on. I mean, he did a lot of those Corman movies early on, but and so just DiCaprio. I mean, he's had really about as an ideal of an A++ movie star is even somebody like Tom Cruise, who I think a lot of. He's devolved in doing a lot of these action movies as he's gotten older and kind of stayed in a little bit of a rut. Even to an extent, Denzel Washington also, as far as other huge movie stars, that's all the fallback. I mean, he's getting older, a little bit older now, so I'll be curious what his later stages career is. But I mean, as far as this point, he's played it about as perfectly as you can, I think.
Well, and I'll say about him in this movie more specifically, I think that he's just so likable in ways that I think none of these other actors necessarily would have been. I mean, I love Billy Crudup and, Cruise, I love, and McConaughey, but they all have these very specific personalities that I don't think
I actually think Chris O'Donnell would have been good. But Chris O'Donnell, and I say this with all the love in the world, Leonardo DiCaprio is a movie star.
Yeah.
He immediately commands your attention and adoration and love, even as he's becoming a movie star before our very eyes as this movie's unfolding. I mean, he just has that star quality that none of those other guys, even McConaughey, quite have.
Well, and I think, I guess the way to wrap it up with him, too, is just to say that we could have gotten the Pearl Harbor combo of either Ben Affleck or Josh Hartnett, and thank God.
Well, I was just getting ready to say earlier, I mean, DiCaprio, he's really the next Ben Affleck in terms of his quality as an actor, right? Don't you think? No? I'm kidding, by the way.
Yeah.
I do not like Ben Affleck under any circumstances.
I mean, in the words of Roger Sterling, screw him. So, no, I mean, I think that's ultimately just thank God that we got DiCaprio and Winslet.
And
for this,
you've still not seen, I know, Catch Me If You Can.
Then we could also add Kate Beckinsale, but,
You've still not seen Catch Me If You Can, I know, but that's a really good movie. I mean, especially people fans of Spielberg. I mean, it's one of those movies that's seen as a quote underrated Spielberg movie, and that's been said that about so much. I don't really think it's underrated anymore.
Right.
Really atypical Tom Hanks performance and accent in that as well.
Right.
But that's another good early DiCaprio movie.
Yeah.
Father played by Christopher Walken in that, by the way.
Yeah. He's also in that movie The Beach, which I've never
Danny
seen.
Boyle movie.
Yeah, that was adapted from that. Oh Lord, what's his name? Alex Garland.
I remember too. I've still never seen The Man in the Iron Mask. That was like a '90s movie he did.
Yeah,
when did that come out? I can't remember the exact order of some of his. Ooh,
go there.
He's got his own filmography page.
So Critters 3.
That was his first direct-to-video extended cameo.
Yeah.
Don't you know now, Critters 3, they're like starring Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah. Well, that movie, so obviously, What's Eating Gilbert Grape
That was his
kind of
breakthrough.
big thing. Basketball Diaries, Quick and the Dead,
Yeah, Sam
Total
Raimi.
Eclipse. I mean, this Eclipse is Total.
Mm-hmm.
Romeo plus Juliet, Marvin's Room. I've never heard of that.
I've heard of that. That's Streep was in that.
Yeah. Titanic, Man in the Iron Mask, 98.
Okay, that was after. Yeah.
And then that Woody Allen movie, Celebrity.
In The Beach 2000.
And then The Beach. The Backyard Beach. Still haven't seen Body of Lies. I haven't seen that.
Ooh, Blood Diamond.
Oh my God. I don't know how I haven't brought this up yet. Okay, so Blood Diamond. What do you have to say about Blood Diamond? We're not going to spend a whole lot of time on it.
It's just a Hall of Fame Model UN movie.
yeah.
I don't know how else to say it, but I mean, it's a movie, again, it couldn't have come at a better time in history for me, because it was like, oh, you think you're smart when you're a teenager, and it's just like, that's a movie that's like, oh, this is the way the world is. And has like a certain...
TIA, Kyle.
A certain...
This is Africa.
A glib slickness to it that is very... a movie like Syriana, I think, is on the best end of a type of movie like that, and that was like, it's okay. I mean, it's got some decent moments in it. I mean, he's just so fun to watch, and he's not really even great, but it's just fascinating,
Yeah, I mean, that was a movie that we made fun of a lot more at a certain time in our life, and relatively, but just certain lines in that we still laugh about Digimon Hansu and that, when it's actually a pretty serious scene, but it's like when they're looking for the diamonds, he's got this really big diamond that they've got somewhere that looks red.
Well, Imhotep especially is looking for it. Yeah,
right. I mean, TIA, This is Africa. I mean, but there's this villain to Digimon Hansu in the movie who's like, oh, he's got the diamond on him, and they're both in prison, and he literally strips all his clothes off. He's like, did you see the diamond? Screaming, and he's like, I have lost everything, and just going so over the top. And the guy just kind of shrugs at the whole thing. He's like, whatever, I don't care. And then DiCaprio, of course, out there, it's... In Europe it might be bling bling, out here it's bling bang, and
again, what was the line I just said though, where it just says about Rambo or something? I can't even remember.
I don't know.
His whole accent in that movie is just all over the place.
But that movie is just a fascinating watch. Yeah. But anyway, it wouldn't surprise me if in 20 years, if we're still doing this podcast, we might do it. I don't know.
Who knows?
Anyway. We need to move on. Kate Winslet as Rose DeWitt Bukater.
Is Kate Winslet British or Australian? He's English.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll read a little bit here about now. Of course, a lot of people know this by now that her and Cameron didn't really get along on the making of this movie, and there's some stuff here I didn't know, but I'll read through. So Cameron said Winslet had the thing you look for, and that there was a quality in her face and her eyes that he just knew people would be ready to go the distance with her. So it says, Rose is a 17-year-old girl originally from Philadelphia who is forced into an engagement to a 30-year-old Cal Hockley. Wow, 30 and 17. Yeah. Cal Hockley, so she and her mother Ruth can maintain their high-class status after her father's death had left the family debt-ridden. Rose boards the RMS Titanic with Cal and Ruth as a first-class passenger and meets Jack. Winslet said of her character, she has got a lot to give, and she's got a very open heart, and she wants to explore and adventure the world, but she feels that that's not going to happen. Different actresses that were offered this or have been considered: Gwyneth Paltrow, Winona Ryder, Claire Danes, again, interestingly, Gabrielle Anwar. I don't know if I've ever heard of her. She was in a lot of TV, it looks like. Reese Witherspoon. They all had turned it down, and she campaigned heavily. Says she sent Cameron daily notes from England which led Cameron to invite her to Hollywood for auditions. As with DiCaprio, casting director Molly Fan originally brought her to Cameron's attention. When looking for a rose, Cameron described the character as an Audrey Hepburn type and was initially uncertain about casting Winslet even after her screen test impressed him. After she screen tested with DiCaprio, Winslet was so thoroughly impressed with him that she whispered to Cameron, "He's great. Even if you don't pick me, pick him." Winslet sent Cameron a single rose with a card sign "From Your Rose" and lobbied him by the phone. Not as weird as Sean Young's Catwoman thing.
No, nothing's going to top that.
Yeah. If you don't know about that, look that up.
Yeah.
You don't understand, she pleaded one day when she reached him by mobile phone in his Humvee. Okay. I am Rose. I don't know why you're even seeing anyone else. Her persistence as well as her talent eventually convinced him to cast her in the role.
There's a very similar stories of Silence of the Lambs.
Jonathan Demme
with,
and
Jodie Foster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that she really pursued that so heavily. I know
Yeah.
and got that. And was amazing in that. In the same way that Winslet's amazing in this.
Mm-hmm.
The only name in there, and I don't think she would have been better than Winslet necessarily, but I think, that could have been good, was Gwyneth Paltrow.
Mm-hmm.
I think something about Gwyneth Paltrow coming from kind of a little bit of a higher class status herself and the practice nature of that, I think could have been interesting to see with this.
Yeah.
But I think Winslet is amazing in this movie, and I think I can't really imagine anyone else being in this
and I
movie
think
in
the
same
best
way.
actress out of this group is probably Winona Ryder.
Right.
But she would have been
Of the
a
Immune.
little bit, but she would have been a little bit too much on that, like, Age of Innocence, consumptive, tragic character.
Well, another thing is, too,
that it's a little not, it doesn't really fit this movie.
I'm not even going to get into the
age.
age of she would have been older by this point
Yeah.
because whatever about that. But like she had too much of an established star presence and persona.
Right.
Winslet just feels right off the conveyor belt, right off the machine line in terms of a brand new presence.
Right.
I mean, she had been in some movies before, but I mean, as far as in a big star part way, this was brand new to her.
Right. Reese Witherspoon would I guess be in Election around this time, a little bit after this, right? Because that was 99, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, she wouldn't even been in that yet. She'd been a little bit too young.
Yeah.
I think.
She would have been a little young for that.
But no, I mean,
She's
Winslet's
amazing in that.
great. What do you think about her in this movie? That
I
works?
think it's oftentimes decried and it's something people roll their eyes out a lot now as far as someone being a little older, the actor being older than who they're playing. And I think people don't really understand in a lot of ways why that happens. It's because, frankly, actors like all of us need the emotional intelligence to look back and understand who they were a few years ago and bring, an awareness to bring that into these roles. I think of one of the most memorable moments of her in this movie to me are very early on, right before she's going to attempt her suicide. And she's like, she feels so constrained by everything, and she feels like I'm not my own person. I've got to just watch my life go by. And there's a moment, this hollow quality that she has in that, and she looks over. We're going to see this when we watch the movie. And she sees a little girl who's like probably less than 10 years old or around 10 years old, something like that. And her mother's like setting her down and saying, "You've got to be just like this, and you've got to have your hat this way." And she sees herself,
right?
And
What she's
and
already gone through.
Well, not only what she was, what she is.
Right.
She says she's looking at that and saying, "I now, at this age in my life, I should be. I'm 17. I'm getting ready to be a woman. I'm still that little girl over there,
right.
And no one's ever going to see me other than that. I'm about to marry a man who sees me as a second-class citizen, who I'm just purely going to be a child machine for this man, a pleasure machine, and I'm not my own person." And that is what prompts her to almost kill herself, and then in that she meets Jack. But I just know that I just really remember that hollowed quality. And you think about that Winslet versus the Winslet you see at the very, very end of the movie after she's been through all the experience she has. And she has a similar hollowness when she's on the Carpathia after the ship has sank and after Jack has died. And she's like, kind of hiding from seeing Cal kind of out of the corner of her eye. And she's like, I don't want to be seen by him. And he just disappears.
Yeah.
And
something about that moment I think is so great I've never thought about really until now is there's that shot where she looks up at the Statue of Liberty.
Well, yeah.
And it's almost like she obviously being from America.
Yeah. So it's not like a total immigrant experience, yeah.
It's a different kind of thing of that she feels free and she's like, this is my new life. So it almost is the immigrant experience of that, like, this is the land of opportunity for me. And so it's like a different kind of, that's just such a, I've never even thought about that until just this moment of what that kind of means.
That's where I was leading to say is that, you know, and then the next scene is where she is on, she's in the boat coming into, you know, into New York City and sees the Statue of Liberty, as you said, something that all the, you know, we talked about the Godfather 2, all the immigrants who come to this country through Ellis Island saw the Statue of Liberty and what that means, and she's asked for her name, and she could have easily said, all right, you know what, I'm going to go back to who I was, and that was all fun with Jack, but ultimately that was a dalliance, and I'm going to have to go back to the way it was. And she says, or, you know, her name is Dawson, Rose Dawson. She adopts Jack's name, and with that she adopts Jack's spirit. She adopts what, you know, Jack had showed her about herself over the last several days, and she totally is able to remake herself. And there's like a certain hollowness to that, but it's almost a joyful hollowness. It's like, I now get to decide who I'm going to fill myself up into being. And then, you know, the movie very touchingly ends with the elder Rose kind of laying in bed, and you see this camera, pan of all these pictures that have clearly been taken of Kate Winslet that kind of approximate what her life was. And in all those pictures, you see her smiling, you see her being a Rose that was never present in most of the movie, who was tethered to who she was. And that while Jack may have died, Jack lives on through her and her spirit and what he taught her about her, and just her name alone, adopting that. And also a very subtle thing, too, that I think a lot of people don't totally appreciate after the movie's success, is that when she's introduced as, like at the very beginning in the framing device story, is, there's this 100-year-old woman named Rose Dawson. Rose Dawson something else. Calvert, I think.
Yes, because she would have gotten married.
And that instantly, as an audience, plants Jack's name into our head.
Yeah.
And makes us wonder, did they... And then as the movie goes on, it would naturally, in the audience, go, did they marry but then divorce? What happened with all that? There's like a... We don't know for certain at the very
unsolved
beginning.
Mystery.
We don't know from the beginning if Jack is dead, or if Jack they had a relationship, but then it didn't work out and they divorced. I mean, people just don't even think about that now because everybody knows he died and that she took his name. But that's a little mini mystery that the movie is playing with of what happened to Rose and Jack. And so, I'll just be honest too. Kate Winslet was probably my very first childhood crush I ever had as a kid. Watching this movie over and over again, she was, to me, the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. And this movie, you know, like any great Hollywood movie with a star part for a woman, really, you know, goes into kind of making her, an object of desire. But more so than that, and this is something that some people criticize about this movie a little bit lightly, is that, you know, people who are not as much of a fan of the James Cameron brand of feminism, that it's like a little too heavy-handed and on the nose. I think this is one of the better versions of that for him. But it still is something, and weirdly, some of the reviews of this had a random interest in, which is, I guess, justified in whether or not a woman would flip the bird in 1912, which I think is very bizarre.
Yeah.
But, there is it's kind of a shame that while Winslet's been ultra successful, has not quite had the success that Leonardo DiCaprio's had as a woman, I think, in Hollywood. I mean, she's still been in some great movies. She was nominated for Best Actress, I think, for Revolutionary Road, but also The Reader, I believe. She's really amazing in the movie Little Children, which I'm a big fan of that book and a big fan of that movie as well.
She was nominated for Sense and Sensibility in
1995, so that's even before this.
For Titanic, for Iris, for
Eternal Sunshine,
for Little Children, for The Reader, and for Steve Jobs.
I even forgot she was in Steve Jobs. But yeah, I mean, Eternal Sunshine, that's a total reinvention of her in that movie, and she's amazing in that, too.
Actually, she won for The Reader.
No, that's what it was. Yeah, she won. Yeah, she was nominated, too. So she won for that. So she's won one Academy Award. But, she's someone who, over the years, has really been able to chameleon and transform into various things. I know we've not seen that show, Mayor of Easttown, but that's a huge thing that's kind of put her back in the public
Our mom
eye
like
again.
that.
And it's a lot of people love it. So we've not seen that. But what anything else about Kate Winslet to you in this movie or beyond?
Yeah, I mean, of course, she's beautiful in the movie in many ways, but also just as an actress, I think just conveys so much that both her and DiCaprio in this way. Sometimes other worse actors would have tripped over Cameron's screenwriting that I think.
And this movie, for all its technical
down,
brilliance, and it was technically brilliant, of course, it only works because of the two of them. I mean, and this is one of the times that Cameron was not lost in the technology. Something like Avatar, I think he kind of was, even though that movie is good, I think. But, I mean, come on, Sam Worthington? Come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, that ain't gonna... Yeah. Now, Zoe Saldana, I think she's better than him in that. But, I mean... But also, they're not real. They're not human beings. They're these blue people. And so, I think in that case, that's the case. And again, I think the movie's good. That Cameron got a little too lost in the technique of that movie. Yeah. Sure, there's a disaster going on and all this, but ultimately, they are what makes this movie so memorable. If that romance doesn't work, the whole movie doesn't work, and it does.
Right.
So
yeah. Billy Zane as Caledon Hockley. Rose's arrogant and go see Cal. I mean, is that what he eventually did? Oh no, he put a gun in his mouth.
Yeah.
Rose's arrogant put a pistol in his mouth. Rose's arrogant and snobbish 30-year-old fiancé, who is the heir to a Pittsburgh steel fortune. He becomes increasingly embarrassed by, jealous of, and cruel about Rose's affection for Jack. Part was originally offered to Matthew McConaughey and Rob Lowe.
He really wanted McConaughey to be in this in some way.
Or it says, and Rob Lowe is also going on the record as having pursued it, actually. I mean, I feel like Billy Zane is clearly the right person for this because he looks like that type of person of that time, and I mean, look at me, you filth. I mean, all the great
one of the all-time
moments,
great line readings ever.
Yeah.
And as someone who grew up watching The Phantom on repeat, that's mostly what I think of Billy Zane being associated with. And I think he's pretty good in that movie for what it is. But this was really his era. I mean, I don't even think of it a whole lot, but I mean, he was even in Twin Peaks. I mean, as far as the 90s go.
With, in the same episode as David Warner, but not in the same scenes.
Right.
As we must remember.
Right.
Yeah.
And Cal is almost like the archetypal sniveling, rich, bad guy of the movie. And, he's someone, obviously, that becomes very jealous of Jack. I think, I don't think Billy Zane gets enough credit for his acting in this movie because one scene in particular I always think about is the dinner scene, which we had a clip of last week. And it's a movie that really sets the standard for you are here and you are here and this whole, class structure pretty clearly. But when, he's a guy who's used to running the table and running the conversation, Billy Zane, that is.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Jack is kind of, look at this well-groomed ape we have at the table. And tell us, the mother, one of the most condescending things she says is, tell us about steerage, Mr. Dawson. I hear it's quite nice. You're filth. You tell me about what the steerage is. Mm-hmm. And he goes on to basically charm the whole table. And everybody's like, and Molly Brown, played by Kathy Bates.
I love that. But
she's someone who's been trying to help him the whole time and sees worth in him, obviously, is beyond what these other people think. And she's kind of a more, quote, rougher woman than the rest of them anyway. She's, quote, new money to them. So, that scene where, Leo and Jack kind of take over the table, and when they're toasting the toast, everybody's toasting kind of to what Rose and him are talking about, and he's just kind of sitting. He's kind of just sitting there. The way he even holds his glass, he just looks so impotent in that scene. Like he's so removed from any kind of actual lived-in experience that Jack has by equivalence. And that moment is, a rare moment of vulnerability in a big way that character shows.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that type of person, the best. The thing I think of most saying is unhand me. Just very acting like they're on top of everything, but ultimately can't do anything right ever. Yeah. So, Kathy Bates is Margaret.
Let me just say
go ahead.
About
sorry.
Cal.
Yeah.
Go see it earlier. When I was a kid and I watched this movie, and it's like the very end,
Yeah.
and he's looking for her, as we talked about earlier, and he doesn't see her. It says, like, in the crash of 29, he put a pistol in his mouth. I remember as a kid, I just imagined him literally putting a gun in his mouth and just standing there indefinitely, I guess, in my head. Because I remember thinking, well, what did he do with it? I was just a kid, and now I'm like, of course he committed suicide because of the stock market crash. But as a kid, I always kind of, now I think back about it and laugh. It's like, I'll just imagine him just putting a gun in his mouth and just
like
standing
staring
there,
in the mirror.
and just like, this is what I am. And just like, but never pulling the
for
trigger.
like 30 more years or something before he died.
Yeah. So that was his fate. And it seems almost like, almost to an extent, I kind of think is unnecessarily cruel. It's like, oh, by the way, the stock market crashed and he shot himself in the head. What do you think of that? It's just like almost what the movies. Yeah. But I mean, he's clearly a classist capitalist villain. I mean, I mean, so whatever. R.I.P. though.
Yeah, Kathy Bates is Margaret Molly Brown. Of course, based on a real person.
So first of these so far that is.
Yeah, that she was American socialite and philanthropist. Was originally from Oklahoma, I think.
She was from the West.
No, Missouri.
Yeah.
But anyway, that she was called Unsinkable Molly Brown. But that she had made
when did she die?
Money. She died in 1932. She was 65. Yeah. So I don't know how she originally made money. She married James Joseph Brown.
JJ.
And so she kind of got into money also off of mining success. Yeah, mining engineering. But that her husband, I believe, must have died, and she kind of became more of a philanthropist and socialite off of that money.
And was one of the most famous people to be on the Titanic. Right. Yeah.
But that she is seen, it says, viewed by the first-class women as vulgar, new money, friendly to Jack, lends him a suit of evening clothes.
She says it's
bought it for her son, and basically, that she's just totally like Jack,
authentic,
just living her life, and
authentic,
just happens
that's the only word you gotta say.
Yeah, and like happens to be rich, and that's not her whole life, and so.
And she's very. I think this was true too. One of the few people who wanted to go back and try to see if there were any survivors to get them on the boat.
Yeah, it says she commandeered Lifeboat 6 from Quartermaster Robert Hitchens. And some aspects of this altercation are portrayed in Cameron's film. Yeah, so she kind of.
And this is in the movie too, where she's actually like, we need to go back and save people. So she clearly, is of a wealthy status, but does not buy into a lot of these ideas about class and that we're, quote, inherently better than all these other people in the same way that many of the other characters do.
Yeah. What do you think about Kathy Bates in general?
She's just one of those actresses that I never really think about. Yeah. But anytime you see her pop up, Kathy Bates. I love Kathy Bates. I mean, that's she's most memorably, I think, in this for me, but a lot of people in Misery is, the one role that she's so great in.
I think she is great in Misery, but Con, I think, is really understatedly great in that to be either on the same level or better in some ways. But
she gets the role that allows her to shine more clearly and evidently than he does. But I would understand
she's good in most things. Frances Fisher is Ruth DeWitt Bukater.
She's the mother.
The widowed mother arranges for her daughter's engagement to Cal to go see Cal. Loves her daughter, but believes that social position is more important than having a loving marriage.
And again, there's a scene
strongly dislikes Jack, even though he saved her daughter's life.
So there's the scene where she's kind of tightening Rose's corset. You can't be more literal than that. Where she's literally like tightening her corset, like this is what we're going to be, and she clearly comes off as a crone and a villain and a classist and all this stuff. But the way she says when she said, and we kind of laugh about it in my head, like, this is not a game, and just like, and she is kind of a woman says, listen, we are women. This is the only card we have to play is our bodies or our possibilities of motherhood, right? Mm-hmm. And so while she is kind of a villain in the movie, she is coming from this genuine love of her daughter of, hey, I'm looking out for you in this. I'm trying to help us out.
Yeah.
And not even us out, you out. I want you to have a successful life. But in doing that, you've got to marry a soulless Pittsburgh or a steel tycoon. So she is a villain, but I think that scene in particular is one of the subtlest, most important scenes of the movie, into granting her even a little bit of empathy and understanding why she is the way she is. Right. Even though ultimately it's the wrong point of view to take, again, she's doing it out of a love of her daughter.
Yeah.
should be said.
Yeah. Just to say about Frances Fisher, some other things that she's been in. She was in, I think her first movie was
Unforgiven.
Pink
Well,
Cadillac,
yeah.
Clint Eastwood, and then Unforgiven, Wild America. Mm-hmm. Maybe called Striptease. Never heard of that. Demi Moore. Another, looked like she worked with Eastwood a lot. Mm-hmm. True Crime. Gone in 60 Seconds. House of Sand and Fog.
Your movie, The Kingdom.
The Kingdom, yes. Both in The Kingdom and in The Valley of the Law in
Both
2007.
Kind of war on terror movies.
Yeah.
Lincoln Lawyer.
Yeah, the Lincoln Lawyer.
Finally, she got to work with Matthew McConaughey.
Right. Yeah. Well, worked with him in that. And I think there was another thing, but I guess not. So she was on Watchmen. But
I remember her in that.
Who was she in that?
I think she was Don Johnson's wife.
Oh, right. Yes.
I think.
Okay, yeah, Judd's wife, who's a member of the 7th Cavalry. Okay, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
She wasn't a big role.
That's a spoiler, I guess.
No, but I remember seeing her in that and thinking, I haven't seen her since Titanic, is what it felt like in my head.
Yeah. But yeah, she's good. I mean, her role.
She's an easy to hate movie.
Right.
I mean, hate role. You know,
she's an easy to hate movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gloria Stewart as the older Rose Dawson Calvert. She narrates the movie, of course. Of course, she was a actress in so many movies of the 30s and 40s, notably The Old Dark House and The Invisible Man, which we've already done, and we talked about her.
Born on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Died on the day before my birthday. Mm-hmm. So she lived over 100 years old herself.
Yeah.
I think she's in Gold Diggers in 1935.
Yes.
You say that? Yeah. Right.
Wim Wenders' Land of Plenty she was in, supposedly. She died at 100, so she almost made it to being as old as that. Yeah. Interesting.
She's obviously in old age makeup in this to
right.
look even older than she would have been.
Right. Because she died in 2010. She was 100. Died the day before your birthday. Yeah.
What's fascinating about her in this movie, and she's in obviously the framing device scenes, is that when we first see her, she's literally how she comes aware of this whole expedition and this hunt for the heart of the ocean, is that she's just kind of literally, she's an old woman. She's in her golden years. She's got grandkids, you know, and she's just making pottery, you know, just being a nice little old lady. And then just happens to have on the TV and sees a picture of herself.
Yeah.
And instantly is like, you know, taken back to wow, all that. And not that she probably doesn't think about that every day of her life.
Right.
But to see that this secret that was between her and Jack is now exposed to the rest of the world. Yeah. And even maybe the memory of, I never knew what happened to that sketch, and there it is on TV.
Yeah.
And she,
thinking it was gone forever.
And so, obviously, I'm sure she thinks about Jack every day of her life, but that particular image just takes her back to that. And
there's a lot about that scene I really love because it reminds me the way it's shot of our great aunt and uncle's house, just that feeling of, you get that sense from sometimes when you spend time with older people that they're like you said, that golden years feeling of just like, I'm just living my life and
that's
doing
kind
whatever,
of frankly,
you know,
for those who are old and get to achieve a sense of stability and security, because that's not every old person's existence. But it's just like, they call it the golden years because it's almost you've quote perfected life, that you don't have to work anymore, like if you've saved and you got Social Security and all that, like you're just living, you don't like, and you're just kind of, you know, hopefully you don't have many big medical problems and whatnot. There's a lot of factors, exceptions to these things, but that whole sense of security and just like I've done everything I needed to do, and now I'm just living and enjoying the company of my family. Mm-hmm. And in seeing all this is drawn back into one of the most formative episode of her life, obviously, which was being involved in that. And then the big revelation at the end that she had the heart of the ocean the whole time. And,
I mean,
there's a lot of things you can interpret. What does that mean, her letting go of that? I see, because some people see it as a more melancholic thing. I see it more as, I still love Jack, and that in a roundabout way, Jack was my heart of the ocean, to be as corny about it as possible. And that I'm giving this back over to this space where he rests.
Somewhere
spiritually, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's some of the most powerful stuff in the movie, which is only just one little part of it.
It should be said, originally, the movie was going to have an alternate ending where Bill Paxton walks out and finds
I was going
that
to
she
wait
has
and
it.
talk about that when we
Okay.
saw it in the movie, how stupid that is. And hey, guess what? They didn't do it.
It's
so,
very dumb.
Yeah.
It's
It's
they
like,
didn't do
have
it.
you ever seen the ending to Terminator 2, the alternate ending to that, which is really bad, too? So, I mean, he knows what he's doing. Ultimately, he didn't do it.
Eventually
So,
veered
yeah.
from the...
Bernard Hill as Captain Edward John Smith said Smith planned to make the Titanic his final voyage before retiring. Well, guess so. But says he retreats.
Oh,
into
you mean the actual guy?
Yeah.
Okay. I was
No,
saying,
not
I
the
thought
actor.
that guy was
No,
retired.
I was saying, no, yeah,
Okay, right.
I guess.
Okay.
He
got his
retreats.
wish.
Yeah, he retreats into the wheelhouse on the bridge as the ship sinks, dying. When it says basically, some people debate whether that was the case or if he just froze to death in the water near the capsized collapsible lifeboat B. Very specific.
Yeah.
I think if they have that much information on both places, it's like it's kind of weird. Like,
Yeah, right.
But anyway, Bernard Hill, of course, has been a lot of things. Most remembered is Theoden King. He was in a movie or a TV drama called Boys from the Black Stuff.
Okay.
It's British, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he's
It was with
British.
the Duke of Norfolk and Wolf Hall.
Okay.
Was in that movie True Crime.
Dang.
Interesting. Not 1999. So I guess in 1999, Clint Eastwood was like, "Hey,
I
Francis
love
Fisher
Titanic
and Bernard Hill, I need you.
Rose.
Well, let's go
Like,
there and see if there's anybody else."
Later,
Actually,
working with DiCaprio.
what do you think about? I mean, when I think of Captain Man, Bernard Hill. I mean,
he's so. I mean, it's
secret Captain Man.
It's not the biggest part in the world,
Yeah.
but he wears it with such like dignity and a sense of security, but one that breaks down also pretty
Right.
quickly when things go south. I mean, because there's a very big scene in the movie that is where the ship designer, what's the guy's name? Jonathan Hyde, as far as the actor.
Oh yeah, the builder you talking about?
Well, it's the
Well, the guy that owns White
managing
Star.
director who's on there.
He's Bruce
Right,
J. Bruce
right,
Ismay
right,
is Jonathan Hyde. Yeah,
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So the scene of them sitting at dinner together, just them, he's like, you know what? Like, we need to make some newspaper headlines. So why don't you just really hit it as hard as possible and really go, this ship's unsinkable. It ain't gonna sink. And he's kind of sitting there like, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's a great idea. And he's like, just do it. Have a big good man. I mean, he's a good man.
Yeah.
And he says like with a cigarette, it's like
Might as well
stereotypical,
like pat him on the
like,
face, like
British moment.
Yeah.
But he's a character that it looks like he'd be the guy to quote solve this situation and is very
Yeah.
indicative of this time period, and he didn't.
Yeah. Right.
And it's not even a fault of him, even though he did what he shouldn't have done in doing all that. But I mean, the pressure that he's under to do that, and then that this is kind of something that he had never expected to go through, and eventually, in a roundabout way, as far as the way the movie posits it, takes his own life.
Yeah.
And kind of abdicates any sense of responsibility to the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the whole first, I'll point this out in the movie. On the VHS, the very first VHS ends with them, all the brain trust of the ship getting together and figuring out how long it's going to take for the ship to sink. And he kind of looks Ismay off screen and says, "I believe you'll have your headlines, Mr. Ismay." Like, and that's
like
the VHS
the-
ends
right.
right there.
I believe you'll have your yeah. Whatever. It's like, yeah. It's a real.
But he's good in this again.
You're the governor's daughter.
You're the governor's daughter.
Moment, yeah. But yeah, he's good. Jonathan Hyde is J.
We've already talked about him with the
Right.
Mummy. I mean,
Right.
Seda!
This is Nash.
Yeah, and then Richie
Yeah,
Rich.
Right. I mean,
He's perfect
total
sniveling.
SOB.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then he sneaks on one of the
Yeah,
lifeboats, and I
like-
think that real character had a lot of, disgrace that
Right.
was with him.
yeah,
the
because it
rest of
said,
his life, I
I'll
think,
read
after
here
that.
sort of about it. Like I said, White Star Line's ignorant, boorish managing director who influences Captain Smith to go faster with the prospect of an earlier arrival in New York and favorable press attention. While this action appears in the popular portrayals of the disaster, it is unsupported by evidence, it says. But after the collision, he struggles to comprehend that his unsinkable ship is doomed. Ismay later boards Collapsible C, one of the last lifeboats to leave the ship, just before it is lowered. He was branded a coward for surviving the disaster while many women and children had drowned. So, there you go.
And there's a lot of...
what does a captain know? I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of quote villains in this movie because there's like Rose's mother's a villain who's trying to keep her down. Cal's a villain for some of the same reasons, but also in his opposition or outright trying to murder Jack.
Right.
He's a villain in the sense he represents a lot of the bigger historical, I think, implications behind this event. A certain hubris coming out of like the Edwardian era, right before preceding the Great War, in that technology is going to solve all of this century's problems. Technology is going to replace in a roundabout way God himself.
Yeah.
And this whole idea that God himself couldn't sink this ship because I designed it and I'm the one who's putting it out into the world. Again, represents a hubris, especially of Europe, on the eve of the First World War, that is just like with the Titanic. Europe itself was, nearly destroyed not once but twice due to this very same level of hubris and arrogance.
Yeah,
and is typified by this character.
Right, kind of a proto-objectivism too, in the sense of I'll do whatever I want to do and I don't care. Didn't work out. No. Victor Garber, or as Thomas Andrews, he's the ship's builder. He's portrayed, obviously, in the movie as very like modest and like, oh well, yeah, I did build this thing, and then he tries to convince everybody, hey, this is gonna sink. Like it says that it's a mathematical certainty.
He comes off more empathetic and. He especially is a character, actually, that sees potential in Rose and kind of says a few comments to her like, oh, nothing escapes you, because there's a scene where, like, they're walking along the ship and Rose is, like, looking at all the lifeboats and says, would this have enough people? Like, is enough people going to fit into this if something were to happen? And he basically says, like, wow, you're smart for even realizing that. And he's like, well, it was thought by everybody that would, he doesn't say this exactly, but, it'd basically be an eyesore and it wouldn't look good, so... nah, we don't need as many because, this is really all about making sure it all looks good. And God himself couldn't sink this ship anyway, so, we'll be all right, is basically what he says to her in response to that, which we know how that works out, too. And he's someone who feels more guilt about it more outwardly than Ismay does. Yeah. And kind of himself decides...
To his dismay.
To his dismay.
Let's diz on Ismay.
And he kind of stays on the ship.
What if,
there's like a
Wesley Willis did a, like... J. Bruce Ismay. Like,
no,
you're a stupid owl.
You're an evil owl.
You're a stupid little like fool.
He should have also did a cover of My Heart Will Go On and added his own lyrics into it, too,
My heart will go on, Ismay. Like, yeah.
Andrews, he, in that very kind of sad, touching montage of various other people deciding, young and old alike, that we're going to stay on the ship and we're going to die. There's a kind of a very particular thing of him opening up the clock, like a little clock, and kind of turning the hands on it and then closing it back. And that, is very...
on the nose,
but like I think is very still beautiful and touching in its own way, like that. So,
it's important to note that he did die on the Titanic, but that
he lives on in our hearts.
Now I'm wondering when the Titanic actually sank.
1912.
Well, I know that,
April
but
14th. I think.
Was it the 14th? Okay, because it said that.
Well, going into maybe the 15th.
Okay, so I was making sure about the dates because I was making sure he didn't die after that. Just a few days later, but it says that he might have he was in the smoking room for a while, but he went back out and tried to help evacuate. Said he threw deck chairs into the water, trying to help people get on those, but that ultimately it says he was seen leaving the ship at the last moment, and then it just kind of stops, but he died, I think it says there. So I don't really know what that means. I guess he would have drowned.
Just says,
or froze to
15th
death.
of April, it was his death days.
Let me look here and actually see. Last seen by Jon Stewart, not the Jon Stewart. Look at here.
So there's some mystery, I guess, surrounding what his ultimate fate was.
Yeah, he just jumped overboard, I think, and drowned or froze, probably. Yep. I mean, that's one of those things where so many people died that, who knows. By the way, this is an important moment. I want to mention this. There was some guy in history who survived both the sinking of the Titanic and the Lusitania.
Wow.
And he was like, I'm not going to go boating anymore.
Yeah.
Basically. He was a worker in the coal room, I think, on both of those. Mm-hmm. And that he survived both.
I know another little factoid to throw out here, too, is that I think one of the bases of one of the guys who works on the ship who maybe took some bribes to get some of the rich people off, and then in this movie killed himself. And I don't know if that really happened or not on the ship. I can't remember. But was based on some real guy who did that and then felt a lot of guilt about that after the fact. And that then in Dunkirk, the Mark Rylance character is actually based on a guy who had survived the Titanic and was worked on the ship and had partaken in kind of maybe getting paid by some rich people to get on it, and felt a sense of guilt about that all those years, and then would later go and try to rescue the British during the Dunkirk evacuation. Yeah. So I know that's kind of a weird little connection that those have. Because I remember I actually showed Titanic to my kids last semester, and then I showed Dunkirk, and I was like, it's kind of a little sequel when you think of it that way or whatever. But
then David Warner is Spicer Lovejoy, ex-Pinkerton constable. Oh, we got to love them, right?
Lovejoy?
Yeah, I
know Lovejoy is always what he's called in the movie.
Lovejoy is Cal's English valet and bodyguard who keeps an eye on Rose and is suspicious about the circumstances surrounding Jack rescuing her. He dies when the Titanic splits in half, causing him to fall into a massive opening. Warner had appeared in a 1979 TV miniseries, SOS Titanic.
I didn't know that.
Do you want to talk real quickly before we actually talk about him in general, about his death in the movie? Is that it feels like there's a lot of stuff missing. He just kind of disappears for a while.
So before his final appearance in the movie, it shows basically like how he had left Jack behind. Yeah. And one of the all-time favorite lines in the movie for me is, I do believe this ship might sink.
Yeah,
like, you know what I've been thinking about.
Yeah.
And he basically leaves Jack to die, or kind of chained up down there via handcuffs, and then Rose eventually finds him and gets him out. But he then disappears from the movie, and then all of a sudden, when the ship splits in half, it cuts to him kind of basically close to where it splits, and there's like this big bloody gash on the side of his head and kind of on his face. And you're literally like, what the hell happened to him over the intervening hours? Because he just totally has disappeared, and then all of a sudden he's got some big injury. I think there are actually deleted scenes out there. I don't know if they're in a deleted scene reel or if it was just stuff that was just totally cut and doesn't exist really anymore. But I think there were some of something that had happened to him. Yeah. Where he got some big injury, but it's honestly better and funnier.
It's just like, wait, what? Yeah,
and it's like this
appears.
Big gash and bloody on the side of his head. You know? He's perfect for this. I mean, David Warner in general is amazing in everything he is. I mean, he's a really great villain in, say, a movie like Time Bandits, and he did some voices. Was he? Who was he on the Batman animated series? Was he?
Oh gosh,
he did. He had some voices on that. We also was Jor-El in in Lois and Clark, New Adventures of Superman.
Oh, okay. Is he in there?
Wait, go back. No, he's got some voice.
Oh,
Ra's al Ghul, yeah. Or Ra's
al Ghul, yeah. He was. It says some other things he was in here. He was in Ballad of Cable Hogue and Straw Dogs and Cross of Iron. So a lot of those early, some earlier and then kind of later Peckinpah, The Omen.
Oh, I remember him a lot from Straw Dogs in particular.
Yeah, remake of the 39 Steps, Time After Time, Time Bandits, as we said, the original Tron, the
George C. Scott,
Christmas Carol, Mary Poppins Returns, of course, in 2018.
I know he was in some Star Trek movies. He's both in Star Trek 5 and 6.
Right. Yeah, and then he was on Star Trek TNG. Next Generation. Yeah, so he was in some Star Trek stuff. Yeah, I mean, David Warner's great and everything. I mean,
I'll be honest, I don't remember them explicitly mentioning he's a former Pinkerton detective, basically, but it totally fits into who would have been a valet or basically fixer or operative for a rich guy like Cal. So I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if that even comes from fanfic that somebody wrote of this character.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe him and Ismay had it going on. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe before he left the ship, like he just like slashed his face. Said, "I'm done with you," and just like got on there.
Yeah,
I mean, they're both English, right?
Right.
So who knows what goes on over there?
Wow. Okay. Danny Nucci is Fabrizio, Jack's Italian best friend, another villain in the movie, of course. No, not really.
No, to him, one of the villains is the smokestacks that kills him.
Yeah.
He's like, ah!
Yeah.
He slams onto him
Wow.
and kills him.
How disrespectful we're being right now. Oh, well. Yeah, that he's friends with Jack.
He's super likable.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it says kill one of the ship's funnels, breaks, and crashes into the water, crushing him and several other passengers to death.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the scene where it got yeah.
Oh well.
What
are you gonna do?
This cuts to something that was said about this movie. Thinking about his character's role in it, I want to try to find real quick. I'm trying to remember which one it was in. That talked a little bit about like, there's a lot of the. Oh yeah, here we go. Hold on a minute. Tiny, devastating. This is from the New York Times review, by the way, that Janet Maslin had written. Though many of the story's minor characters are one note, the cumulative effect of their presence is anything but shallow. And I think a character like him is a little one note. It's like, oh, nice best friend to Jack, and oh, he's got a kind of a funny Italian accent. Like, look at that. And you can say that about like, ooh, this person's real stuffy and rich, or ooh, this person's an immigrant, and all these variations of people. Like, oh, this guy works on the ship and he acts this way because that's how a person on the ship would only act.
Yeah,
that is a little bit of like just kind of like trite screenwriting 101 at times, and saying, well, you know who this is, so just associate all the things with that.
Yeah.
But as this says, I think the cumulative effect of their presence is anything but shallow, that it just shows you this is all the breadth of humanity that is on such a ship. Is that, and so it kind of is painting sometimes with a broad brush with some of these smaller characters like him, but it is, I think, the fact that there are so many variations of these types of characters in this that actually give the movie that cumulative effect that Janet Maslin kind of had identified. I think that's very true. And so some of this stuff, and then Tommy Ryan, like the Irish friend that they meet, who's literally, his name is Tommy
Jason
Ryan.
Barry plays that guy, is Tommy Ryan,
I mean,
and
it's
he's
shot
shot
by
he's
that other
Irish
guy. And he's even talking about, they built this in Ireland, and like, oh, the Irish really built this ship, like, and it's all kind of like a little bit
might as well be talking about all the potatoes that are in the dang hold or something.
And so, them and Fabrizio, they are a little bit like, okay. But again, I think it's okay that, it is part of that, again, cumulative effect, I think. So.
Yeah.
His death's memorable anyways.
Yeah. Susie
Tommy Ryan gets shot.
Yeah.
And then the guy, that's the guy who kills himself after he does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's like, Fabrizio's standing right beside him, and he's like, bastardo! Like, in response to that, but anyway.
I mean, that's James Cameron screenwriting 101.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's some of the best lines he wrote.
Susie Tommy Ryan. I mean, Susie Ami as Lizzie Calvey, or Calvert. It's probably Calvey, but they're like, I think it's Calvert.
Yeah.
Rose's granddaughter accompanies her when she visits Lovejoy again. Lovett on the ship. She
Lovejoy's child.
Right.
Lovejoy's
she got married to James Cameron, still married.
Right, in real life, that actress. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, she doesn't have I think there was a whole cut mini subplot with her and Bill Paxton having a thing.
Okay.
I think that was a part of the original movie, and so that doesn't really need to be there.
Well, whatever. Anyways. Bernard Fox as Colonel Archibald Gracie IV. I'm coming, laddies, guy. So multiple mummy appearances.
There's a whole little mini
pre-mummy appearances even.
There's a whole little mini monologue that Jack has in that dinner scene where they right up before they toast, and he kind of comes to the end of it, and Molly Brown says, "Well said," and then he says, "Here." Like,
Meanwhile, one of his other quotes says, "The film depicts Gracie making a comment to Cal that women and machinery don't mix." It's like
that's
right. Real like it's like a real like. Feel free to throw yourself into the mix, kind of like. Seinfeld,
and that was that is like right after Rose's attempted assassination attempt, suicide.
Yes, and congratulating Jack for saving Rose from falling off the ship, though he is unaware that it was a suicide attempt. Fox had portrayed Frederick Fleet in the 1958 film A Night to Remember. Frederick Fleet, who was a British sailor, crewman, and survivor of the sinking of the RMS Titanic.
Interesting. Well, that's still a movie we haven't seen. I
Yeah.
know. I'd like to.
So, I mean, he's Bernard Fox, as always. I mean, look at his Wikipedia picture if I can get it here. Hang on.
I mean, say his name again as far as the character.
Colonel Archibald Gracie IV.
You know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Colonel Archibald Gracie IV.
Trying to get the... Sometimes this don't work when I want.
So that you tell me there were 3 generations of Archibald Gracie before this, and people were like, "Yeah, that's a great idea. We're just going to keep naming them that."
Yeah, look at that picture of him there. Looks like James Cagney.
Yeah, it says he's Welsh, and yeah, we talked about him again with the Mummy. Obviously, he's
wait a minute,
as you said.
Are you kidding me? He was literally called Dr. Bombay in Bewitched.
Bombay.
All the racist colonialism that's built into that name. Is
I feel like he himself is a walking anachronism of that time period anyway.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know. Anyway, Bill Paxton is Brock Lovett. The treasure hunter looking for the heart of the ocean and the wreck of the Titanic in the present. Time and funding for his expedition are running out. He later reflects at the film's conclusion that despite thinking about Titanic for 3 years, he's never understood it until he hears Rose's story.
You know, this is a part that I think could be even more of a cliche than it is.
Yeah.
Bill Paxton
it is Payday Boys. Who was right? Who was right? You are, Lewis. I mean,
Bill Paxton already worked with James Cameron in Aliens. Frankly, one of the more annoying characters. Game over, man. I mean, everybody likes saying.
In the Terminator, though,
he is in the Terminator. Yeah, a little less annoying than that, but dies a.
Well, he's not around very long.
Yeah,
looks like he's a few cans short of a 6-pack. I mean.
But I mean, I think Bill Paxton. I mean, a few years before this, was he the lead in Twister?
Yeah,
right. Yeah, so he'd already done like a '90s disaster movie. Again, this part could even be more cliche, but I think what he brings to it is this like self-confidence and assuredness of, oh, I'm going to be the one to find this artifact. But really, that line, that it's you kind of read it in a little bit of a corny way, and it is admittedly kind of a corny line. That's what the movie's about, though, right? It's like about this.
Like
we're obsessed with this ship. We're obsessed with the tragedy and the grandeur of it all. But it's through Rose telling him this story that he says, "Whoa, wait a minute! There were human beings who were on the other side of these tragedies."
Mm-hmm. Somebody left the water running. I mean, one of the lines in the movie.
Right.
Like, wow. I mean, I think he is as good as he can be, which says something, because we're not the biggest Bill Paxton fans in the world. I've liked him, seen him in other types of roles over the years. I think he's really good in something like Nightcrawler, which is kind of a late career role because he passed away a couple years ago.
Yeah, he's somebody I'll just say, like, when he died, and you usually can tell which one of these are authentic and which one of these are fake, had like an 1,000% approval rating with people who work with him. Everybody loved him as far as
and I like him overall,
actor
but he is somebody I've liked more. Oh, he's really good in Near Dark. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's a really good performance. And then Weird Science. You remember that?
Boy,
I wouldn't give a squirt of piss for your ad right now. Yeah. The Aliens.
He is good at playing,
Tombstone,
like, especially in the 80s, at playing a lot of them annoying, like, teenage.
Oh, him in True Lies,
roles,
too, and Apollo 13. Yeah, Twister was 96. That was a year before this. I mean, I like Bill Paxton, but I think it's just his Aliens performance just really gets under my skin. And it's intentionally annoying, I get it, but, overall, I like him, though. That's most everybody. I mean, there's a lot of other people in the movie, but, I mean, it looks like there's all these lists of, like, there's these massive, like, paragraphs of just stuff.
A Wikipedia page for a movie like this is not only consumed in the production of the movie, but also in probably talking about the history of the event as well. So there's a lot of stuff there.
But wait a minute, was he also? No.
There's probably even a Wikipedia page list of Oscars won by Titanic.
Yeah, I mean. Anyway, so James Cameron.
Yeah, James Cameron. He's good.
Now it should be said. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Director, writer, producer, co-editor, along with Conrad Buff and Richard A. Harris.
Conrad Buff?
Yeah.
That's a name.
I mean, he's a real restaurant. But Conrad Buff the Fourth.
Oh, wow. That's another one.
No offense to the Buffs, but I mean, like, Buff already as a last name is interesting, but Conrad, you're going to use that 4 times? Like, I don't know. Anyway.
James Cameron, I guess, is, obviously one of the most important directors of the last 40-odd years. He's made, obviously, a lot of movies almost exclusively of spectacle, of, if not big budgets, big ideas. I mean, I sometimes forget, because of the franchise it became, how kind of small and lightweight in a good way that first Terminator movie is. I mean, it's like so stripped down, not a wasted scene. I mean, it's like really maximizing the budget that it has and makes it feel much larger than it even really is. And he's just been, along the way, every step of his career, bigger and bigger and bigger as far as the movies go. And again, those first two Terminator movies are for us like, Mount Rushmore movies that we really love and adore, especially the second one. The second one to me is not only his greatest film, I would say, maybe perhaps the greatest action film ever made. I'd say it's really between that and Raiders of the Lost Ark. But I think what is so great about Terminator 2, and it's part and parcel with what makes Titanic great, is that whole notion of no fate but what we make. We feel as though we're fated into going here or going there, but so much of life is about the decisions we make along the way. And that sounds like a very kind of basic screenwriting 101 series of themes, but I mean, you see across all of his projects the ways in which he makes that new again each time. And so he can take it like this big sci-fi action story like the Terminator movies, or he can take something like the Titanic and the sinking of that and what that means, and he imbues that sense of self-discovery in both.
And I'd say the same with Avatar, having just seen that again recently, of that idea of like, I'm making the decision that I want to be a Na'vi and not a human being, and that I am more of that than I am a human being. And so, like I said, that.
And part of that is also through that character's disabled stature, and him saying, well, if I'm human, I'm disabled, but if I'm a Na'vi, I'm free to be who I want to be, or be a more fully realized version of myself. Is that all that different in some ways than what Rose is going through as far as her sense of self-discovery along the way?
No aliens involved. Not the movie either.
Right. And then there's Aliens, which is, we're both huge fans of Ridley Scott's Alien.
Yeah.
I used to not really like Aliens at all. I've since grown on it. It's not on par to me still with Alien.
Yeah.
But it is interesting how he expands the scope a little bit, and also is about some of the same anti-corporate themes that Alien was earlier about.
Yeah, and that Avatar would be about too.
There's the famous story that for the longest time was apocryphal, but even in the last several months was, I think, officially backed up, that him pitching Alien was when he went in to pitch it to 20th Century Fox executive. Aliens.
Yeah.
Is that he wrote Alien on like a whiteboard or a chalkboard, and they all just sat there and were like, okay, yeah, and then he like put an S at the end and then put a $sign. Like, Alien? We're going to turn that into Aliens $sign. So they're all like, basically, like, I'm making this part up, like, high five, like, nice. Yeah. And that I'm sure he had other ideas that he expressed, but that won him, basically.
Wow.
To be able to do that movie was like,
he likes money like we do, yeah. I mean.
And his whole idea, though, that, like, the last one, they had, like, one alien. We're going to have more. And
the idea that it's going to be an action movie is essentially what
it's going to be more of an action movie. And again, he is one of the premier action directors, obviously, the last so many years. Just in general, what do you see the kind of larger themes of his work to be, other than kind of what I said too, or what speaks to you maybe about those movies?
Well,
or
obviously,
or
nature.
Yeah.
And environmentalism is the biggest thing, especially in his newer movies. I mean, even in something like The Terminator, the inherent
the nuclear
message
annihilation
of those movies is what is it? He's like, it's in your nature to destroy yourselves. I mean, the idea of not only destroying the planet, as you can see by in the future what it looks like, but also just literally destroying humanity in the process, because and I don't say this is a new ager type thing, but humanity and the environment are coexistent, and they are together, they are synonymous, and so that I think is a big
theme.
His biggest theme is nature, because even in the sense of
Titanic, the whole idea that we've created something that nature itself cannot destroy or bring down.
Does. Aliens is also the sense about the mysteries of the universe and its nature, and then the abyss, which
is about
which is probably one of the newer ones of
and covering the dark forces below. And should we do
which
that?
Are
the implications
aliens themselves.
Yeah,
I really like the abyss. I think that's really good.
That's a movie that's randomly hard to see on home video now.
Yeah,
I don't have no clue why.
Yeah, I don't
me
know.
And James Cameron
Right,
alone would,
he'll probably put a Blu-ray out of
Or
it
4K,
eventually or
yeah.
something. Yeah, because I don't know why that. Maybe when Avatar 2.
But that's
started
a more
coming out,
recent
they'll do
movie
that.
for us. But we both really like that
Yeah.
a lot. So.
Anti-corporatism is another big one, obviously, with Titanic. That's a big part of that. Avatar, clearly. The Terminator movies. Aliens. The Abyss, not as much. That's just a little bit more of a survival movie.
Yeah.
But there is an inherent, cynicism about that.
Yeah.
There. True Lies, that's like a political
Well,
thriller. So
we've
that's
not
about
really
a lot of
mentioned True
different
Lies
things,
at all.
but-
I mean, that was him doing. I'm not going to say there are no ideas in that movie because there are, but that's him doing just more
An action
conventional,
movie.
straightforward, big budget action movie. You know,
Yeah.
with Arnold Schwarzenegger,
Right.
which he worked with in the Terminator movies.
My horse is getting tired. I mean,
It's not been. Is it been officially announced at all that he's going to be in the Avatar sequels?
Who?
Because Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because
Not that I'm aware.
if he is not, that's going to be a huge crime to me. Because we need him in like. Can you imagine CGI blue Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
How great that would be. You know what I mean? Or some
Yeah.
creature of some sort, or even another human who's coming in to destroy the Na'vi or something. You know.
My favorite thing here, I'm looking about Na'vi characters in this next movie of
Kate Winslet's going to be in that. By the way, too, right?
it says as Ronald, a free diver of the Metacaina. Winslet called Ronald a pivotal character in the ongoing story, but also relatively small comparative to the lengthy shoot, as shooting all her scenes would only take a month. Marks her first time working with performance capture, motion capture altogether. She, like most of the child cast, also had to learn freediving for the film. Okay.
You could, describe things that are like the Na'vi and of the Avatar world, and I wouldn't know if that's any different from like Dune or something.
Yeah, it's like a free diver of the Metcaina. Like,
Yeah.
what?
The Met.
Yeah, right. And then Edie Falco is going to be in it.
Oh, I didn't.
Forgot about that. Yeah, as General Ardmore, the commander of the charge of the RDA's interest. She's a human in that.
And Sigourney Weaver is supposed to be back, right? Wasn't she?
Yes, which makes no sense. Stephen Lang also.
Yeah, he died definitely. So
Maybe that. Well, it says unknown.
Right.
That's probably going to be some.
It says Vin Diesel also.
Yeah, Vin Diesel and C.J. Jones.
Okay.
Una Chaplin also was in Game of Thrones. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. That right now we're slated for December 16th of this year.
yeah, that's been pushed back again and again and again, and the Avatar is a movie that has not, frankly, lived with me in my imagination as much as some of his other.
The
things
filming has
have.
finally concluded on that. By the way.
Okay, so now it's just
With
the
Avatar 3 as
filming
well.
to the extent in
Right.
which that happened. But
Yeah, really.
but visually, technically, it's incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think the decision to cast Sam Worthington as the lead of your blockbuster is not going to do really anybody any favors.
That's the biggest
No
problem with
offense.
the movie, I think, because the movie overall, and I can say having just rewatched it, I was going into it expecting to like it a lot more. I liked it maybe slightly more than I did in 2010 when I would have watched it, because I didn't watch it when it came out. I watched it like a little bit later, but I didn't like it as much. Well, maybe it was in the 09, like very late 09.
Well, it came out very late 09.
Oh, well, then it would have been 2010. But I don't know. It's just a very shrill movie in ways he's been accused of in other movies.
I mean, these other movies, like the Terminator movies and this,
yeah,
have, characters that lie in ambiguities that movie does not have.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just too straightforward and hits you over the head, I think. Which is why I hope maybe the sequels will expand things a little bit, and it won't be as clear-cut and preachy almost.
Well, and ultimately, we've talked about this. It makes us sad that he's making these movies. I'm like, I want to see James Cameron make movies. Because,
he didn't make anything from Titanic to Avatar.
Right.
That was a 12-year absence. We're now even past that now.
It's like 13. It'll
be 13 years if it comes out this year.
Right.
Think of all the other little movies he could have been making in the midst of all this. I mean, this is a George Lucas problem. This is a Peter Jackson problem. Let me just say, I think, other than the heights of what George Lucas has achieved early in his career, I think James Cameron is,
well, he's
the best of
consistently
that,
put out films.
Right. Like the Jackson, Raimi, success turned into mediocrity
Yeah.
kind of mindset. I mean, Avatar was ultra successful when it came out. A lot of it has been written about over the years about the quote lack of cultural footprint that movie's left.
Yeah.
That it had far less of a footprint than say Titanic or the Terminator movies have had. But again, I like it, and more than anything though, I'm like I want to see how he goes forward from this, how he maybe develops some of his ideas, but also I mean, if there's anyone that we can trust to create a wholly alien underwater world, James Cameron is that man. Can you imagine on a Dolby screen or on an IMAX screen what that's going to look like?
Yeah, and I'm more interested in that because in the first Avatar, I was so confused about this while I was watching it because I'd forgotten about it. They have those like floating mountains, or whatever, and I'm like, what the hell does that mean?
Cool, yeah, like, what is all this?
No, but then I'm like, and then there's waterfalls coming from it, and I'm like, so where's the water coming from?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what? So there's just like stuff like that that's so nonsensical that I think being underwater would work more for. And I mean, who knows more about
that's what
the water than him? I mean,
this whole movie's a testament to his fascination. I think this whole movie actually
and the Abyss as well already did that.
This came out of in the late '80s, early '90s when there started to be these underwater expeditions of seeing the Titanic, and I think he had either went on one of those or had heard about it and conceived of a movie. What would a movie be about this experience? And this is what the end result of that is,
and I mean, so that's kind of like what happened with Dunkirk when Nolan went on that kind of trek, the Dunkirk ride, where you're like the going across the English Channel or whatever
tour of a sort,
a 3-hour tour,
yeah.
But yeah, so this is all just to say we love James Cameron, but wish he would do more things.
I think he like really had the baton of being the sci-fi action director, and then Nolan came along, and I think just kind of stolen that mantle from him.
I even think that even some stuff in Avatar is like really good. The movie just doesn't stand up to that as far as like, but there were some sequences that were like, wow, this is like on the level.
I will say, I think, like, in compared to Nolan, I think Nolan's movies are more stylistically, formally, structurally ambitious than any of Cameron's movies have been. I mean, Cameron has some ambitious ideas, but in certainly the technique and the creation and the special effects. But in terms of literally the construction of the stories themselves, are fairly conventional. And I think Nolan, even in his movies where he's faulty, like, say, Tenet, is really trying to do something more different. And it's again, one thing that puts him over the top against Cameron is he's just consistently made more things by this point and is literally making, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And versus Cameron, who has spent so much. And again, these movies might come out and blow our wigs off. You know what I mean? I mean, they might be really, truly. And I have no reason to believe they're not going to be technically and formally a masterclass, and the latest and beyond the latest.
Yeah, they will
advance
technology.
I mean, clearly, I already know that, but
because it says here he's contributed to underwater filming and remote vehicle technologies that help create the digital 3D fusion camera system. So I mean, he himself is on the front line of making these advancements, and I think his movies have consistently always been that. I mean, I still go back and think that Terminator 2, among all the other things you read about it, is still probably the greatest special effects movie ever made. Because even the special effects that don't look particularly real aren't really meant to look real anyway, because it's liquid metal, so it can kind of get away with that. But everything else in that is just amazing.
I think
as far as that goes.
To bring it a little bit back more to Titanic, I think something that's fascinating about Titanic in relation to his career is that most of his movies are interested in the future. Either something like Avatar or Aliens, which literally take place in the future, or the Terminator movies as what the future may be if we do not veer away and correct that. This is a movie that almost exclusively takes place in the past. Yeah. It's not in the future. It's, in the present versus the past.
And the only way that it's kind of thinking about the future in this is thinking more about how can we, with these new technologies, discover more about the past.
Right.
And so in that way, it's more about preserving the past for the future in a way. So even that is kind of futuristic, but in its thought. But yeah, it is interesting that this is a little bit of a departure for him, which is strange because it's his most successful movie overall, not even money wise, but exactly.
I mean, Academy
obviously.
Awards it won, and
it's his most popular film, and people are still going to talk about Titanic more than they will Avatar, I think, ultimately, unless these new Avatar movies reignite something of that for the future. I don't know.
And
but-
one of the things we had written down here to talk about is just that this movie is the last of a dying breed or the end of an era. I think an under-remarked aspect of this movie is it coming out in 1997. The 20th century has nearly reached its conclusion. I think this movie, in a very subtle way, is about that.
Yeah.
Is about, okay, we're coming to the end of one of the most, like, technologically advanced, and fascinating centuries in all of time, which has been the 20th century. And, look at the wonders of technology we've created that we can even go back and kind of recreate and relive and re-see the modern Ozymandias, that is the RMS Titanic that sits, look on my work, she mighty in despair at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. And this, we've, kind of let us look and see and let us try to find this grand MacGuffin of that, which is the heart of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, this being this kind of, just as a film, I think, it coming at the end of a Hollywood that is a little more interested, if not making outright original films, ones that are still reaching for maybe a historical event or maybe a big novel, that the IP fire sale that has taken place in the 21st century did not quite yet arrive then.
Right.
And that it is kind of still tethered to the historical melodrama of the past. I mean, a movie that this got compared to and over again in a lot of reviews, a movie we mentioned earlier, Gone with the Wind. I mean, I thought it was very interesting. Janet Maslin, towards the beginning of her review in the New York Times, said that this was the first movie to really seriously grant consideration alongside Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
Not only because it made all this money, not only because it won these Academy Awards, but because of its interest in being a historical melodrama of this big grand canvas love story set against, again, the backdrop of either a tragedy or this large historical event, in this case, the Titanic. What about this movie and Cameron's aperture of history to you make it more of an exception than the rule when it comes, I think, to historical filmmaking?
Well, and you've talked about it a lot in and we've referred to it in the past, of your write-up about Forrest Gump and Titanic. But I think ultimately it's kind of like what we already said, is recognize we have an issue, obviously, even in the historian and academic realm, of mistaking the artifact for the thing, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas the only thing that make artifacts interesting are the fact that they were created or used by human beings, right? Mm-hmm. And so and like we said about, and what I kind of jokingly was like, oh, this is what this is about as far as Titanic, is realizing that it's not about the heart of the ocean, it's not about the safe it was in, it's about the people who were there and wore it and used it and thought that it was important, and what did they also think was important, and what was important to their lives. And even more importantly to that, what did they, in the case of Rose, what did she do with the life that she was given after having survived the Titanic? And there are so few movies that are historical that are ever truly about that, in my mind, because normally they are about this thing will hit this thing and this thing. Or
this big figure in history.
Right.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people complained about this movie, and
Robert Altman,
people...
you read his quotes about it?
Yeah.
We love Altman, obviously,
yeah.
but...
Well, he was just on a tear in the late 90s of saying everything sucks, and it's like, no, just wait another 20 years.
Yeah.
But that with that movie, a lot of people are like, oh, well, we know how it's going to end. And it's like, well, that's not the point. It's like, you think about any movie, it's like, you watch a World War II movie, watch Saving Private Ryan, like, how's that going to end? World War II is going to be won.
I think the movie almost gets ahead of such criticisms in literally, the movie opens with these people looking at the shipwreck of the Titanic, literally the opening of the movie, the very beginning. We already know how this works itself out.
Yeah.
That it's not about will it or will it not sink, or is it an alternate reality. It's in, and some people, there are probably, I wouldn't doubt, like, 5% of people who went in to see this movie who were, like, say, especially James Cameron fans. And I always love to imagine, like, the James Cameron sci-fi nerd heads who are going to see Titanic and thinking it's going to be a certain kind of thing because he's involved in it. Thinking, oh, maybe it's an alternate reality where, like, Titanic didn't sink or whatever. Comic book guy might have thought that. But from the very beginning, we see the ships at the bottom of the ocean. It's not about whether or not it will or will not. It's instead about, it kind of uses, again, the heart of the ocean as the MacGuffin. Oh, where's the heart of the ocean? And then that takes us to Rose. And then Rose takes us to this whole conception of the event that is not as much about those at the top as in only in as much as how their decisions affected those at the bottom, which included the love of her life.
Yeah.
Jack, and not only Jack, but again Fabrizio, Tommy Ryan himself, all these other like people towards the bottom, and how their the decisions of those at the top were impacted in that decision.
Yeah.
One of these things we read, I don't remember which one it was, had brought up Cameron himself, even during making of the movie, brought up Marx. He said something about we were always skirting on
basically outright
Marxian philosophy in terms of this exploration of class. I think he's frankly waxing a little too poetically and even making those comparisons. But nonetheless, it is a movie
who makes so much money.
Yeah, I mean, nonetheless, it is a movie about class and about, again, how those at the top kind of are impacting that. If I could just to hashtag retweet myself here about this, and I might have even read this in the historical podcast we did, but I think this kind of sums up ultimately to me what this movie is all about as far as a work of history. Yeah. Though the context of this dramatization may be innately rooted to an Edwardian era on the eve of a calamitous world war, Titanic the film and Titanic the event in many ways serves as timeless text of the ways in which the hubris of the rich and powerful determine catastrophes that they more likely than not find themselves mostly shielded from, while the lower classes consequently suffer from a vanity far out of their reach. Cameron, perhaps cinema's most scientifically minded craftsman of mass entertainment, shows a key interest in his work in causality and the many manifestations human decision-making have had on mankind's relationship to the natural world. The Terminator, and especially Terminator 2 Judgment Day, may feature explosions and death-defying cyborgs aplenty, but the pair of films also engage tangibly with the role of the individual plays in determining their relation to history. Sarah and John Connor both repeat for themselves the mantra, "No fate but what we make," a reminder to themselves and us that predetermination is merely a prison through which our ability to act independently and cogently is squandered in the face of the illusory construct of destiny. Titanic, an omen of the past rather than a nightmare from the future, fits in snugly with Cameron's earlier explorations of such a philosophy. And in that being said, basically thank you, that this whole movie is consumed, as we said, with it's more than about the shipwreckage, it's more than about the heart of the ocean, it's about the lives in which that so often get kind of cast aside, even in cinema itself, about such things. Making Jack, Jack, one of our main characters, to get just a glimpse of the life and the personality he had versus this shrill fear that so often kind of is pushed aside by a kind of an outwardly coolness that those at the very top of this movie have. I think speaks to what Cameron's trying to say with this movie as far as how this disaster and many great disasters of the 20th century were very directly tied to capitalism and the need of capitalism to prove itself as the supreme philosophy of the 20th century. And obviously you had world wars fought over that. This event happened as a result of that very impulse. Yeah. But anything else to say about Titanic before we go to the trailer?
No, other than just it's
a good movie.
It's everything that everybody says it is. I mean, and as I've gotten older, I've only liked it more. And the romance has grown with me as I've grown up, as far as meaning more to me, because as a kid, it's a movie for everybody. As a kid, you watch it, you're like, oh, get to see Fabrizio get squashed or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like the spectacle of it you care more about. And then, not that isn't still great, but now it's about other things, more adult things to me. So.
And as you said last week, I remember you said this. It's a movie that has something for everybody. I mean, it's it's not just. I always roll my eyes and say, "Oh, it's a chick flick," Yeah. It's like, what? So women can't like movies too, for one thing, and men can't. Men cannot like love stories either. Yeah. I mean, what a sexist thing and reductive thing about masculinity that is to say in of itself too. I mean, and so I just think it's very interesting that it's got something for everybody. I mean, and And anybody watching this movie is going to see themselves in one or multiple characters in this, whether they're small characters or big ones. I think everybody, not necessarily people of privilege, but anybody can buy into Rose to an extent and feel for her in terms of, you know, your parents or the world has certain expectations of who you are and you want to be this. And that's more explicitly for her in a kind of a, you know, financial sense. But I think, you know, that sense of identity and who we are is a very I mean, one of the most timeless building blocks of storytelling ever. And I think Titanic is one, but of many movies that engage in such a basic, essential questions about ourselves and where we fit into humanity on a larger basis. But so with that wraps up kind of our introduction for Titanic. You're going to hear the trailer for Titanic, and then we're going to dive, no pun intended, right into the movie.
Not like the Kate Winslet character in the new Avatar 2, the diver, the deep diver.
Maybe for them it's about like returning to the roots. You know, it's like
Return
Titanic.
to monk.
Return to monk,
as they say.
Take a journey back in time in search of a mystery locked beneath the sea. This January, you will be given the key.
We're going to America.
Oh, forget it, Boyle. You'll never get next to the likes of her.
Don't come any closer. Oh, let go.
No, you won't.
You are not to see that boy again.
I'm the king of the world!
That made you think you could put your hands on my fiancée.
It's not up to you to save me, Jack.
They've got you trapped. If you don't break free, you're gonna die.
It's a ship. There's only so many places she can be. Find her. Iceberg! Right ahead! Roll away!
The water is freezing and there aren't enough boats. Half the people on the ship are going to die.
For God's sake, there's women and children down here! Let us out so we can have a chance!
What are you going? What's him?
You jump right, jump right.
I hope you're trying to tie together!
And God shall wipe away all the tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death.
God almighty.
This is it. Oh, God.
And here we are, back, ready to go.
You know something we haven't done in a while is check the rating.
Oh yeah,
I mean, do
that was
we
kind of
want to
your
keep
job.
doing that?
So PG-13 for stuff.
Let me go get the. Hang on.
No,
Please don't. Hate it when people do that. You heard it here first.
Alrighty.
What even is Jeopardy anymore? I can't even see this. Hang on. You could have looked
So
this
it's,
up by
again,
now.
it's rated PG-13.
Yeah, for disaster-related peril and violence, nudity, sensuality, and brief language. Sensuality.
We need a little more sensuality, in the world, I think. Anyways,
I don't know. I mean,
we're watching the Blu-ray.
I don't know. We got Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B around. I think they've got it taken care of. So.
Yeah. Salute to them. So again,
Not
we're watching
really,
the Blu-ray.
but, okay.
Hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I think this Blu-ray, there might have been an earlier Blu-ray release, but I believe it was the one that kind of came out after Cameron's restored version of this. Well,
Do
in
you remember,
2012, when
by the way,
really
when that
released.
came out and Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and was like, those star charts are wrong or whatever. and they fixed it in this one or something. And
I think James Cameron said something to him like, "Yeah, I'm sure it would have made this much more money if that would have been right." You know, he's annoying. I don't know if we've ever talked about him.
Well, he's
much on the
also
pod.
a sexual harasser of some sort too, which has been he's got away with. So anyway, sounds like we really come into a real kind of attitude here. You know.
Anyways,
great movie.
When I was a kid, for the longest time, I thought this was all real footage that was taken. But then you literally see some
like
of these,
Zero Dark 30. I mean,
some of these same shots later. It's just got the sepia kind of tone thrown on top of it. But
we didn't mention really great score. I mean, James Horner is always great. Anyway, and of course Celine Dion's music good in this also.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to go from like the sepia tone pictures to like a shot of the ocean that's like blue.
Very blue.
It's like the implications that making.
So is this a secret sequel to The Abyss? No.
Yeah.
As it turns out.
Turns out, totally not.
It is interesting that it starts with this like, nostalgic sepia tone like
and then it's
imagery,
like
and then
one
it's
of
like
those futuristic looking things.
Futuristic almost,
right.
of the time, but yeah.
Still looks pretty weird.
Yeah. And I think James Cameron, some years ago after this, had actually, one of the relatively small amount of people that went to the Mariana Trench, I believe, elsewhere. But we were talking about this earlier when we were testing this. How ugly the subtitles are.
Yeah, they're really bad. So
this is weird.
I've never seen any that bad actually, but oh well.
Yeah. They're not. I don't know. They're not good. They're small. I think that's one of the biggest things for me.
The font's bad. The color's bad.
Yeah.
Oh no! If only I hadn't seen the movie.
Oh my God! Spoiler alert! Ship sinks. I could have told you that. I'm sure somebody said.
I want to talk in depth at the end about the stupidity of the argument over. Oh, he could have been on there.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
this whole time we've been talking.
Yeah.
I've not even actually thought about that.
We'll
whole
talk
thing
about.
once.
We'll get there. But no, I mean that's such a middle school, and I know because I live with it all the time. Such a middle school thing to quabble over. It's just like no, it didn't. There was not enough room. He would have been too heavy. That's it, and we'll talk about it later.
And I think some people might quibble over this, but it's like that's not what needed to happen in the. He
Yeah,
needed
right.
To die.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
like that.
it's
The
part of
movie said so. That's my ultimate. Yeah.
Nice.
Don't you love Lewis? I mean, all-time scientist.
I think
right?
he's a real guy that James Cameron
I'm
is
sure.
friends
Yeah.
with.
Oh,
and
I'm sure he is.
Who this is like. But
it does look obviously a lot like The
I don't know
Abyss.
if he got a SAG card after all this or what.
His movies always look very good.
Yeah, it turns out. I know there have been so many DVD and Blu-ray releases, specifically of Terminator 2, that it's like almost it's really confusing at this point. Now, again, we had said this. We saw this when it was re-released.
Yeah.
In 2012, which was, again, nearly the 15th anniversary of the movie, but specifically with the 100th anniversary of the
Sayonara to Microseconds.
And that's a movie, again, this is a movie I had seen so many times, but that was the first time I saw it on the big screen.
Yeah.
What do you remember about kind of seeing it that way?
I mean, it's been
3D,
so long ago. It's almost been 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
Well, no, it will be 10 years. That's funny. I didn't even think about that. I mean, it was cool.
There were certain scenes, like, in general, we're not fans of 3D, really. But in the hands of James Cameron, he's
I remember more about the Terminator 2 3D, and I thought that was really good. I know a lot of people didn't like that for some reason, but I thought that was good. But, I mean, ultimately, it's Titanic on the big screen. I could care less if it's in 2D or 3D. I would rather have been in 2D, but whatever,
Yeah. It was just cool to see it on the big screen,
Well, it will be interesting to go to Avatar and presumably see that in 3D. And I'm
not even complaining about
Avatar
this
2, I mean.
At one bit, but 3D's kind of died off as a format. I mean, it was reignited
it
in
happens
that
every
immediate
30
wake
years.
after Avatar, but then has since fallen by the wayside.
50s, 80s, thousands.
Yeah.
Be the 2030s. Maybe he'll just push the movies back that far and do it again. Snoop Dogg.
One technical question I almost have about those movies is that they've been being made so long,
Yeah.
that I would presume, of course, that it's the latest technology that is, what I mean? I guess like a movie like that's actually probably pioneering new techniques that are then going to be taken and used by all these other
probably
effects houses and whatnot.
A film, the stuff they're filming will be kind of like
filming,
but the like special effects will be the last stuff they make.
Right.
I mean, so that's being just.
But it's been designed for so long,
right.
and then I guess it's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
But it's just been worked on and developed for so long, it almost makes you wonder, like...
it's like Boyhood, I always wondered that about, because that movie being made over so long a period, I'm assuming that, and I haven't seen the movie, actually, I need to, but I'm assuming that over that amount of time, they just used the same film stock, same, exact thing, so it doesn't change.
It doesn't really... If you really watch it with a fine-tooth comb, you could probably find, this is a little different, but... I've only seen it the once and quite liked it, but didn't notice any big changes, It is very fascinating to see we start off seeing all this as a wreckage, as a like a destroyed vessel, and then later on we see just these same places and locales and see it in the totally other way.
Now, I don't know this for sure. It sounds like a stupid question. I'm assuming they filmed all this right where the Titanic is.
Well,
right?
I think this stuff is actually recreated.
Well, that's what I was wondering,
based on really what it looks like.
I wondered if they would actually kind of do that in that place just out of respect for the dead.
Yeah, I think it's all based on real footage, and then they recreated, and that way, frankly, they could have more control over the camera and do what they want to do more. Snoop vision.
Lewis thinking about watching Cal Hockley sleep, I guess. Like somebody left the water running.
That's a very basic but lame joke. I mean, but good joke. I should say. How many teenage girls at this point were like, "Where's Leo, though? Like, is that his corpse under there?" No. Skeletal remains.
The moment.
It's coming. This film here looks way better than the memes you usually see. The gifts. All you teachers at the end of the month. Rise up like
tomorrow. I mean, for us,
Well, technically, I got paid this.
I haven't
Friday,
been yet, but sometimes you get paid a little early.
He said, "Who's the meth baby?"
Here, we were talking about it a minute ago when we were testing it. It's like the champagne is putting the sparks out. Like,
that guy's just annoyed. Like, I'm trying to do my job here. Like,
they're not going to pay me anything anyway. Filth,
fresh filth. Like, it's like,
listen to this sound.
As a long time as a kid, when he said, the same thing happened to Geraldo and his career never recovered. I didn't know for a long time, obviously as a kid, what that's referred to.
The Capone,
safe,
yeah.
It's just so hilarious. They had like a whole 30 or hour minute special plan for that, and they did it live. And they're like, yeah, no kidding. I mean, Geraldo's still alive and well now, though. But.
Hey, Dave. Very high. Like it wasn't in the sink. Hey, don't worry about it. There's still plenty of places it could be. Hell yes. Florida Green, the suite, the mother's room. First, you're safe on sea deck. In the office briefcase doesn't it? Just gotta go through a little process of elimination. Hang on a
It's very fascinating. It's like, oh, they found it, but actually
Yeah.
a picture of it.
It was in there.
I know James Cameron himself drew this
Yeah.
image, I know. And even some of the shots later when Leo's drawing, it's actually James Cameron's hand cameo. It's funny that later on, that's the exact same thing that Rose says when she sees a image. I always remember this house, how kind of nice and, again, we said earlier, grandmotherly the whole thing looks. Oh, like nice windows, got all these plants, you know. Something else to randomly mention is this movie came out in 97. Of 97 was in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
When they had said was when Skynet takes over, and I don't see the robots taking over.
So, of course, he's like, we get to see this and enjoy it now. And really, he's like, where's the dang money?
Yeah.
Like, he's like, where's the dang
and
jewels? Like,
I think it's interesting that he even says in the TV earlier what he said was like, oh, we care about the secret stories or whatever. You can tell that's just like press BS he's saying. But then by the end of the movie, he does kind of come to that place. But it'll be interesting if this had if Titanic was like, if Cameron wanted to do a whole spin-off series about them going to all these wreckages and then all these stories that come out of like the, you know, what they're finding or whatever, that could have been done.
Had to take the dog with her, yeah. Such an old person thing to do, yeah. Like, go take the dog. Like, it's like in the okay.
His shirt.
That's supposed to be a Watchmen reference somehow.
I don't think explicitly. I think it's just like your garden variety, you know,
freak show
situation, yeah. I wonder if they did that to in some way tip a hat to Gloria Stewart herself, who was an actress obviously in the 30s and 40s and beyond. You know, I don't know. But as they said, like, which is obvious, that they believe Rose died in that because they never found her. You know what I mean? But.
Yeah, there's an implication there about, oh, something's going to go on.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Oh, well, they have you know, they be each other's dish, you know.
They be each other's dish on the kale dish. He reminds me, he's a very like that Lewis guy's a very Richard Dreyfuss in Jaws kind of.
The whole time I was staring at him, I was like, who does he remind me of? That's who it is. Yeah. Like, yeah. He's got the glasses and the, you know, wily, crazy attitude. So it turns out, I guess this diamond is cursed, you know?
Yeah.
It's- yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, where's my money,
Where's
though?
my money?
Nathan Hockley, that's right. Pittsburgh Steel Tycoon. Claims for a diamond necklace is so chowing about his fiance.
Caledon.
Sail like Titanic. That was filed right after the sinking. So the diamond was brought down to the ship. You see the date? Which means if your grandmother is who she says she is, she was wearing the diamond the day the Titanic sank. And that makes you my new best friend.
Because I like money. I, like our director, like money. They call me Mr. Moneybags.
Mr. Titanic Moneybags. Shattered reflection.
Time. Yeah.
No, they went heavy on the liver spot, so.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go back to Titanic? Okay, here
I don't know if that was in the TV spots at all for
Yeah.
the re-release. Like,
kind of bumps along, punching holes like Morse code.
one of the reviews we said might have said something about this. I think it did. I really like that it shows the sinking, but from this
Yeah.
very like hypothetical, like a digital model of what it would have looked like, and then we literally kind of see
Yeah.
it, you know, a more vivid way much later towards the end. But
Whole ass is sticking up in the air. And that's a big ass. We're talking about 30,000 tons. Okay? And the hole's not designed to deal with that pressure. So what happens? She splits right down to the keel.
Fabrizio had already been killed by this point. But
Then as the bow sinks, it pulls the stern vertical and then finally detaches. Now the stern section just kind of bobs there like a cork for a couple of minutes.
It's funny that she's sitting here thinking, I know what happened. You don't have
Yeah.
to tell me. You know, like, yeah, it did take about 3 hours. I always forgot about how long it was.
Half a mile away for like 20, 30 knots when it hits the ocean floor. Pretty cool, huh?
Thank you for that fine forensic analysis, Mr. Logan. Of course, the experience of it was somewhat.
Are you sure it was?
Will you tell me where the money is? As I crack open my Arnold Palmer.
they should have had an after credit scene like of like her, you know, getting on the helicopter going to leave after the end, and she's like, oh, by the way, like I just threw it away in the water like yesterday. Bye bye, and then just leaves and like, what do you think of that, baby? Like,
Well, I want to talk about the ending of the movie anyway, about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Specifically about the very end, about like something I've just always assumed about it, but
this whole movie has a lot of big quotes that come from it, but this kind of whole little monologue she does as it transitions into the flashback is something you hear parodied all the time.
I mean, and it was.
Yeah.
The beds had never been slept in.
We'll put that up all the time. We're about waiting. I had to wait in a fast food line for a whole 3 minutes. Like, I remember, like, not the first time I saw this, but so many times I saw this, I remember as a kid, like, wondering, how did they do this shot?
Yeah.
Like, this shot, like, blew my mind, and, of course, visual effects is a big part of it, but...
oh, right.
where
Yeah.
it literally transitions into the flashback, kind of...
We've been on some cruises.
I was
What's
going to
your,
mention this.
cruise opinion.
I think cruises are a pretty fun value, good for your value education. Well, that too.
Yeah,
but
vacation.
Vacation, you
Yeah.
know. I really like them. We've been to what?
I've
Bahamas
been
twice.
on 3.
Cozumel. Key West, that was
Yeah.
part of the same one.
Been to Nassau and Freeport.
Yeah. What about you? What do you think of
Yeah, I
cruise
like them. I
experience?
mean, but now I don't know how often I can go on them. I've got motion sickness more
Right,
now,
yeah.
and that doesn't really help.
That's something that's never really bothered me. There's been some few times I've been walking in the hallways of them, and I have feel a little, weird. But
who's that supposed to be?
I mean, this movie does a great job of introducing the characters. That's a really grand movie star entrance, for Kate Winslet. How big that hat is.
Yeah.
But not about Titanic. It's over 100 feet longer than Titanic. Far more legit. God, it's far too difficult to impress with.
I don't see why they don't get together. Because
Yeah,
they're
it's
like
like-
way more into each other than
Yeah.
Rose is going to be into him.
The main terminal, it's round that way, sir.
Look at Lovejoy just scouting the scene.
Can you see my map? Yes, sir. My pleasure, sir, if I can do anything at all. Yes, right. All the trunks from that car there, 12 from here, and the safe to the parlor suite rooms B-52, 54.
B-52s. Love boat, baby.
There's some actors that just have like a face that looks like it's from a past era, and I think
Yeah.
David Warner just looks like a guy who very easily could have lived in this early 20th century time. He just got that stern look.
Of course, it's shown where with them they're all being checked real like for this and that, and they just get to go on immediately. So
yeah,
class.
It was the ship of dreams, and everyone else. Me, it was a slave ship, taking me back to America in chains. Outwardly, I was everything a well-brought-up girl should be. Inside,
And so that's her introduction formally, really. And then Jax is, in this poker game where he's barely going to be able to get it. That guy always reminds me of, Michael Biehn.
Yeah.
Later on, after I saw more Michael Biehn things, but
you are parting with everything we have.
that's what he said earlier. Like, it'd been better off for Jack if he had, But no.
Yeah.
It was his fate to die.
Schmin. And it is interesting, of course, because this is all based on the idea of destiny and luck, but also that Cameron typically, has the whole fate but what we make thing.
Yeah.
But so it's a little bit different of a he was able to make it.
Yeah. That's true. He won't see his mom for a long, long time. I mean, probably like, why did you bet that?
Yeah.
And then we lose.
Titanic go to America.
Yeah. when that late bell's about to ring.
Yeah. And it's like all it'll be is you're tardy, not like you can't get to another country like for months. Like,
I actually never understood what he said just until this moment. Be a millionaire, like
yeah. It doesn't show this in the movie, but I know, and it's one of the things you believe in or you don't believe in, whatever. But
we don't have lice. Yeah.
That what if they just fail?
Yeah.
But that. Lost my train of thought. I don't know. We'll get there.
Whether these things something you believe in or not believe in.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. So supposedly when they christened the ship with a bottle of champagne, it didn't break. I think so. That's like always a bad omen.
Oh, bad omen. Yeah, that's why it sunk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that.
I'm pretty sure. Let me look that up actually, but I think I've heard.
Both
that
with this
before.
shot and especially later on when they're on the open sea. And when the captain, that's earlier from that shot from earlier that has a sepia tone look to it in this too. That Cameron really loves to show the scenes or moments of the scale of the ship and also just technologically how it works. You can tell obviously as somebody in love with technology like him, that very technical process is something that is fascinating about it. This shot always blew my mind as a kid too, just the scale of the ship versus like
it actually
a regular
never
scale
was christened. So never mind.
Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Man.
So the opposite. It was just like, nope, never.
But again, like I said later on, like it really shows you, oh, this gear turns this and this does this, and just shows you the physical scale of such a vessel and just in general how now we've had plenty of ships and vessels bigger than this even now, obviously, but
yeah.
Private promenade deck. We didn't get the private promenade decks when we were on our various cruises, but this is the scene people like to bring up. Talking about paintings and painters here.
Yeah. A Picasso.
Yeah. And that's a Monet there too. This line here. People like to roll their eyes at that.
Yeah.
And this movie, to be fair, does not have many of those moments, actually.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm hearing that the Kaiser is, wanting to expand in Europe. It doesn't have many scenes like that, but it does happen here or there, and that's one of the bigger ones. But
here, goes talking about they went to Cherbourg, which had been in France, so that they had kind of stopped a couple places. But
yeah. I love, though, the idea that, that she got on at that stop that they had. I can imagine, like, Rose's mom and other, prissy women, like, being, oh, thank God she's not here. And then she got on, so, oh, God, she barely got on. Like, took off. I mean, this is one of those sequences I was talking about that shows all the technical processes of the ship.
That guy.
Yeah. Later on, he's like flipping out, like trying to turn this big, like I don't even know what you'd call it, like a twisted gear thing.
Twisted Sister.
Yeah, Twisted Sister. He's trying to put Twisted Sister on vinyl real quick before the ship sinks, so he can go out rock and roll. One of those, that thing there, whatever that is.
Probably a pressure valve. It only
and I love even too that like there's
pressure.
Literally even in this cruise sequence here of a class being established as far as the people at the very top want this to happen, then it goes to this level, then it goes to this level, and then it's just very fascinating how the visual language of that is almost establishing kind of some of these ideas already this early on, but. And meanwhile, they're allowed to run right,
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that would be allowed.
Because I think on most cruise ships we've been on, there's always a version of this, the very tip top front of the ship, and
the bow.
It's closed off,
right.
There's always one of those shots that look amazing on the big screen too.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell the visual effects now.
That looks like a video game. Yeah,
it's far enough
but
away.
This
it's
moment,
not that bad,
we were talking about earlier today, where he looks out
right before Jack says, "I'm king of the world." It cuts to this shot of the captain looking out like him, yes, do it.
Yeah,
this
but
is your
he's
destiny.
only actually really just looking at the ocean, the ship, but
and a sense of pride of I'm the captain of such a ship, getting out of the way,
yeah. The I don't know.
Cool.
When James Cameron
was Mr. Fantastic in the Fantastic Four movies.
Yeah. When James Cameron, won the Oscar, he said, "I'm king of the world." It's just oh, please.
Yeah, a lot of people rolled their eyes at that, but it's hey, if your movie grossed the highest ever, and then you win this many Academy Awards,
James Cameron,
the big moment. Here we go.
And he's like, "Do it." He says. Telling you, he should have played Billy Corgan.
Yeah,
never happened.
I think he's not been very vocal about it, but I think DiCaprio is slightly kind of embarrassed by this movie. And I don't know if it's this movie as a whole or really him in the movie. I think a large part, part of the reason he wanted to do more of these Scorsese movies and all these other movies of the 2000s he did was to try to distance himself from being, you're the pretty boy that was in Titanic, which I think was... So I don't think it's as much the movie as much as, I guess, how it made him feel in it and... be a part of it as far as his performance in it. I think he's, obviously he's good in this, but he's become even a better actor, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah. Hey, you got a Freud reference coming up here.
Yeah.
Ismay, you got a little pee-pee, bro?
Wow. It's just amazing that he's so stupid. Not even that he wouldn't know who he is, but he's so stupid that he just assumes, if he's important, he must be on this ship.
Right,
it's just
what?
Here
at hubris of that.
Yeah.
Here we get our Tommy Ryan introduction. Big Irish hands.
You have to walk the dogs. Tommy Ryan.
No, I think it's interesting the Irish characters like naturally bringing up. Well, it was actually this was built in Ireland, and all these Irish people built this, like which obviously is true.
Typical English Irish divide of that. Yeah. Forget it, Boyle.
There's been a few times where I've talked, like, I'm an American history teacher at high school level. And every once in a while, like, I'll be talking about the English and the Irish. Every once in a while, that'll filter in, like, specifically, like, kind of in the Alien and Sedition Acts of the 1790s or variations. And, like, I'll talk about how some French immigrants, France and England had been fighting for, that's their favorite hobby is to fight each other. And then I always say, I'm not even going to get into the Irish-English history because that goes back like so long and it's like, complicated. No hat her mom's wearing.
Really? Oh my God!
Like, oh, I'm sorry. Are you in a suicidal state? Well, you spilled my drink, so you better make amends for that before you kill yourself. Like
yeah. Oh, who that be?
Mm-hmm. As Jack points out later, I mean, this is, April Atlantic water, ocean in, 1912, so it was even colder back then. How that would have felt.
You hit it with all that force, too.
Oh, yeah.
It would kill instantly, I don't know, from that height, or at least knock you out. But.
Yeah. And I could see some people trying to look at this objectively like, but she's of this higher social class. Like, how dare she feel miserable or bad?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And especially being a woman of this time, I mean, as we talked about in the intro, all the expectations that women had, there's basically just be child machines, a little more than that, unfortunately.
Well, there's an implication there that they're making that also goes the opposite way of that money doesn't buy you everything, and it's like, so that doesn't mean anything. Right. I mean, yeah.
Misery's misery. Don't matter if you're rich or poor. Different forms of misery. And you could just see, though, from Jack's first scene earlier that he's just, he's obviously, and you hear a little bit of a story over the course of the movie, that he's clearly seen some pretty harsh, trying times, but he just has this naturally optimistic, happy-go-lucky personality or spark that ultimately she feeds off of and subsumes into her own self, by the conclusion. And I really love that his pulling her from the brink is more of a very logical description of what's going to happen to her. Plus that, I've got to, if I'm going to have to do all this and that to keep you alive, like. Steel Creek water.
When you're going to jump off the high dive. And somebody's next to you saying all this, and everybody's like, come on, hurry up. Like,
as I've gotten older, as far as high dives like that, I've just got more and more
by baby, it was a Chippewa. I mean,
I've been like, it hurts when you hit the ground. Why am I doing this?
Yeah,
like,
it's stupid. I mean, it's such a
now
childish thing.
There's the lower one that ain't that bad at all, but the higher one that hurts. Like, the ones at Cool Park.
Yeah,
how high those are. Those hurt the worst. A lot of movies moving forward, you didn't see this like Leo hairstyle as much. It was iconic for a certain generation. You wouldn't see much the same hairstyle until done much worse later by Michael Pitt in various roles.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we all know that.
you don't have to do this.
There would be more dignity in it. Talk about a Freudian slip. Yeah.
This one kind of main crew guy here, I've never seen in anything other than Phantom Thread. He plays like this random guy. At one point, it was like asking questions at this press conference of that woman who's getting married, and he made a dress for her or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only other thing I've ever seen him in, but just him. You stand back and don't move an inch. You know, him having his shoes off makes the whole thing seem iffy, like he was going to try to rape her or something. You know,
We say that all the time.
don't move an inch.
Face the master arm.
Here
Here
we go. One of the great lines ever.
You filth.
We say that a lot too.
Yeah.
Look at me, you filth.
Propeller. That guy behind him.
Well, it says, was that the way of it? Like, he asked him for a second.
Except for all the little girls that you make work in factories.
But,
yeah. Other than that, you SOB. Yeah. Dr. Bombay.
So it's all's well and back to our brandy, eh? Like, let's go back to drinking, you know.
Dr. Bombay over here. Oh, yes. Starting to check for $25,000. Rose is displeased. What to do? Yes. To regale our group with your heroic tale. Sure. You mean yes, sir? Like, no, I don't think that's what I meant. Meanwhile, he looks like he'd be James Cameron's uncle or something. Looks kind of like him.
He took two. He's like, I'll save one for later. I got my own, you boy.
Yeah. That's what the Pinkerton in me ultimately. By the way, we did forget to mention we found the scene of them fighting.
Yeah, so there's a deleted scene of Jack and Lovejoy fighting, which presumably is how he got his injuries.
Yeah.
But I really do love that canonically it's like, no, you don't know
No,
what
we
happened.
don't know, yeah.
That's the fanfic.
gala next week. The
Deleted-
engagement gala
The deleted scenes are just fanfic after a certain point.
tonight. Hey, there it is. You
I'm
see
sure-
that was like a cut there.
Yeah. I've not even looked into it. There has to be like volumes and volumes of fanfic written out of this movie.
What the hell it would be? It'd probably be her life, I guess.
Yeah.
Mostly Cal Hockley's final days,
Or
I don't know,
even
but-
like, had Jack survived? What would have
Yeah.
happened? Like alternate history fanfic,
It's interesting also that she mentioned that she only wore it the once when she was getting the picture drawn, but actually she's worn it twice, and that she would almost prefer to forget this moment of wearing it.
That was the one time she really remembered it. Yeah.
Look at me, you filth.
Not quite a tea time together, but a walk around the ship.
It's interesting. It just skips along like she just went ahead, like, oh, well, they're together, yeah. Like, okay.
He's one of the few people that can really make wearing suspenders look cool. Because we've talked about before, like suspenders are like ultimately like almost all the work into being the laziest thing ever, because a belt just kind of is so efficient. But just the whole idea, if you literally have these big suspenders that are connecting your pants across your shoulders, it's bizarre. Like it's a concept. I remember when I was showing this to the high schoolers last semester, I was like, see, guys, this is how you talk to a girl. Like, you don't like say, just his game is immaculate. I mean,
Why not? That guy.
yeah.
Was that Albert Finney secretly or something? Like, he's like, I gotta take my. There he went again.
Well, even in that last shot, it was that same guy. So there's like 3 appearances there, and maybe it's triplets. Like, I think the rumors of this have cooled in recent years, but there was a while where it was a rumor of a project of a Theodore Roosevelt movie where he was going to play Roosevelt, and Scorsese was maybe going to direct it, but I don't know if that's going to happen now. But what would you think of Leonardo DiCaprio's Theodore Roosevelt?
No, I don't think so.
He don't really look enough like
What
him.
about him as J. Edgar Hoover? That would be stupid.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie.
That's one of the most like forgotten about things that ever happened.
Yeah.
it's kind of comical. Like the movie's kind of comical too, but that's the only time he's worked with Clint Eastwood, I guess. Can't let that guy see it. One-legged prostitute. What if this was a chance for James Cameron just for to show everybody, look what a great artist I am, you know? Well, good, you know. Glad that made up for that whole deal. Oh, as far as also the fanfic material, it has to be like Jack, the pre-Titanic years,
Yeah.
like, you know. Child, you cut to the quick.
So, we forgot to mention earlier that we're watching The Gilded Age on HBO
Yeah.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Which is set in the 1880s.
yeah, in the 1880s. But what's your opinion on that so far?
So far, I'm liking it. I think it was just created by the same guy who did Downton Abbey, which we don't have any real familiarity with.
No.
Our parents have watched, and
Yeah.
our mom likes a lot. But it's pretty interesting. You know, I think it's interesting. In general, I would frankly like to see more art made about these time periods.
Yeah.
That's less interested in the wealth and privilege because
Right.
we've had such an overabundance of that over the
Yeah.
years, and that is, I mean, the characters are exclusively privileged in that.
Yeah.
And so I would like to see a little more variation.
Right.
Maybe eventually it'll go there. I will say one thing: it's more about race in an explicit
Right.
way than most
Yeah.
of these things are. And
Yeah.
there's a really telling scene. In the most recent episode we watched, was it episode 4?
Yeah.
Of this first season, where she's kind of befriended a black woman who's working for the main character is working for her aunt, and she goes to her home and like is gonna give her these old or gently used shoes, and realize that the girl herself is living a measure of wealth and privilege, and there's like a moment of embarrassment of I don't need this, and you assume that I did, and certain things like that are new or novel, I would say, about it. But
yeah, and I mean, yeah, that's the thing too, is that with this movie, obviously it has both, and that just has the one mostly, although it refers to those things. But yeah, I think it's good, but
it is about the help to an extent,
right?
That is,
but yeah, this obviously, like we've said before, with us and with others, has been the first, movie we would have seen that, portrayed the Gilded Age, and so I feel like it's
the very end, basically,
right,
of
the end
Gilded
of the Gilded
Age,
Age, because this is when the Progressive Era was starting around this time, and a little before that.
And this is really kind of this, really kind of cusp of post-Edwardian Britain, but also kind of contemporary America at that moment too. I mean, reflection of that.
Oh yeah,
We kind of missed the scene while we were talking with Fine about let's speed up the shit,
Right.
like so we can make the headlines. Got a little bit of that spittle on his cheek there. Or his lip. Chin, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the guy who saved my life, by the way.
Charmed to meet me, I'm sure.
I've never liked that charmed, I'm sure. That never set well.
Because it's basically saying charmed to meet me, I'm sure. No.
what she says here. He's really lucky he ran into her because he was going to walk in wearing this. Like,
Yeah.
Which means nothing to me, but obviously to
Yeah.
them would have been suicidal.
Come.
Had a spare tuxedo in the
Right.
packed away.
Okay. I could have opened the door myself,
Yeah.
you know. There's so much about just you see stuff like this and you think about your own life like me, and I'm just like, what a bunch of bull crap this is, just in the words of Stone Cold Steve Austin, sportsmanship? What a load of crap. I mean,
Stone Cold, he should have been, on the ship. It all could have been differently.
Walk into the Biltmore house like, where's your commode? Like,
where's the WC?
They've got bathrooms inside the house, don't they? Somewhere, or no?
Like along the way as you're going through it?
Yeah. I don't think they do.
I don't think so, no.
So you kind of have to just be like, well.
I think they kind of tell you that before you go in. Like, be sure to use the restroom before you go in,
Yeah, because they don't let any food or drink in there, I guess. Or how many times people just vomited in there.
Yeah, probably happened.
It's like, all this Huckley steel. Where? All the right places.
Like barely a head nod he got.
Yeah. Here I is. Meanwhile, Blue Dino Waltz just like going on in the background. Of course, another show that's not really about the Gilded Age anymore, by that point, but that we, of course, love. Is one of my favorite shows, Boardwalk Empire, being about the 20s, and that's after the Gilded Age and the Progressive era, and, a lot of ways, and that, it's like...
Yeah, he's like mocking all this.
Yeah.
He didn't, that's the thing I forgot. He didn't even recognize him.
Yeah.
Like I said, why aren't they together? Well, they're into each other, like Cal and the mom. But whatever. Yeah, Boardwalk Empire. I mean, that show's also about race and in a roundabout way about difference in class. I mean, and then women, the transformational decade they had.
I mean, there's never been a show more about ethnicity, I don't think, in that era than that.
Right? Because it's not about just black and white, but also
Jewish,
Italian, Irish. I mean.
Well, thank you. We laugh about that all the time. Why, thank you. Sweet pea.
Well, hello, Molly. This guy was on... He might still be on one. Was it Young and the Restless or Bold and the Beautiful? I don't even know. One of them
named Victor.
I love this. Oh yes, like I know about them.
Yeah,
got no clue.
And then that obviously shows you all the lies they tell each other all the time.
Because they're not about to act like, oh, I don't know about this other rich person.
Yeah.
I've got to act like I know them all. And
Mother, of course, could always be counted. Tell us of the accommodations in the steerage, Mr. Wilson.
where them poor people live or staying? How y'all doing down there?
Best I've seen, man. Hardly any rats.
Dawson is joining us from the Philippines. Those are some assistants to my fiancée.
It turns out that Mr. Dawson is quite a fine artist. He was kind enough to show me some of his work today.
Rose and I differ somewhat in our definition of fine art. Not to impugn yours, sir.
Whatever, I don't care. Give a F.
What does that look like? Yes. I was like, what the F?
Yeah.
There's every rivet in that. There's the promise.
The ship is a wonder, Mr. Anders, truly.
Thank you.
Never had caviar.
No thanks.
No caviar from the France. Never did like it much.
And where exactly do you live, Mr. Wilson?
Well, right now,
So, oh, he must think he's better than us.
after that, I'm on guard.
No, he knows it.
How is it living, Mr. Carter?
I work my way from place to place. You know, tramp steamers and such. But I won my ticket on Titanic here, the lucky-handed poker. Very lucky.
All life is a game of luck.
Right, Winston. Yeah. Yeah.
That sort of rootless existence.
Social Darwinism.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I do. I mean, got everything I need right here with me. Got air in my lungs and a few blank sheets of paper. I mean, I love waking up in the morning not knowing what's going to happen. Who I'm going to meet. Where I'm going to wind up. Just the other night I was sleeping under a bridge, and now here I am on the grandest ship in the world having champagne with you fine people. I'll fix some of that. So I figure life's a gift, and I don't intend on
You can
wasting
tell they're like, he's like a, well dressed ape to them. They're like, look, watch the monkey go. Like, this is totally foreign concepts to any of these people, obviously.
Well said, Jack.
Dr. Bombay himself. Yeah. Oh, yes. He's like, don't know what to do.
And then now here she is regaling with money in the stove. Until a lot of them were like, especially Cal and her mom are like, oh, there she goes again, telling her redneck hick stories.
Thank you for the pleasure of your company. Joining us, Dawson? You don't want to stay out here with the women, do you? Business and politics are sort of But Dawson,
Good for you to come.
Good for you to come. Good for you to be around. Be around. Whatever that means.
Yeah. I just noticed earlier, I never really... Actually, this is the first time I think I've noticed it. He's given back a pen to Molly Brown earlier. And this is the first time I was like, what is he got a pen? And it was to write that down.
Yeah.
You notice something new every time. I've seen this movie a bunch of times, but still.
Make it count. Meet me at the clock.
Yeah.
You know that James Cameron wrote that and was like, nice.
Yeah.
And high-fived himself, you know.
Start the clock. Meet me at the clock. Clean my clock. This is very similar to the final shot of the movie where it's a first person kind of perspective shot. That one changes, but here's where the dregs are hanging out.
We once had a country, a proper country. Everybody, no phones in sight, you know,
Yeah.
like.
Not bro, what's your snap?
Okay.
Just exchanging that
Look at
back
me,
then.
you filth.
Yeah. Well, this guy gets up, first thing he does, give me the beer. And what's interesting is, you know, that you got to think all these people come from these different places and different languages and whatnot, but all these variations of their folk cultures, but they're all united essentially in the idea that we're all like each other as far as even we're coming from different places, but our class dictates they put us all down here, so let's just commiserate and kind of have that union even in being down here together, you know.
Yeah. Pop goes the weasel. Kind of reminds me of that sequence in Heaven's Gate where all the dance and stuff with what's his name, T-Bone Burnett.
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, a lot of the reviews we read didn't mention Heaven's Gate. They were mostly talking about Gone with the Wind. Obviously, this was in the Gone with the Wind direction as far as how successful it was.
Right.
Heaven's Gate was a huge flop, obviously, but
well, it's similar to Heaven's Gate, also in the sense of about class.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Right.
That there's no real happiness at the end of, though, at all. So, not even a bittersweetness. It's just like, nope. That she did, or that he did, go back to what his original life
background was.
And it's just like, whatever. Every movie should have a moment like this, even beyond the jurisdiction of the Sherman Act.
Yeah.
Basically saying, how can we screw it over?
That's what Rockefeller said.
Supreme Court didn't swallow it. It's funny to go back and it's just like, that's what's going on with them.
Yeah.
Talking about how can we rip people off.
Yeah. It's daggum antitrust act says we can't just swallow up businesses whole. Like, the daggum Roosevelt had to come in and ruin everything. And there he is, that Roosevelt. I mean, I myself have very mixed ideas about Theodore Roosevelt. Certain things about him I admire, and other things I don't. But there's a reason why he's one of our most beloved and over the years popular presidents, though. And also, certain aspects of him are especially lifted up by the left and the right. Very different things, but.
So that would hurt really bad.
Yeah.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. I can't believe it.
Lovejoy hanging
Meanwhile,
out.
he's like probably gonna vomit. Like I can't stand being down here.
Yeah.
Like with and he puts it in air quotes, the Irish.
Yeah. Black Irish thugs.
Slow-mo. And then this scene.
Yeah.
You know, this is where I'm out on Cal, I think.
Yeah, this is where he gets canceled.
Because it hasn't happened yet, you know. Not from the first frame of him.
You're joking. But
yeah.
Everything up to this point, he has been this annoying, obviously, you know, antagonist of a sort. But this is first time we see him like with directly violent, you know, impulses or whatever. Yeah. That's upping the ante, so to speak. But yeah.
That Undertaker of a manservant.
Yeah.
Practice if not yet by law, so you will honor me. You will honor me the way a wife is required to honor her husband.
Talking to a student. Is this in any way unclear?
Yeah.
Like describing basic directions.
Yeah. And you're like in their face, like.
I love it always in these situations. The helper just required to stand by and wait for the
and then like, oh, it was an accident. Yes,
the idiotic outburst
right.
to conclude before they have to come in and clean it up.
It's oh, it was an accident. Nothing happened. Like, yeah.
I think this same woman later on is one who's like, when the ship's turned to this, like slides down like as like a slide, which, you know, we should at some point probably later maybe talk about, or not even now, the whole phenomenon of those like floaty slides that got made that are literally shaped like the Titanic. You can like slide
Wait,
down.
really?
That,
I did.
At Hudson Elementary School
I
with those
forgot
like
about
fall
that.
festivals they had.
Oh wow!
So they're like a big thing. It's like a slide. You go
I
slide
forgot-
down,
I
and,
forgot
and it
that.
literally looks like the Titanic. And now, as a kid, I thought it was fun, but now I'm like, what in the world
Yeah,
were they
that's-
thinking
I
doing
don't
that?
know.
Like that's awful.
It was part of this movie.
Stop it, mother! You'll give yourself a nosebleed.
Yeah, it was part of this movie's marketing, I'm sure. Or something like.
Or and the after effects of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, not even that
thing.
not that they marketed
Right,
it, I
right.
should say, but that I forgot about that. Now that I remember, I'm like, yeah, why did that happen? Like,
So again, this is that scene where she's saying, "Hey, we've got all this debt. We need to marry into more money."
I don't understand you.
Why are you being so selfish? I'm being selfish.
Might as well. I mean, you'd actually do some work. Yeah. Yes. Why not?
Yeah, why not? All right.
Yep. She's doing the.
Again, she shouldn't be putting this much pressure on her daughter for one thing for all this.
But
I can empathize and semi-understand where she's coming from, even if she is a classist crone. But as she said, we're
Classless
women. Our
crone.
choices are never easy.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
she's
true.
saying,
Yeah.
you know, this is all we have as women to get any sort of power is
Right.
to marry into these things, or you know. So, and again, as I said earlier, literally tightening her corset while having this conversation. You know, I can't understand why women were forced to wear those. I'm just like, just to look, I guess, as slim as possible, but I don't know. It was so weird to me. There was a while back, I think it was after Memorial Day or Veterans Day. I can't remember. I think it was Veterans Day. At our church, we sang like little like hymns associated with each of the armed forces, and this was the Navy one. And I was thinking about this because I hadn't actually heard that outside of that.
Right.
But
I'm guessing Cameron's an agnostic. I'm assuming. I don't really know, but
agnostic, tinging on outright atheism. I think
Probably,
pretty much.
yeah.
I think because I think I've heard him talk about that before.
oh,
I think I'd even go as far as to say what I've heard. I think he is an atheist with the possibility of, oh, maybe there's something out there, but I don't think so, really. But
Mr. Hart here. They asked me to do this. I don't want my mind, please. Also to remind you that you hold a third-class ticket and for presence here is I just want to speak to Rose for 1 second. Please see that Mr. George
come on, you. Yes, sir.
Come along, you.
Not just because it's like what she's wearing later on. And,
That's a little.
and
That's
like,
so on the nose of those in peril on the sea, and it shows her
Right.
singing that as well. Yeah.
But not because it's because of the, you know, their big scene later. But I think it's one of Rose's best fits in the movie. I can see. I don't know what Jack's would be. He doesn't have as much variety.
Well, don't worry about it. I'm a man, and nothing can happen when a man is in charge.
Oh, not to worry. I think Jack's best fit is when he's drawing Rose. He's got the jacket off, and he's got his basically the suspenders and shirt look.
Yeah. Cal's thinking, wait, she can think? Like, yeah.
Even more than you are, so yeah.
Too cluttered. The deck would look too cluttered. There would be too much clutter, as we say.
Yeah.
Maybe God can see the shit, mate. Not even God could clutter.
The incognito Jack.
You're far too cluttered. You're far too trusty. The workout room.
Yeah.
Go see Cal.
But under that.
Let me try and get this out. You're amazing. I'm not in. I know how the world works. I've got $10 in my pocket. I have nothing to offer, and I know that. I understand. But I'm telling you. Don't remember. I can't turn away without knowing.
Oh, I'm fine. I'll be fine. Really.
They've got you trapped, Rose. And you're gonna die if you don't break free. Maybe not right away because you're strong, but
Gonna wear you thin. And I would imagine, considering who Rose becomes, this scene and these words that he spoke here had to be incredibly impactful to her, as far as even beyond the events of the movie, as far as something that was always a sense of motivation or inspiration to her, I would imagine.
I mean, love is suicide.
I mean, he could have.
Love is. Oh. Well, oh my dear,
just
a minor inconvenience. I'm going to die.
It's like almost rear screen. Some of that,
Yeah,
shot was.
I detest the color.
Mm-hmm. It's that scene I was talking about earlier, where she's watching this girl, and she's like, "Oh, that's not again. Not only that was me, but that is me. I'm just basically still a version of that same girl." And
The big moment.
he's just vibing
coming up
in reflection.
Looks like it's going to be that moment in Dumb and Dumber. Like, I was sitting in the rain. And it like cuts to like a flashback, you know?
I'm sure that was his inspiration. Yeah.
Love is everywhere. Flowers everywhere. I
mean, what a love story that movie is. So.
I mean,
between man and
one-sided, yeah. Well,
a platonic
between
love.
man and John Deere letter.
The blue. She sent me a John Deere letter.
Anyway, this scene.
One of
the
most iconic scenes of the decade. You know.
I was going to say. Meanwhile, great movie. And I was like, no. Dumb and Dumber, great movie. Like,
I mean, it is.
It
in its
is.
own way, yeah.
It is. I'm not kidding. Like,
I mean, this and that double feature. I'll just teach you what 90 cinema was all about.
You trust me. You trust me. You trust me.
Rip
Come
Torn.
on. Yeah. In Maidstone.
Yeah. What's fascinating is even the sea has a sepia tone to it, like the memory of it almost. This is one of those shots that obviously looked amazing on the 3D.
Now, I mean, whenever I think of the, late 19th century, early 20th century, this is usually, that image is one of the first things I think of, is just lit exactly the way it is in my mind.
Yeah. What's interesting is, you're hearing "My Heart Will Go On," the music.
Yeah.
But the actual song, which was, blockbuster,
super song,
crazy, huge hit.
Yeah.
And I think it's in the the credits.
Right.
But in this song, every time anybody hears that song, they think of this moment, but it's not actually playing in it. I mean, the music itself is, but not like Celine Dion's lyrics. But I guess that's their first kiss in the movie.
Yeah, this is a great transition.
Yeah.
Just like that editor,
Yeah. All three of them.
Cameron. Yeah.
And I think it's fascinating the transition in and out, how solid, and it's literally in and out visually too. I mean, love the other people in the background, like kind of had to wander in and start listening and like. I think the only F word really in the movie. I think.
It's kind of the perfect moment to stop right there too, because it's reminding us that this is all a story,
right?
And, you know, and to remind us of basically what cannot be in that moment, in that sense, like saying, to transition like that. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good movie.
Speaking of, I got to use the commode.
Yeah,
I'll
keep it going.
Yeah.
So you see in this room, you have...
In this room, there are people...
Yeah, it's here he identifies Monet. And I'm not super familiar with Monet, but obviously those landscapes are, beautiful and gorgeous. Obviously you're seeing kind of Jack walk around this space in this room, and not totally unlike earlier when he was at the dinner, or kind of a world he's fairly unfamiliar with, but nonetheless, a lot of these material things are not all that important to him. But even he's kind of enraptured even by the Hope Diamond, or not the Hope Diamond, excuse me, the Heart of the Ocean, but interested in it, but not so much that he still doesn't see the wondrous beauty that stands alongside him, which is Rose, of course. This is yet another one of those iconic 90s scenes, and I remember as a kid watching this on VHS. This is probably some of the most first serious nudity I'd ever seen in a movie, and it's not even I don't think as graphic as a lot of people remember it to be, but that just speaks to, it's kind of the classic Hitchcock's shower scene in Psycho, where it makes you feel as though you're seeing more than you really are. I think, in that case, of course, it's a murder. In this case, it's nudity. But both are so tastefully and artfully done that you don't necessarily see, like I said, as much as you think you do. Just getting ready to see this scene. I was just saying that I think this was some of the first, quote, nudity I think I ever remember seeing in a movie. And I was just describing it that it's not as much as your mind remembers it to be. It's similar to the Hitchcock shower scene in Psycho. It's not as violent as you remember it to be, But And then I know DiCaprio's father was like a comic book artist, so art ran in the family.
Except Cameron was the one drawing.
Right. Yeah. And again, as we said earlier, his dad was randomly in Licorice Pizza.
Yeah.
He's one of the waterbed salesmen in there.
Yeah.
And he's all about like, yeah, it's so groovy, man. It's a vibe, basically. Like, good little scene.
Yeah, the more you look at those hands, the more you can tell it's not his.
But you're not supposed to really be studying it. But yeah, if you know that, and it's a little older, even you can tell that hand. Yeah. 'Cause I don't know if he did all the storyboards himself for his past movies, but you can see a lot of concept art he's done in the past for his movies. Obviously, he was talented, so. I always wanted to be like a good artist drawing, but I never put in the work to do it. So it's on me that it didn't happen, but you know.
I guess I missed the big line.
Oh, draw me like you're
like
paint me like you're a French girl, Jack. Yeah, that's one of those lines I don't think about often, but gets quoted all the time. You know, I'm too thinking. I guess I'm thinking too much about Lovejoy lines. You know, but
like, I do think this French girl might think what? I think this French girl might be drawn. Like,
this transition,
yeah.
Oh, this transition too, going back to Elder Rose.
The power of the movies.
The magic of the movies.
Lewis is like
speechless.
Like, kind of. Yeah.
And later on, they find this in the safe. Cal does, and he's like, and he's mad and devastated, but deep down he's probably thinking, "What the hell is this?" For like 2 seconds,
right,
yeah. And so later on, the Heart of the Ocean is slipped into Jack's pocket by Lovejoy to set him up and frame like he was trying to steal it or whatever. It's absurd. I've never heard that word.
He's not a mandate. He's Zorro.
He's Megatron.
He's Zorro. He's a good man. And Zorro.
This guy later on's got that moment where he's pointing the gun and he doesn't even have bullets in it yet, and he's like pointing it and keep order.
Yeah,
keep order, I say.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he turns and you can tell he's terrified, and he like puts the bullets in the gun.
The guns in the bullet. Yeah, right.
I mean, it's all going in the same place.
Yeah.
As, people mixing up food, like to say.
Right. Drinking Arnold Palmer there.
Yeah. His influence
Mr.
lives on.
Mr. Lightoller.
Yeah. Mr. Lightoller. So Andrew says later. Another
By the way, I
Rose
love it.
fit.
It's like, none of the stewards have seen her. It's like, she's probably in her dang room.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he pulls out
his
a gun.
Lovejoy sense is tingling.
Yeah, he pulls out a gun.
Yeah, his Pinkerton sense is tingling.
Yeah. In the background, that music kind of sounded for a second like that song. It's like, no, Need it, run it. You know?
Yeah.
No, I don't even know the name of that
Yeah.
song, but.
Bye. Oh, was that historically accurate?
Me leaving at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But, like, I'll be coming back, but, you know, presumably.
Who's to say? But yeah, 2.5 months. I need a break.
Thank you, I've got it. Oi!
Off screen, this what DiCaprio says here. Wait, might be this next shot. I think.
You got me down there?
What are you doing down here?
Oi!
Like all the people having fun on the ship.
Yeah.
One of the steamiest scenes in the 90s coming up. And in the same way earlier as that was some of the first nudity I remember seeing, this is one of the first sex scenes I remember ever seeing. It's not even that graphic or anything, but...
Man, cars used to look ugly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were built to be playthings of the rich and powerful. They, you know, at that point, it wasn't even a necessarily realistic expectation. It would be a genuine piece of transportation. I mean,
Right.
I mean, within 10 years, that would start to change, though. In the 20s, but it wasn't until the 20s where your average American was starting to actually get cars.
Mm-hmm. Watching Daniel Plainview drive one is always funny to me. Just like puts one finger, puts one on her shoulder.
Not a finger.
Not a finger. Taps playing gently. I mean, you used up all the glue on purpose. That's what they said when they needed when they crashed. They're like, used up all the glue on purpose. You know,
that glue would have put the ship back together. You know. Box.
I can smell it. I tell you, I can smell it. I
smell the ice. Like.
Wow.
This is one of those, oh my God, 90s moments, you know, just like steaming it up. Later on, when they're out of here, there's still some people looking for them around, and when the water starts coming through and just bursts through and kills them, presumably.
They ran right down there.
Yeah.
You hear me?
I need you to hear me.
I need you to hear me and to hit me. I know you need my hit. Now it's just becoming. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know him hit. Like, it's getting like. No, we don't watch South Park.
Yeah.
What is this?
Well, he looks away like, I will not partake in your embarrassment. Just tell me what to do.
Yeah. He's like,
he literally was looking
yeah,
away
he's
like,
I don't care.
Or just like, oh, that's your business. You know, your emotional life is not my concern.
Boy, over there. Right here. It's
Got ya.
When the ship docks, I'm getting off with you. This is crazy. I know. It doesn't make any sense. That's why I trust you.
There's been a lot of speculation. People are like, oh, if they would have actually survived, they would eventually broke up or whatever. So it's like, wait, I missed the point of the whole friggin' thing.
Right, yeah.
It's just like, yeah, who knows, maybe, but
I'm just going to say no.
The whole thing is engineered specifically where he's going to die anyway. I don't know. The whole thing is just...
I'd rather not. You all right? Gay panic, huh? Okay. Like, what if he literally said that? Like,
about anachronisms. Oh, crap.
They would probably call it, like, sodomite panic.
Bugger me.
Yeah.
It's his reaction.
Huh?
This is where some of the men in the audience would have said, oh, something exciting's about to happen. Like,
the whole movie's been relatively exciting.
yeah, I agree,
yeah.
but I'm just saying.
Hard a starboard.
No, because all this stuff
starboard.
is obviously so well done and brilliantly done.
Yeah.
But there is a part of it, it's like, I was kind of really just enjoying all the living on the ship kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But this guy flips his lid here. Which, why wouldn't you? That'd be terrifying in this situation. A hard over means like we cannot literally turn anymore. Just gonna take the, whatever, just seeing if it can turn in time, basically. And also stop the, try to stop the power of it. And that's, again, part of the whole, what's scary about this technologically, again, that goes to this era, is this whole idea that this machine is so powerful it cannot just be stopped on a dime. I mean, it's
like a train.
Yeah, it's because theoretically that would have stopped it, but just by sheer force and gravity, it's like, no, it can't stop. It's got to keep going. I mean, which goes into, oh, we have such pride in this technology, but what happens when the technology exceeds your own ability to control it? In some ways, the way it hits, which doesn't look super severe, was I think one of the worst possibilities because it just scrapes the side of it.
Right.
And then
if it would have
creates
just hit
even
it
more
head
holes,
on,
like,
it wouldn't have been as bad, maybe.
I think there's science or speculation on that. I think, though, that this was about one of the worst things that could have happened, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say Christ on a cracker or something like that. What's Fabrizio been up to?
He's been sleeping. He's just chilling and vibing,
Yeah, everybody's going to be chilling here in a little bit, I guess.
These poor guys, maybe the first two casualties.
They were still looking?
Yeah.
Like...
and they're going to talk about this later, but and they even did this in the computer simulation at the beginning. But theoretically, the water type bulkheads should have been able to take the water and still made the ship been able to go, but and subsume the water and keep it there. But it's going to be too much for it to do that. This guy should have been like a Popeye. Yeah, come on, get through the door.
Yeah, get through the doors tonight.
That was better than mine. Oh, sorry.
It's like in The Mummy.
I mean, it's so obvious, but imagine how terrifying that would be.
Yeah.
You don't even get out and this guy here. That look of, oh my god.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, what the hell happened? Well, wait, who was it that had said that they could? Was it
that guy who's the other guy?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course, some people I think have said, "Oh, was it Jack and Rose that caused the?" I was like, I mean, no,
no, not at all. But whatever.
Because they distracted them from seeing it.
Hashtag Ismay not canceled? Question mark. So it's not Ismay's fault.
No, it is. I mean, ultimately, that's actually what it is.
He didn't have his. I guess he didn't have his Google Drive ready to. Share what was going on. He had to have the actual maps and all that, or blueprints. Meanwhile,
Fussy boy,
the man who started it all.
Yeah.
You there? A little bit of football.
People we've never seen before.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this whole relationship between these is a friendship or something going on. It's like, go see Cal. I mean,
I think these are very good, sir. A whole room photographed. And Lovejoy, he's a former cop. He knows all about planting evidence, right? So, the little nod he gives Cal, like it's been planted. Little eyebrow raise. Getting ready to get one of Leo's most iconic line reads.
Yeah.
Right here.
He'll probably be dead before long.
Yeah.
But, you know.
You're a dishonest thief. You're a friggin' steel tycoon, so whatever. That's a good line. That's a good line. Anyways,
Meanwhile, we're literally all going to die. Like, so by the way, just to let you know.
14 feet above the key, Lieutenant. In 4 feet, in all 3 holes. And in both rooms. That's right, sir. When can we get underway, damn it? That's 5 compartments. The first 4 compartments reached. No 5. Not 5. She was down by the head. The water was still over the tops of the bunkers. And he drank. From one to the next. Back and back. There's no stoppage. Pumps. We opened the pumps are in time. But minutes on. At this moment, I'm not what to do. Titanic or onward. But the ship can't sleep. She's made of iron, sir. I assure you she can.
that's the most like fussy aristocratic guy realizing, oh crap, it's
Yeah.
all over
Yeah.
moment ever. Just that look he had, like, what? Huh?
How many aboard, Mr. 2,200 souls aboard.
Right after this
How
line is
m-
where the first VHS tape ended.
How many was it that actually did die?
I think it was something like 700 lived.
Yeah.
That's like 1,500.
That's what I
died,
was
basically,
thinking. I
think.
thought.
Something along those lines. When words fail you, this is not what
Yeah.
you should do, but that's what he does.
When I'm talking to you. Not now. We're busy.
Sir, I've been told to ask you to please put on your lifeboats and come up to the
Said not.
I'm sorry to inconvenience you, Mr. Hockney, but it's captain's orders. Now, please, dress warmly. It's quite cold out tonight. Now, may I suggest top coats and hats? I'm sure it's just a precaution. Everybody out, lifeboats on!
What? What's he on about?
Yeah, 1,500.
What's he on about?
CQD. Sir? That's right, CQD. The distress call. Tell whoever responds that we're going down by the head and they need us.
As in now, get to it.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be nice. Asshole. Like,
Telegraph is like almost a weirder, more magical technology to me than even understand how phones work.
Yeah.
It's just so strange to me. And to think there was a long time where that was the primary mode of communication.
Yeah.
But and this guy, care for a drink, sir? Like, these people just, oh, it's all a big game. There's no, we're not really going to sink. We'll be all, even if it does, we'll be all right, rich people.
Sorry, Mom. Let me go and find out. I don't think anybody knows what the hell's going on around here.
Goddamn the English doing everything by the
Book.
Language, Mr. Hockley. Go back and tell him who
I like a cup of tea when I return.
tea when I return.
Tea time.
I saw the iceberg, and I saved my life. Please tell me the truth.
Again, as we've said already, that he's one that is a lot more willing to kind of admit and take some
Well, he
responsibility
built the
for
thing.
how the
Yeah.
whole
He designed it, so
and that's yet another example. Even if he's clearly of somebody of some class and import, obviously. But somebody like Ismay would be even above him, and he just like refuses to take any responsibility or any like complicity in the whole thing, and that's who he was, as far as member of a certain class of people. I mean,
but you don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand you, sir.
Sir, I need you up in the second class purser's office. Speak more. I'll keep an eye on it. Wait.
Yeah, sure. We'll leave it over to the vigilantes. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Lovejoy.
Yeah.
What about Lovejoy's love child?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is his? He's got a whole mythology. We're just not privy to knowing. I mean.
Bride. The bride thought about that widowed bride.
The bride. Again, what I think is interesting commentary, and this is based on obviously reality, is that the captain just looks the part and sounds the part, and it's not even he could have done anything dramatically different either, other than not have ordered the boat to be going at full speed, but that he's just not equipped to handle a moment like this. I mean, you can't help but think of similar generation of men who would then lead, especially for the British men into the First World War, of like this confidence that, we can win the day and it won't be that big a deal, and being those estimations or expectations being cut pretty brutally short. Is another one of the most iconic things about this movie is that these this little band playing music, and then later on when they know it's all over, but they're going to keep doing it to keep the people calm, I don't remember this actress's name, but she's in Aliens and is in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Plays in that John Connor's like foster mom. And then in Alien, she plays that like butch commando.
Yeah. She was also in Lethal Weapon 2.
She a cop in that?
I think so. Remember she gets blown up
right,
on the diving board.
Right. Yeah, she was a cop that gets killed, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that's not fireworks.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
flares, yeah. If you're in a situation where you're shooting a flare, it's usually not a good situation you're in. Another pretty great shot.
I do believe.
Yeah.
I love he's so bored he's just rolling a bullet down the
Yeah. This is his little game he plays with himself. That's a nice pistol. And again, apparently they have a second, round 2 later on, but. Oh my god.
Literally go to hell. Like, shut up.
Don't you understand? The water is freezing and there aren't enough boats. Not enough by half. Half the people on this ship are going to die. Come on, Ruth, get in the boat. First class seats are right up here.
First class seats on the lifeboat, even, you know. Well, she says this and the look on his face. Like, whatever. Like, it didn't really cut that deep with him. Come,
Dobby.
Come, Rose. I know, for the high school crowd, that got big oohs, like, and ahs.
For the gutter rat.
Yeah. Spit reprisal.
He taught her.
He taught her to use one of the few weapons that she had. The ability to spit. Go spit. As Danny Glover once taught us.
There was one cruise that we went on. This was on TV the last night of the voyage.
Yeah.
I remember, and we were watching it, and I was like,
Yeah, I questioned their programming choices.
I think that was
on
just the channel that they got.
Cable,
yeah,
was it a cable network that had been?
Yeah,
okay. But yeah,
they actually knew what the hell they were doing.
I might have mentioned this on the podcast in the past, but there's one time I was channel surfing, and this was playing on CMT, you know, country music television. You know,
yeah.
Beetlejuice has also played on there in the past, but that just shows you these networks literally mean nothing as far as like whatever we're going to license out and buy for the moment, you know, lease out. She's going to girl boss her way in. Just looking ahead like...
Oh, it just pouring out.
Yeah. I mean, you know, along with all the other terror that comes along with any of this, but just how cold the water would have been.
Yeah.
It would just have to be another thing that would really killed me.
You know, I do think this shit makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, he told us.
Just say that whenever you know.
He predicted it.
These are all brass ones.
It's like those T-shirts that say, you've probably seen them here or there. It says like Magneto was right, and it has a picture of Magneto on it, or like a comic illustration of him. It's like Lovejoy was right, and then have one of him. Like, he said the ship would sink. But no, you know, he's canceled now. I mean, you can't give it to him anymore. You know.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
I'm kidding, by the way, when I say that. Not about the fact that he should be canceled, but.
You're gonna have to go find some help. You'll be alright.
Be right back.
You're gonna go find an axe to chop them off with.
I'll just wait here.
I remember that always gets a laugh.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's...
Hello, is there anyone here?
I'm gonna get another uncooperative crew member here.
Is there anybody down here? We need help. Hello? Damn it. Can anybody hear me? Please, hello? Hello?
this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
It's
Wait,
not...
please, I need your help. There's a man back here.
I hope he made it out.
He probably didn't.
Yeah, probably not, but I'm trying to be optimistic. You know, your Titanic half full. You
Yeah,
know?
well, it's about that way
Yeah.
right now. Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
By the way.
I'd be curious to know when in ocean liners electricity started to be more used in them. It had to have been turn of the century when electricity was taken off more in general, anyways. But
I need your help. There's a man down here and he is trapped.
no need to panic.
Please.
I think there's a little need. I mean,
He looks like John Sayles.
told you.
He needs to ask you a question.
Yeah. It's like a horror sequence, basically. I mean,
Yeah. Even for me.
Yeah.
Temperature check.
It's cold.
Yeah.
I know a lot of this movie, as far as where it was filmed, and it was kind of filmed in multiple places, but as far as these big swimming pools they filmed and built some of these sets in were in, I know, Mexico, I think.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Some and stuff in California, too, but... We alluded to this earlier, but this movie had a pretty troubled production as far as all the elements that are at play, and...
Yeah.
You had one of those classic kind of like... When they were making it, they weren't sure if it was going to be any good, and then, of course, it was a huge success that it was. But.
Yeah.
Will this work?
I guess we'll find out. Come on.
I've always wondered, does it have to be as dramatic as a swing? Like, you could get it closer and just hit it.
Yeah.
To kind of, I don't think, but I don't know. It doesn't make for good cinema, I guess. So. This is funny. A little off.
All right, whatever.
Let's hit it really hard and really fast. Come on, wait. Open your hands up a little more.
Like that?
Right. Listen, Rose. I trust you. Go. Come on. Let's go.
I think it's very fascinating too, is that just as almost a visual prop that plays itself out the rest of the movie is that Jack has barely untethered handcuffs, and that he's forever literally handcuffed to the fate of this ship, and it's just a visual metaphor.
Yeah, in the final moment when he's dead, you can see they're still on his hand. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably the most horrifying shot of the movie.
Just like, there's nobody else in sight. You will die alone. Yeah. It's like, I mean, it's like...
Yeah.
Nope,
yeah. Somehow, there's an hour left.
Yeah.
Like, I do think this movie might be an hour longer.
So it's more than an hour, man.
Yeah. So, Dr. whatever. Mr. Fantastic or whatever. What a dumb name.
Yeah. Just the idiocy of this guy here. That's white like property. So you're
gonna die. Like, so
sit down. $12. That's pretty bad. Literally, like I said, it could fit as many as 65, and they're only letting like some 12 in on some of them. Oh, we don't need to cramp it in, like. This is a moment that just screams class. Especially this big music cue coming up.
Marxism.
Yeah. The world on the edge.
Yeah. That guy, and like the hand in his face, like.
The proletariat strikes back. Well, he kind of straightens up. I will blow you away.
He's at that point like, I will kill you. Like.
I mean, you think about it too. I mean, they're saying women and children, but literally keeping men basically against their will, chained up down there. Like, you're just gonna drown.
So do I.
Yeah.
What if he had like a big old ball bat in his instead of like a gun? It was like this really big,
or like a diamond encrusted billy club,
like a Louisville Slugger, like
I don't know how quickly it goes by. That's like the tragedy of that family.
Yeah,
by the
because
way.
they can't even speak English. Like, like I told you. Like I told you.
Stop that! He says it's like,
stop that!
I love too, like the intensity of DiCaprio doing that, and then his stop that's kind of like lukewarm. Stop that!
Go back to the main stairwell, like I told you. Like I told you. Put that down.
Stop that!
Tommy Ryan.
Yeah.
I think
Sure, he
about
has this
that
deep
moment.
hatred of the British.
I think
anyways,
about that
he's taking
moment
out-
a lot of like him punching. It looks so like a video game
Yeah.
or something. It's like don't even look real. Like push yo. He looks like one of those Thug 1 from like Batman 66
Yeah.
movie. That guy with. I say.
Rob Lowe. Liverpool. The boat from Liverpool, you know, the lads.
It is crazy when you think about it, though, that it's like, yeah, only about 700 were saved
Yeah.
out of that group.
That's,
like,
you know,
of
yeah,
people.
less than half,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Terrifying all this would be, you know, getting ready to get
Yeah.
crushed. You lot.
Yeah, like, that's your signal, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm a businessman, as you know. I have a business proposition for you.
I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona I want to sell you.
Yeah.
One of my least favorite idioms is I got a bridge in Brooklyn I want to sell you. It's like,
Yeah.
what an idiot
Yeah.
you are. You know, anybody that says that, like,
The Colonel.
This way, I'll lead you.
And all of they says that, and then they just like, all right, whatever, and take off.
get out of my way.
Me lecturing.
Come on, let's play. Take a spoon. Orpheus.
Morpheus.
I mean, they don't have, you know, Bose speakers with Bluetooth to, you know, play in the modern hits, you know.
Where is everyone? They're all still off, sir.
That's something I think we just forget sometimes is that for so long in history, you had to literally be live to hear music. I mean, like, you know,
Yeah.
no such thing as recorded music.
I love he's looking at the money, kind of thinking this probably isn't going to mean anything to me.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
You know, it's just like,
And it very clearly will not.
Yeah.
As it turns out. Step back, sir. Come through, madam.
madam, come through, madam, come through over here, madam. I'm mad as hell, and I'm gonna take you, madam. Meanwhile,
With him.
him with a capital H, like God, him, or
For all his evil, and he is an evil man, he still is like, oh, I still want to have her be with me,
Yeah.
even if she doesn't love me. A virtue within a vice, but let me you know, get on this boat here. Face no consequences. He looks at him like, all right, deadbeat, like.
you feel like.
No, you will be judged forever. You can tell, like, the papers and the media at the time would have been like, oh, of course, we got a lot of women and children who made it off. Like, who are some of the men who made it off? And it's like, oh, what do you know? The head of White Star made it off alive. I
Yeah.
think that's a coincidence. Like,
I'm not going without you.
No, you have to. Now. Get in the boat, Max.
No, Jack.
Yes. Get on the boat.
Yes, get on the boat. Oh, look at you. You look of fright.
You look a fright. You look a total fright,
and lest
man.
we forget, this jacket has the Heart of the Ocean in
Yeah.
it, so
You look a frightmare.
you look at a Mayor of Easttown mayor.
What without you? Very 1912 accent there for a second. What
Yeah.
without you?
Yeah.
I need you. We need to be together. Please.
It's like Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, like mixed with that other person.
Yeah.
We need to get on the boat
Come together.
right now.
Right here.
Choo
now.
choo eyeball.
Please.
Oh my. Some moment where the
flare
flare
blows
goes
up,
up, and it's like, this is a movie
Yeah.
moment. Like, good lie.
There's that guy that
Yeah.
his family had to go.
And he's just like, well, I know I'll die.
Yeah. No, there is. Not that you'll benefit much from it. Is that why you put a pistol in your mouth?
Yeah, that's what he's thinking.
Yeah, I know what's going to happen. There's some dumb online fan theory that you see come up every once in a while that Joel Jack was a time traveler or something. I think it was because like there's some little mini anachronisms of things he says or does, little things, and yeah, because he's from another era. It's so dumb. Like, I don't know anybody dedicate time to that, but you know, we live in a pretty stupid world, so you know, not that surprised, I guess. But as you said, yeah, this is movie moment.
And that guy's there.
Gets to be in the shot.
Yeah.
This next shot here. One of my random loves, obsessions,
there, like,
fixations is like when it's like the camera is really supposed to be intended to be on one person or several people, but there's other people that happen to be there, kind of sharing the spotlight. That's just always funny to me. One of the biggest moments of that people laugh about is at the very, very end of Deathly Hallows Part 2, and it's like Jenny's in the shot, and then the camera almost intentionally like pans. It's not. No, it's Ron, Harry, and Hermione.
Yeah, right.
Get away, Jenny. Is this basically what's it's saying? Like, you know. Another one too is like that annoying cop played by Brent Briscoe in Dark Knight Rises. Some of the things like he gets to be in on the plan and the action. You know. So I think Cal realizes, nah, that ain't happening. Lovejoy's just like, I will be your lover. Please come away.
Yeah.
It's over.
Left-handed.
Yeah.
It's funny that Cameron's like, I do need some gunfire here somewhere.
You gotta have it, like. I mean, what was it Godard said? All you need to make a movie is a Titanic and a gun. I mean, and then you're there.
Right. Is the RMS Titanic and a gun.
Move. Like
that guy's like, what the hell? Like,
I think somewhere in here, a little after this, is where the Lovejoy Leo fight would have happened. Ah!
it's like, wait, what? Okay.
What could possibly be funny?
What could possibly be funny? I put the diamond in the coat. I put the coat on her! Come on.
Yeah, somewhere in here he would have been like, I will go after them. You see. Don't you find? This isn't a good situation.
No, something's going on here that ain't good. I've come to that, conclusion.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna go for a water ride here.
This is what it felt like to go on that Titanic slide. Except not at all horrific or cold or yeah.
But similar otherwise.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Yeah.
That would hurt really bad.
Yeah.
Of course, it's kind of like some sequences in the abyss.
Yeah.
Where they're in the water and they get out there and find them people that are dead in the ship thingy.
The ship deal.
Yeah.
Sub.
Or, well, yeah, they go in the sub, but there's like a plane that had crashed or something.
Oh, yeah.
Or whatever it was, yeah. Or another boat? I can't remember.
Something like that.
The thing about that movie, that's like the last movie I ever watched at college because of that was right when COVID happened.
Yeah. Sorry, I dropped the keys. I'm out. Peace. These crew members just the way they're depicting this movie, anyways, they just suck. Like across the board, like. This isn't tense, though, because I know Rose lives, so... because I'm so smart, I'm sure somebody'd say that, but...
That's White Star Line property.
Yeah, I mean, they could have had more, lifeboats, but it just was cosmetically didn't look good, so, maybe next time. They're all just like running, like one way, look like zombies almost. There was like one of the reviews said something about like a rare moment of morality from him, or like, and it was
it's
just
all
like
for
he's very
self-preservation.
clearly like
Yeah.
using that as a way out. I mean, he didn't really care about that girl. I mean, he's gonna get.
The money can't save you any more than it can save me.
This guy tries to, skip in front of the line, but oh no, Tommy Ryan.
An all-time exit.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
the,
one
and
of
the
the
money laying in the blood.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
That guy's like, bro, what you doing? Like, I think one of like a great minute of like a single minute of character work was all that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not even being that facetious either. I
No.
mean, all that he got, I don't know if that actually happened as far as like somebody shooting and killing themselves on the boat. I don't know if that happened or not. Because that seems like something that could have, but also something that could have been made up for the movie. But whatever. That's technically true, but oh yeah. There. Hope he can stomach sitting beside some second and third class passengers for a little while.
Yeah, because he'll have a bunch of water in his stomach here in a little bit if he don't.
Mm-hmm. Now the ship's farting.
Yeah. I mean, I would be.
Yeah. This guy, Guggenheim.
Yeah. Yeah, he has one of my favorite moments.
Yeah,
in a little bit.
later on, yeah. But he even says we're prepared to go down. He's even saying like, yeah,
death,
I'm not gonna live, but
I forgot he was even still alive.
Not long.
Where should I go? Please.
Woman looked like James Cameron.
He kind of looks like our dad a little bit in some of these
Yeah.
shots, as far as some of the white hair. But
Captain, sir. Don't we like laugh about that a lot?
Sometimes,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot to laugh about in this movie, There actually is, but
it's not, Titanic's actually funny. It's not meant to be.
yeah,
It's just we're sick. That's the
yeah.
problem.
I don't go that far,
No,
but
I'm kidding, but
well, they got their coats on.
they're really throwing some deck chairs over
Yeah,
to float on. Remember in the Simpsons movie at the beginning, I think it's Green Day's doing a concert and something happens and they start like whipping out and playing at the end.
I don't
It's like
remember
gonna
that.
drown or something. I
Yeah.
can't remember, but it's like I think it's Green Day playing themselves, parodying this.
man, Simpsons is just so fun.
But they do parodies sometimes. I don't know if you know this. Like
they're just so genius. The Simpsons, I just can't get over it. Like
I'm still going through and watching some of the early Simpsons stuff, and I'm liking it on the whole. I know it, and it gets worse. I know as the years go by, but going down with the ship.
Civil War was fought in 2,000 places.
This guy kind of looks like Carmela's dad in The
Yeah.
Sopranos. You know, some art head like, oh man, yeah, people dying, whatever, but man, all that art that had to drown too, like
Monet.
yeah,
I don't know.
must be the Monet and some simply Picasso.
I'm no Picasso. Do you like it?
R.I.P. Tommy Ryan didn't make it. I need a knife.
It looks sped up.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna sink.
You know, it's very interesting. Thinking about a more recent movie that involves kind of some ship stunts and sinking is like Dunkirk.
Yeah.
And how this was just, you know, this iceberg that brought something down, and then you see how quickly some of those ships sink because they're not just getting hit by one iceberg; they're getting hit by multiple bombs, and how
Right.
much even quicker that speeds
Yeah.
up the process of such a event. You know, but
Those are smaller boats than this.
yeah,
though.
too, yeah. But
This moment where he's like, "Wait, what?" Like, well,
this poor handyman there.
Yeah.
was a-
he probably wasn't poor, but
yeah. I meant.
I know what you mean. But.
Gentlemen, it has been a privilege playing with you tonight.
But yeah, some of these deaths have this stiff upper lip, like remainder of late 19th century stoicism to them. It's like die with quote honor. No, Cal has it certainly like I am getting on one of these boats. So. I think it's starting to fall apart. We don't have much time.
Yeah.
I think by this point, you know, safe thing to say.
In the words of the T-800 in Terminator 2, we don't have much time.
We have to stay on the ship as long as possible. Come on.
I'll never forget in the aftermath of September 11th, seeing some images of some of the people jumping out of the towers, and you know
Yeah.
that, and being reminded of this, and it actually
Yeah.
explained the logic to me of why somebody would do that. Similar to this, it's like, well, they know they're probably going to die anyway,
Right.
so that was a way weirdly I was able to understand that was through remembering this movie and the kind of those instances. Time being swallowed up. There's a whole Titanic sequence you remember in Time Bandits.
Yeah.
Another David Warner movie, but this guy's gonna have a swig here at the end with a flask.
Yeah.
Which, why not drink it up by this point, you know?
Or not, but that's just me.
Fabrizio, R.I.P.
He is. I am going to be on there.
Yeah.
Like you said, I will live.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, one of the few times a social Darwinist really has to sweat it out with the lower classes. Very clear visual imagery of this, like this beautiful space being ripped apart due to the fallacies of man on this ship. It's almost surreal to think about the pure tonnage at work and the gravity involved of literally gravity being so strong in the water. They're literally pulling up a ship so heavy into the air like that. It's just kind of surreal and absurd to think about. I mean, I think they said earlier it was a 20 to 30,000 ton ship. I mean,
yeah. The intensity of his face here.
Gonna cut back to him here in a little bit.
Yeah. You say that all the time.
Yeah, I'll quote that around my mouth.
Yeah.
And it's usually due to some like very minuscule task,
Yeah.
like certainly not on the par with this,
That's probably like one of the best lines in the movie to me, of like being like a real James Cameron corny line that's actually great. Is like,
eyebrow acting here.
Yeah.
We should have got our best supporting actor nom.
I wish I was
It's
as
like Lon
British. I wish
Chaney.
I was as British as that man.
Yeah.
This is not good. This situation.
Oh gosh, all the China's being ruined now. This is where the slide kicks in.
Yeah.
Almost sounds like bowling ball going down a bowling alley. Like, I'm not exactly sure what these shots, why they're even really in there. It's like we get it. The ship's like, turning up.
They spent the money. They felt they had to get it in there.
Spare no expense and all that. That's another thing too. This movie had a budget of $200 million, which at that time was the highest budgeted thing. Not necessarily just for inflation, but just pure dollar amount. And somebody had tweeted some things about this a while back, talking about big budgeted movies, like when they actually felt huge. Because you see an Avengers movie now, and it does look, the scale of it looks big, but so much of it's cloaked and bathed in CGI.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any real tangible feel to it. And this is, again, frankly, one of those last movies. I'd say the Pirates movies were a good blend as far as movies that had, like, obviously mighty special effects to them, but also the scale of them actually felt massive,
Right.
But not anymore. That's
I'm
one
surprised that lasted that long.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna get our Lovejoy reprisal here. It's been
Gunshot
a bloody
sounds
good
of
night for him.
Gunshot sounds of like the thing collapsing. He was right.
I know. Nobody gives him credit for it. I mean, I mean, I think on the whole, a lot of these effects really hold up well. There's
Yeah.
some moments here or there, not so much, but I think all this still
Yeah.
looks amazing. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's hard to know what's exactly CGI, what's miniatures, and then what's sets. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a deft combination of all three of those. One of the things that aids it too is that it's actually going for reality as opposed to some effects pictures are literally creating fantasy or science fiction worlds that are always going to be under a scrutiny in a weird way reality doesn't have, because you're just that doesn't exist. I know that doesn't exist, but this is actually something that presumably did exist, so. But then you go back and watch something like Heaven's Gate and you're like, this was all in camera. I mean,
Mm-hmm. To the point where you can see horses being exploded by dynamite. I mean, it's not a good thing, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
it's just like, I mean, I feel like it's almost engaging in a goofiness, though. It's just like, it's like. This guy here is grabbing the top, whoever that is.
The lurch, maybe. The dead hand.
Yeah. Or, thing.
That's what I meant. Yeah, whatever.
Lurch is a real tall guy.
Yeah.
It's happening again, that guy. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I had that idea. We never did get a last little, shout out or resolution on Lovejoy's fate, But
I think he died.
Yeah, probably, but. Yeah, it's safe to assume, but. She's got a life jacket on. He doesn't, so she's gonna be going back up. Anyways.
Liverpool. Those lads.
Yeah. It's the suction of the ship pulls him down a little further. He comes back up. But he's used to that Wisconsin water, though, so it ain't going to hold him down forever.
In the novel To the White Sea,
James
which
Dickey
is
novel.
really great. I've talked about it a little bit on here before, I think, but during the fire bombing of Tokyo, which is probably the best section of the book, it describes how it's so hot that there are all these people that are going to these like areas. Well, and it's set that it's all from the first person point of view of the character. He says he's not sure what it is, if it's like a pool or like a small lake in the middle of the city or what it is, but all these people going towards the water, and that just everybody together in that, like screaming, and there's fire everywhere, and I kind of imagined it looking like what this looks like, as far as everybody just struggling, and like literally every person for themselves, like
a little colder than that,
well, that would have been hot.
That's what I'm saying. This is
opposite,
colder. This is colder, But that's I know what you
and that
mean.
there wasn't any heat, there wasn't any coolness to the water either, because there were so many people in it. And
all right, so here we go. So she's gonna get on this basically piece of furniture on his chest of drawers, or what is it exactly? It's a
Well, it looks like it's a
door, or
no, it's a
headboard.
A headboard, yeah. I'm touching it right now.
Yeah.
I can't think what it is.
Yeah, headboard. So, right there is indicating that, you know.
Well, it shows he can't stay on it.
Right. At that end of
Oh, hey,
discussion.
I don't know what else to say. It's dumb as hell. I mean,
oh no, there's clearly enough room he could have fit.
well, there's
but-
enough room, but it's
Yeah.
too much weight.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
agree.
that's just one of those things that some idiot somewhere said one time, and now everybody likes to be like, "Oh, I'll think that now." Like,
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those movies that just everybody doesn't want to engage with the romance of as a work of romanticism. That they're like, I want to be a cynical SOB. I want to be a cynical bastardo and not engage with this on a genuine level. So therefore, they have to find.
There was a time when
that
I don't actually think this is as true now, but some years ago, about really 10 years ago, a little more, where it was quote cool to not like this movie.
Yeah.
But I feel like the discourse has just kind of shifted, and a lot of people are like, "No, this is a great movie," and you know, we're not gonna. You don't need to apologize for that. Jerry Maguire went through a similar thing, you know. But I agree, though. I mean, I think it's a lot easier to be. This is mostly a male problem, but it can be women too. But it's just like, oh, like that's a quote chick flick, or that's like, you know, or even it's a romance. As I said earlier, so we're saying that men cannot enjoy stories of romance either. I mean, that's a you know, not only is it sexist to say that, it's also just like a limit on what masculinity even is. So, then as we said, Kathy Bates' character Molly Brown was one of the few that wanted to go back and actually save people in the water. And again, that's why it's especially disappointing to hear Robert Altman's take on this. But somebody like him, obviously, who has a whole history of contemptuous relationship with the studios, I'm sure he didn't even really give this movie a fair shake as far as being its own actual thing, you know. But he's, of course, a master filmmaker who's made a great many things. Well, there's that
another
too.
question.
Yeah.
I mean, a very powerful image it showed there. The guy frozen dead with the whistle in his mouth
and the stars above him.
Mm-hmm. Like wanting to laugh, but too cold.
When your joke falls flat. You're going to tell your story to Lewis?
To Lewis.
Yeah. Yet to be born Lewis.
Lewis. I can't feel me body. In Dexter. You must.
That's something that's especially touching, I think, in their romance or relationship, is that, as sad as it is of his death, and that is, you know, sad, is that he has this attitude of, you know, I would have just been a version of who I am my whole life, bouncing around, but I, you know, through this whole experience, I did meet you and got to die a happy man, you know,
Mm-hmm.
which is, you know, very touching. You know what's weird is this is a version of Earn This, Earn It,
Yeah.
which is the same Private Ryan
Right.
a year later, but it was this weird throwback era when like the most popular movies
Yeah.
being made were actually good, you know. It
Yeah.
was a weird time, you know, kind of an anachronism now, but you know. That also has an interestingly frame story device to it, which
Yeah.
is, you know, less mind than this one is, but that's another movie that's in a roundabout way grappling with. That's a little more specifically about the Greatest Generation, I think, but the end of the 20th century in another way too.
Yeah.
These are dead, sir. Now give way. Head easy.
What an awful way to die, just to be to
Yeah.
freeze to death.
Careful with your oars. Don't hit them. Is there anyone alive out there?
It's so difficult with a movie like this to create beautiful imagery out of
Horrific
the
events,
total
yeah.
horror of that, like with the stars and the light and the boat
And the kind of the peace and the quiet
Right.
of the ocean,
Yeah.
and, after such a tragic, horrific event. That's interesting. Yeah, here's those shots that made Neil deGrasse happy. Now, it just baffles me somebody would be at least a bit taken with any of this movie, and then up to this point, they're like, you know what? Those stars aren't right. I just can't deal. You know, it's just, I don't know. I don't get that kind of person myself. It is, frankly, even amazing that we even know we could go back to a precise date and know what the quote stars look like anywhere in the
Yeah.
world. That is pretty mind blowing, but rest in peace to Jack Dawson. This doesn't happen as much in movies anymore, but there was a whole period of a lot of movies that Leo was in where he was this like tragically almost,
Yeah.
if not outright romantic figure, like a romantic in the literary sense figure, and he died in a lot of
Romeo
movies.
plus Juliet.
This,
that,
The Departed, that's
Quick
more,
and the Dead.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah.
He didn't die in What's Eating Gilbert Grape, but I think it was this whole impulse of just like, look how beautiful this man is. There's no way he could live in our sad, destructive, decaying world that we have, you know. You're not really sad about his death in Django Unchained by that
No.
point, but
Like an image like that,
right,
you know, and then
yeah.
it's like what is that implies, but
Right.
just how beautiful
looks like a
it is.
painting,
Like,
literally.
yeah.
I mean, yeah. There is an impulse, you can tell at this moment she wants to stay here forever and just die. Not unlike earlier where she was
Yeah.
literally wanting to kill herself, but in the same way that Jack saved her then, Jack's words and impulses and kind of what he's bestowed on her give her yet again another
Yeah.
push to live, you know.
Out
And people always like say, "Oh, but she did literally let go." It's just like, die. You know, it's like, I have no time for you. Like, get the whistle.
Some people never wake up to the realization, and it took me a while too for certain things, that art does not have to be a literal representation of reality. In fact, it's an abstract representation of reality, but it doesn't have to be exactly, you know. And things are more interpretive in art than people. Some people are like, no, this cannot literally happen. Cinema sins. This is a sin. It's just like, you know, what's a sin is the fact that this channel exists, but whatever. And I've talked about in the past, like 50s melodrama, like something like Rebel Without a Cause or something I didn't get when I first saw it because I didn't understand that this is not necessarily supposed to be realistic human behavior. And by the way, this movie is filled with realistic human behavior, but is an abstract or expressionist representation of human behavior. You know?
Lewis is I am no longer cynical man.
I'm no longer the dodo.
Yeah. That guy to his left.
Mm-hmm. Or his right.
Oh, well,
screen left, yeah. But,
to my left. Me. I'm me generation. Me. What a me generation this was, you know?
Yeah. You know, in a roundabout way, they're all me generations. I mean, people like to say this one or that one. I mean, you know.
Just one smokestack.
Yeah. No, it's lightweight by comparison. So, well, it's also not sinking, so, you know. I'm sure there was people bummed out, like, who were on this cruise, like, got these people who were on that ship crowding the way. No, this is all steerage. It wouldn't be any of your people. Looks like she's a Jedi Knight.
Or like she's like a hobbit or something, yeah. Like.
And you got to think there has to be a little bit of her who's contemplating revealing herself and just saying, you know what, I want to. That's my escape patch. But she didn't.
At the crash of 29, hit his interest hard, and he put a pistol in his mouth that day.
So again, so he just put it in, like looked in the mirror for 30 straight years, you know. And tell me I'm a good Hockley. Like. So she reinvents herself, takes on Jack's name.
No, there wouldn't be, would there? And I've never spoken of him until now. Not to anyone. Not even your grandfather. A woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets.
And I have the heart of the ocean, by the way.
By the way, but
none
of you will know.
But there will be more dignity.
Yeah.
Gore Vidal once said, so prepare yourself, that, and I wonder if you agree with this, that any memory continues to fade because your memory of something is the memory of the last time you remembered it.
Yeah, I've heard other people say versions of that.
Therefore, you can't ever really
right.
totally remember something. Like,
that's true.
Okay.
I agree with that. I've heard other people say versions of that, but yeah. Yeah, because as he said, I mean, that very first memory you have is your mind's approximation of what it was, but then the next time you think about it, it's the approximation of the approximation, the copy of the copy of the copy of the copy, you know, eventually. But there are certain moments in all of our lives, I know, that are so vivid that they're more immediately accessible than other things, I know.
Yeah. Critics 3 years later who didn't like the movie, they're like, I never let it in. Now they get it. Like, and her bedclothes.
Yeah. So is she going to try to jump again? Like,
it would probably feel obviously really strange to be out there for her sake of like being on the back of another ship where that would have been
in the same
like,
spiritual space,
right.
and physical spaces that ship once was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember when I was showing this to high schoolers or someone was like, "She gonna fall?" Like,
if she had those like hospital socks on, she definitely wouldn't. You know that.
Yes, but she had it the whole time. Which I think we knew when Cal realized that she had it, but due to the nature of the whole plot, it was very likely many people forgot that. Obviously, so it was like, she let it go. Jack was her heart of the ocean.
Well, if his hand came up and got it,
yeah,
it'd be the lamest thing ever. But so I've always assumed that she died in this scene. That's my opinion. But,
it's one of those things. It doesn't say definitively what happens if she just merely
because there's an implication
in her dreams
of her saying that
earlier,
that of him saying something about that she
an old lady warm in your bed,
right? And I just I've always assumed that she died, but that's my opinion. But that she gave up the ghost, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never really. I don't know exactly.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. I mean, she's whether it's her dreams or a heaven or an afterlife. That that's where Jack awaits her.
I'm not even saying whether any about that. I just have always assumed that she died. But
what's interesting is the people that you see in all this are the quote good people.
Right.
Like you don't really see any of the people that were villains or antagonists to her. And what's really special to me about this shot is it goes from almost being like an objective, just like aperture of the cinema of the movie, like above your head, and then it goes to being a first person perspective shot, and then it transitions into being like a third person perspective shot.
And then that he's dressed in his regular clothes, not the fancy ones.
And that she's wearing what's akin to a wedding dress, like a more modest wedding dress, which
captain's there.
Yeah.
We used to have a proper Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean,
Not even that long ago either. But
no, I mean, this is, nearly 25 years ago now, and in a weird way, it's a Hollywood that James Cameron himself has abdicated and is not as interested in even engaging in. Is like, so I think one thing that makes this movie so special among many things is its physicality. It's, these are real sets, real places, real actors, real, authentic. And, again, Cameron himself has kind of stepped away from that world and is consumed in, and again, as excited as I am to see these new Avatar movies, is one that it lives in a digital created space. And in that way, one of the few, filmmakers I see of this ilk who seems even the least bit interested in remaining in that space is Steven Spielberg, who has continued to make, a movie like West Side Story, which is frankly one of the closest approximations I can see to this that's been made in a modern context in terms of, it's a remake of yet another kind of classical Hollywood medium of the musical, and has the same kind of, not exactly epic to this scale, but epic sweep and scope that this is aspiring towards, and is still a physical movie, physical sets, and kind of, consumed in that physicality. Again, most of the movies today lack that pretty clearly. So that's Titanic, of course, from 1997, just as good as it's ever been. And again, one of the shining examples of, I'd say, 90s cinema as far as in a very big popular sense.
Kathleen Boback. Wow.
Because, last movie we did was, I'll go ahead and pause this.
Okay.
Fire Walk With Me, which is, of course, another 90s movie, but that's very tied to the context of Twin Peaks and is a much more cultish object that, ideally would be seen by more people, but understandably has a small audience. This literally had the biggest audience in the world ever by this point. I mean, everybody saw this movie, and even all these years later, its pop cultural footprint is pretty sizable. Maybe not necessarily in the cinema that it inspired exactly after it, but in terms of just being a conversation piece, being a movie that everyone, whether they liked it or not, had an opinion of. And I feel like we now live in a much more bifurcated society where that monoculture has kind of disappeared, for better or for worse. And the only thing that really remains of that is the quote Marvel movies. But as we know, that's doesn't hold a candle to this, something like this. But any last thoughts on Titanic before we wrap it up?
I mean, it's kind of, they used to call, a few years ago, they called Burt Reynolds the last great movie star.
Yeah.
In that film.
The titular
This
film.
is kind of the last great Hollywood movie, honestly. I mean, there have been great Hollywood movies since then that would be even better than this movie.
But I guess you mean that occupied the space.
A movie like this, yeah. Oh, yeah. There has not been a movie since this that was on this big of a scale, made this much money, that has been anywhere near as good as this. And I don't even know why we're making movies anymore if we're not going to do this anymore. So, sorry to end it on a downer, but it's just like, that just speaks to how great the movie is, I think, is that it is a pop movie that is, actually good and has ideas and actual emotionality.
Yeah, I mean, it literally checks all the boxes.
Now we have, Bertrand.
Clay Bertrand?
No, I don't know. I was trying to come up with a real nerd name.
Yeah.
Somebody screaming, "Oh my God, Black Widow had a gun." Like, what?
Yeah.
A bunch of lame crap. I mean, everybody says this stuff. Funny thing was, Robert Altman was saying that about this movie.
And again, I disagree with what Altman says, but in a lot of the generation of filmmaker who was really cynical about a lot of 90s movies that were popular, Jerry Maguire, like I said, faced similar scrutiny for a lot of people that were of a certain age. As much as I'm frustrated with those comments, I think in a roundabout way they probably saw where things were headed, and as far as just what Hollywood was and was becoming. But, in a lot of ways, some people of an older class said that about their movies in a way, too.
Yeah.
This is the downfall of Hollywood or whatnot.
Guess what? Everybody's saying, and you'll realize that about the Marvel movies someday. No, I don't think so.
I think I will.
I think we're done.
Yeah. So that's Titanic. I don't know where this would rank as far as my, quote, favorite movies, but, I mean, it would be in the top probably 50. I know for me personally,
it'll probably be my second or third. Favorite camera movie because it will be probably the first two Terminator movies.
Terminator 2, especially for me, is still my favorite.
Yeah, that would definitely be my favorite, but then it would be between this and the Terminator but probably this. I don't know.
Yeah. And, I love those Terminator movies deeply, but again, as we said, this movie just has this aura about it that anyone can watch and find something from. That's going to appeal to certain audiences more so than others, you know what I mean? Just being a more genre-y movie. But that's Titanic. One of the great movies of recent, relatively recent Hollywood cinema, or ever, really, I mean, for that matter. But that's the end of our 50th episode. But before we do that, Jeff, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Do you have any idea how humiliating it is to get divorced by yourself?
Maybe he had car trouble.
Car trouble? He'd have to own a car.
I'm going back to Chicago. I'm gonna get my PhD and I'm gonna spend the rest of my life writing books.
Where are you gonna get the tuition money?
By selling my boat, which belongs to me.
Oh, come on, Tess, you're not gonna hit me.
Finn is a genius at exactly 3 things. Treasure salving, finding money for treasure salving, and one other thing.
What other thing?
I don't want to talk about it.
Warner Brothers Pictures presents.
Oh my God! Daddy, this man saved my life.
A story about second chances.
What are you doing here?
Have a good dinner.
I take it you've met.
And golden opportunities.
If we don't go after that treasure, it's going to haunt us the rest of our lives, and you know it. You really think I'd lie about this?
Why not? You're a liar.
I mean, this is such an inappropriate time to dwell on that.
So tell us about the treasure.
It's $500 million worth of diamonds, rubies, and emeralds the size of your fist.
Anyone gonna find that treasure, it's gonna be me.
Don't even think about it.
What?
Don't want me, you know what.
When was the last time you had this thing sharpened?
1715.
Stop! What? We're flying! How do you know what to do?
PlayStation!
Oh.
We found something. We found something.
What if it's a body?
I thought he was a midget with very cheap relatives.
What if it's a head?
Do you mind?
Speaking of, we're done.
Vacation's all we ever wanted.
I mean, sending out an SOS. I mean, what if they would have been playing that on the violins, sending out and or the
no
guitar?
lyrics,
the guitar at the very beginning starts.
Apologies to Fool's Gold. We ran out of time. Maybe
sorry,
one day.
Fool's Gold. Sorry, the 1500 that died on the Titanic.
We're going to take a hiatus.
Yeah, like Oprah on hiatus.
As Casper told us.
Once said. But,
so we're going to take a hiatus of about 2 months. Now, that sounds like a long time, but we promise this is not the end of this podcast. But, we don't talk about it a whole lot. But this podcast demands a considerable amount of time and attention on our parts, on the weekends especially. And
as people who teach all week, don't really have a lot of time on the weekends to do anything. So.
But this summer we'll have more time to dedicate more towards it. So we're going to take a bit of a break, but again we will be back. James Bond will be back. Overlapping dialogue will be back in about probably early May, I believe. So we're going to take a brief hiatus, but again we will be back. This is just temporarily a little break for us, and again we thought it would be a great time to kind of take a step back and take a break, being at the end of our 50th. And again, we've now done 50 episodes, more than that of the bonus
now.
So we should
almost 52 weeks. So.
Pat yourself on the back, Levi. We made it this far. So we probably will have a few bonus episodes here or there. It's not going to be every week. Might not be 1 or 2. We don't know. We're certainly probably going to have some thoughts on the Batman. I'll go ahead and tell you that. So we'll probably be coming back to air some thoughts on that, maybe anything else that's on our minds. So maybe expect bonus episodes for that or anything else that kind of tickles our fancy or any news items of note. We'll maybe come back for that. But we already have plans for what the next 10 movies are going to be because they're going to kind of be a part of a set or a series of movies.
Of a genre, not
of a genre.
Yeah.
They're not going to be a series again.
Yeah.
But of the crime genre, definitely something that, we've hit at before. I mean, we've done the Godfather movies. But we're huge fans of kind of crime films and crime cinema, gangster movies, and that's going to pop up pretty regularly in the next 10 episodes. So, any thoughts kind of previewing any of that or plans for that?
I'll just say that we'll probably be doing a series of this genre over the years. It wouldn't surprise me, and just hitting other movies. But I'm looking here, and I don't want to say what any of the movies are, but a lot of them are more modern movies. The first one is from the 30s.
Yeah.
But then after that, we jump to the 70s. So there's like a big gap in there, obviously.
And we'll likely fill that in one day again.
Yeah,
or
but so it's mostly going to be more modern stuff, but we're going to do an early one and then jump around. And I'm looking at the list of movies here, and there are movies that there's only maybe one or two that I would count as maybe being at the top favorite movies for me that would be even break that as a mold. But I think it's just what these movies represent are movies we have a lot of thoughts about and things that we want to say about how they represent the crime genre in different ways and in different eras. There's one in particular I'm looking at laughing just thinking about that it's going to be the first movie from that director because it's just so crazy of a movie.
Yeah.
Right. And then also, first movie from a couple directors here that we haven't talked about yet that we really love, so it'll be interesting too.
Are there any on there off the top of your head that we've done before?
Directors?
Yeah, directors,
well,
maybe.
Let's see. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think all these will be new. Some of these are from people that we have discussed, but none that...
Okay.
Yeah, and then some are just from
I think for me, and what appeals about the quote crime genre so much, and especially like organized crime or gangster movies or just crime films.
Yeah, we're focusing less on gangster movies as we are just like crime movies somewhat.
I think it's one of the archetypal American genres, akin to, I think in a lot of ways it is a subgenre or evolution of the Western, especially what they represented in the 30s moving forward.
And that they kind of popped up in the 30s and of course that was influenced by
the events of the day.
Well, that and even filmmakers from other countries, like something like Underworld from
which is amazing
Sternberg,
movie.
being so early on as far as that goes, and just film it. And Fritz Lang later would make a lot of noir and other kind of crime movies, and so that coming out of a European tradition as well. But yeah, I think it all comes out of that Western tradition mixed with the cops and robbers,
urbanization
of the 30s.
And I think too, in a lot of ways, what makes crime films, American crime films, so impactful, combined with, the Western, and it does this similar thing, is that they're genres that are most openly critical in many ways of the American dream. They pick out what the American dream aspires to be and the myths that we tell ourselves and the compromises that actually come as a result of that and the costs of such compromise. I think the Western and the crime film in different ways are critiques of the American dream.
And what people will debase themselves towards when left to their own devices. And
also in a society that isn't serving them in the way that it aspires to either. But, so that's where we're going to be starting at when we come back in May.
A lot of nastiness.
After such a great, grand, beautiful movie that has its own share of nastiness as well. But it's been a privilege to do this podcast over these official 50 episodes and the more bonus episodes we've done.
Don't worry, we're not going to be like 80s all over and not come back.
No, we will be back. Like James Bond, we will return.
Yes, no offense to the 80s all over crowd, but
So that'll do it this week. This is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Here's looking at us, you filth.